Let's see if that translates into something that we can use, which means a live stream. And we're checking our live stream. It says we have an excellent connection, but I have yet to see an image come up on screen. And we are going to count on dear John to tell us what's going on. Everything seems to be fine. Right now we're going to try and start the call by going to the call. That would help. Okay, that means I go to audio call and we press the button and we start dinging. That will ring while I go back to something that I usually do ahead of time, which is go check for an echo. So let's see if we check for an echo, see if you can hear me. Okay, let's pray to God we get an echo. That means I go to audio. Oh, thank God. And okay, we press the button and we everybody hit that upvote. That will ring while I go back to something that's not normal, that I usually leave the echo on that long, but it's ringing simultaneously. So everybody let me know if you can hear me, and we're going to just roll along, support your local. There we are, dear Aristides. So we're doing things simultaneously here. Let me see if you register on the OBS, because the microphone was knocked out earlier. As soon as I came home. Right. Yeah, I just unplugged it by accident. Okay, so it registers your voice. Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
And while I was moving the equipment around when I came home to set up for production. So let's have whenever you're ready, you can begin the first we want to say hello to our man T-Tank Barry, and to Heather MANAKTALA. She bears the name proudly. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother, 100% Aristides, crystal clear. Excellent. Okay.
Great.
And so hello, Heather. While I just respond to both of these wonderful individuals, you can take the ball whenever you're ready and start, dribbling. Up and down the court.
The court. Yeah.
Yes, impress everybody with your moves. I'm using basketball analogies. My dad used to like basketball.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. It's alien enough coming out of my mouth. Yes.
That takes balls.
Yeah. Good one. Yes. Oh, and so you ready, or you want to?
I'm sitting down, opening, and engaging, and here.
Yes.
Turn volume down so we don't get blasted by that. Click on the pop-up.
Oh, do me a favor and remind me to go over when you're done with the blurb. Remind me to go over what happened over the past few weeks, just to get people somewhat acquainted with how busy the calendar has been. And
weeks.
Weeks. The past few weeks.
It's a long time.
Yeah, weeks is a long time. The calendar's been really busy the last few weeks. I really didn't give people a hint of how busy. Okay, so in order of appearance, my shout outs to everybody. Vicky Johnson has joined us. Love you, dear Vicky. Well, let me be a little unfair here. Give her the kiss first, and then welcome T-Tank and Heather. All right, in this case, Douglas Marks shows up too. He says, I hope all is well with everyone. Welcome aboard, Douglas Marks. And so we're being joined by a lot of people very quickly. While things are building up, you might as well.
And I hope all those people are hitting the thumbs up.
Yes.
Or like.
Well, you'll repeat that in a moment. You might as well take the wheel.
Okay. All right. Yes. Very important for any of this, pomp and circumstance to hit the thumbs up, upvote for the sake of the algorithm, not just to show support, but to show the algorithm that you support the content. And that's true anywhere, but it matters here because there are downvotes placed that are now forever hidden by YouTube and its ways these days. But that affects the algorithm, and there is basically some bots that smack a few downvotes on there right away from certain nefarious and pathetic parties. So So yeah, we need a good few upvotes there just to keep the algorithm in the positive right from the beginning. And so to do that, you need to be signed into YouTube. It's not as complicated as it sounds if you've never done it before. I believe just having a Gmail, you can use your Gmail to sign in because they're the same company. So most people have one of them. Most of the rest would be willing to perhaps make one. Hey, you can always, use a stealth extra, email for who knows what. Messaging
For everything else you do.
your secret boyfriend or girlfriend, or writing back that
or whatever
that
AI
guy.
avatar they.
Yeah. Or writing back that whatever Nigerian prince who's got $5 million and just needs help accessing it.
Yes. Plus that oil wealth, the one you inherited. Yes, from those black relatives you never knew you had in the heart of Africa.
Never know when you need an extra spare email. So yeah, so if you have a Gmail, you can sign in. I'm sure if you like, you can probably make an account with other, I should check on that, with another thing. But Gmail or otherwise, get yourself signed in or make an account and sign in. And then, because you can't upvote or do other YouTube functions without that. And that's probably a good thing, or else somebody would design a bot to put like 1 million downvotes on without logging in.
I'm sure they've tried. It's been done. Yes.
So sometimes checks and balances are good, and sometimes they're even better because you can then you can sign in with multiple Gmails or accounts. Once you have signed in, if you click the little account thingy up in the corner and find out where it says switch account, that is where you could switch to, say, another login or Gmail or what have you. And the cool thing is each of them can do its own upvoting. So once you've got them kind of logged in there in the bank, it's real easy to click in there, switch between, and you can throw another multiple upvotes on right away. And that is important. I just put my second one there. You can do that too. And if you don't want to make a bunch of accounts or switch between accounts, also underneath any one account, you can make channels. What that is normally is for publication. Just because you have a YouTube account doesn't mean you're publishing content. If you're going to publish a content, you have to make a channel, but that has its own name and its own identity actually, and that can do its own upvoting. So you could make many channels, I guess, under your one account, and those can do their own upvoting also. So many ways here to make a difference in the Douglas Dietrich democracy by voting more than once, which you wish you could do anywhere else, but here you can. And here it actually makes a difference. And here you get something both for your votes and your campaign contributions, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we need those. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. So, and we'll get to that. So while you're still in that little menu, assuming, pretending that you are, where it says switch account, if you go down farther, it says where it says restricted mode, you want that off. If for some reason it's on, it'll mean that account cannot view or age-restricted content. And that can happen by an automatic screening from YouTube, just based on language or graphics, or maybe oh gosh, there's a picture here showing nipple.
It's not female nipple. Jesus Christ, don't get us started.
Yeah, you know how YouTube works. It'll be, the child porn will get through, but like, the one tender young man's nipple will be, oh gosh, no. Yeah, so I'm just kidding. I hope that doesn't happen, but it can happen. It could be labeled age restricted, and so you want to make sure that that is off, as well as any other accounts that you're going to use to throw all those upvotes on, or tell your friends if they're also fans. That, especially if they're having trouble finding the content. So do take note of that as well. So yeah, like, upvote, subscribe. If you see a button that says subscribe below the window, definitely press it, because it means you were not. If you don't see one, and you may have been, probably are subscribed if you know you have in the past, but you may not be, because sometimes people are mysteriously unsubscribed after a point. So
sometimes that's the norm. So please expect it. And prepare.
Right. Yeah. Only a matter of time. So and we'll tell you how to check that. But hit subscribe, hit the little notification bell. It's a little bell icon or symbol there that you should see no matter what. The subscribed for me only shows on a channel where I'm not subscribed yet. It used to show subscribed right under each program, but now for me it only shows it on the main channel, and we'll get to that. Hit the bell, click on that bell. Give you some options for notifications. You want to click all. For me, it puts these two little emphasis lines around the bell. And what that does is it sends a little pop-up to your device every time there's a new transmission or upload. Here, there's really only lives. But anytime anything hits the channel, it'll send a little pop-up to your device. So that's a all-in-one, all-purpose handy-dandy reminder to tune in, and should indicate that you're still subscribed. I don't imagine that they would send you those if you became unsubscribed. And nothing to remember. You just got to click the thing. If you just see, Doug's pop up, you just click it automatically, and you tune in, turn on, and but hopefully don't drop.
Actually,
hopefully don't drop out of this program. You could drop out of
the Matrix. That they love that. They love that. Drop out of the Matrix. They're all programmed to receive that meme.
To drop out of the Matrix, and Douglas will explain who the authors of the Matrix are. Not the movie either. So we'll get to that. Okay, where were we? Notification bell on, and all the interaction on the channel helps the algorithm, such as hitting the share button to generate the link to share with people. Sharing is very important. You could grab it out of the browser bar, but I think hitting the share button, I'm hitting it here a couple times, YouTube will see that you've done that, and it's like, oh wow, somebody's sharing this content. They're viewing, they're sharing. Let's bump this up here in the algorithm. And then don't just hit the share button, but actually grab the link and share it wherever. Far and wide, group chats, email lists, friends, enemies, employers, former employers, especially them. They'll all be former employers. They'll all become former employers someday. So why not just now we don't suggest you get yourself out of a job, because Douglas needs contributions.
That's right.
Share it anywhere you can think of that would be appropriate. Sometimes we kind of diverge on some creative ways there, but maybe next time. Generate that link there. There's also a save button, I guess. There's I don't personally use the little save within YouTube, but I guess you can have your own little YouTube favorites, because I've just got so much YouTube stuff I kind of keep track of, mainly through the subscribe channels. So that is anyway, any way you want to do it, just keep clicking, upvoting, sharing, subscribing, checking that you're go to the main channel to check that. You would click the channel name down. I assume for everybody it's down on the lower left. Don't just direct click on it now, it'll take you out of the window. But either like right click on a PC or open a new tab on your mobile if that's possible, or just wait till later, perhaps when you're reviewing the program later, when it's in a replay status. Before you do that, click on the channel name and go over to the main channel page, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. Right there, should show you your subscription status definitively, yay or nay. And let's see, he's got his website there. Get to that, good. Go there, check your subscription status. That's where you access all the content. Home for any channel is just where it organizes it in its own kind of kind of preview way, but then you can go to videos and live. These are the lives. If you click on live, it's these programs in reverse chronological order.
Yeah, love that.
Cool. And videos are other things good for review here in the I don't know what's the term, the Dietrich verse, the Doug.
Yes,
Doug.
yeah, something like that. Dietrich chronoverse, because chrono means time. So Dietrich chronoverse.
Right.
That way you run it all into one single word. It actually
it
uses
needed
the
something.
CH.
It needs
it
needs something. We'll think. All right. Well, we'll see if there's a better term, but that's good.
Well, Germans have very long words. Germans use very long words. Yeah.
I do like that too.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's funny as hell. Some people will be like, what is this bullshit? And it's like, there's they just compound words, together. Whereas,
Yes.
That's right.
Matter of fact, I'm going to enter it right now just into the text box here in the call so that you actually see it. Dietrich chronoverse, and that way you have kind of an idea. But there you go. I'll edit that in just a second for the.
So videos would be that tab. There would be other either much older lives or other uploads, many of which are good for long compound words aside. Doug 101
that's even better, actually, for Americans. Yeah.
For people like shorter words. Doug 101 down there, just scroll down, especially even scroll, way to the beginning. You really want to start at the beginning. Go to videos, scroll all the way down. It goes back 9 years, and such things as Satanism in the military, Roswell and the Rising Sun, and all your favorite classics right here.
Delightful.
Yeah.
Except for some that we had to put private. We had to privatize some of them.
Right. Things happen. Doug will be happy to email you the link to the private videos. Oh yeah. Anyway, moving on. Commenting. You can comment on not on lives. During the live, you can only use the live chat if your display shows it. I'm not sure. I never do this on mobile, so I don't know how that. I'm sure there's a way to tweak your, set your display so you can access the chat or whatnot on the PC. It just, because there's plenty of real estate, it just spreads it all out. So you can use a live chat during the program. I don't think that figures into the algorithm. Maybe. Afterwards, that chat may also be there replaying, but it's just replaying the live chat. The comments are enabled, however, and you should definitely leave some comments. Even if it's your first time, you can do it. Don't be afraid. Leave some comments below the episode because that helps the algorithm immensely. And say whatever you like. No pressure to say something terribly, meaningful or impactful or anything. Just feel like it's sunny today.
Yeah.
Nothing makes me happy like the sun and listening to Douglas Dietrich, right? There you go.
That's adorable.
Anything. Let me see. And of course, while you're there, upvote any comments there for similar reasons, which
excellent.
Doing that now.
Yes, thank you.
Because
unless they say something out and out offensive.
Well, I still think it would help because YouTube doesn't know that.
True.
It would still help the algorithm, but it just that maybe skip that one because it just doesn't help our morale.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Aristides is right. No matter what it says, just fucking upvote it. We can always go through and delete it later.
Right. Do that, yeah. So leave comments, upvote comments, because comments that are downvoted, although that's invisible and not upvoted, can be disappeared, especially the one where Douglas puts his PayPal and website. So let's talk about that. Because Douglas just doesn't just do this for fun. He does this because it's his job, and it's his pay for the job is his are the contributions that you all make or are going to make in the future. Definitively, we're not. It's not even an if. You're gonna make one. Eventually,
Yes, yes.
eventually,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you.
Right.
Yes. Indeed.
Or
Indeed.
yeah,
Immediately, as a matter of fact.
yes,
Yes.
yes. I mean, or else Doug's gonna cast a spell to condemn you for no. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. Only
Thank you. No,
only
I
on
don't.
rare occasions, and you're not that important. So yeah, but okay, yeah, money. So yeah, PayPal is the easiest way to contribute. Let's put that link there in the chat. Although the link is never truly necessary because all you have to remember is Doug is on PayPal at the handle Douglas D. Dietrich. And in case you ever forget that, he always puts it right on the front of every episode on the image there. PayPal.me. You don't even have to type all that. Just search PayPal. Go to PayPal. Type in Douglas D. Dietrich, and you're there. And then give that guy all the money you got.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, all the everything you can afford and more, because you'll probably get paid next time, but he won't get paid unless somebody. Douglas's starting wage is zero. He works like basically only for tips. Let's put it.
That's right. You're as we don't want to use the word donations, but we'll use the word contributions. Your contributions are our salary.
Yes. Right. So yeah. So PayPal there is the easy way. Whether you find the link or you just go there, type it in, Douglas D. Dietrich, is the easy way. Now, some people don't have PayPal, don't want to have it. That's okay. You can also, just with a credit or debit card, you can contribute. You go to the website. Let's put that in. It's also conspicuously posted on every image of every show, but put that in anyway, make it clickable. So if you go there, and the upper right-hand corner, the yellow button that says donate, not the one in the middle, it doesn't do anything anyway. The upper right-hand corner yellow button. If you click that one, and one of the three options presented there will be donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be signed into PayPal. All you have to do is have the card in hand, or someone else's card in hand, or also someone else's card number in hand. Make sure you have the expiration date and the whatever they call that 3-digit confirmation code. Make sure you have that, especially if it's a very wealthy relative or someone you dislike very much. Just don't commit fraud. That's not cool. We'll give you. We'll say that if you do, whoever card you use, it's implied that you have permission to use that.
Yeah, get power of attorney over all your senior relatives.
Right. Yeah, well, assume you have permission, even just from God or something, to use the card. So you can use a card there, not signed in. You can also use Venmo. There's a option there to donate with Venmo. It's a popular payment method these days also, and it is part part of the PayPal company, or they're part of the same company, and they do talk to each other now. So you can do that, or I think there's a way to go in Venmo and search for a PayPal person to send money to, which would be Douglas D. Dietrich. Do that too. If you're ever out, and somebody reimburses you some money on your Venmo, and like, oh, now I can contribute to Doug. And so you find that little thing inside the Venmo. Yeah, after they pay you back for all those dinners that you covered, you can donate there. And then the third option just says donate with PayPal. That would go to this other commercial PayPal account from which a small tax is taken. So it's not the preferred way, but if that's how it ends up, okay. But do see the other one posted in chat or on the front screen, and do seriously consider setting up a recurring payment. Right?
Yes, please.
Most people get paid in one way or another regularly, so why not just take a little bit off the top, and you can set that up monthly or probably some other time span of time and just to send it to Doug automatically. Pretty soon you won't even feel it. It comes out just like your all the other payroll taxes and your benefits from work and your dental plan and all this for just whatever.
Yes.
For just so many dollars a month, you can support your own thinking like, what is it, you can like buy your own African child for like $5 a month.
That's what, well, all the celebrities do it, and God knows they spend a lot more than that. But
Well,
I'm sure that the parents would sell their children for a lot less all over the world.
We're not. I mean, I'm just talking about where it's like you would donate, and then they would be like send you the picture of like the child that you helped. Like.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
So you're speaking of. Oh God, what were those programs back in the old days? They used to be so popular. It was so fucking weird. That all started with the Korean War. It started with the Korean War because it used to be they started pushing adopt a Korean child, and you kind of like virtually do so. But back in those days, the kid would just keep writing you letters of thank you. So easy to scam. So easy to scam in the days before the internet.
Yeah.
Right. And yet with the internet, it's only gotten worse. But go on.
Yeah. Well, it's not a scam here. You will really be supporting Douglas, although personalized letters, I think, are only above a certain contribution level. Doug can state what that is. I'd say definitely send 1,000. You can definitely get a handwritten letter, I think. I like making promises that you have to fulfill.
That's cute. That's yes.
For 10,000, you get a naked photo shoot. For the price of one cosmetic surgery, you too can support.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes. Oh my goodness. So honestly, well, you're doing so well. I'm not going to screw it up by interfering any further. The only qualification I will add is that when Aristides brought up earlier the subscriptions, just always remember, unfortunately, it's not a one and you're done situation. You will be unsubscribed by YouTube, and you have to keep going back and checking to make certain that you're still subscribed. Because those notifications will eventually stop and you'll forget all about us. That's the intent. They really do that. The reason they do that is because I'm not monetized. If you want to look for the least conspiratorially sounding rationale, it's basically because I am not a monetized channel. Then that's why they do that, because they're not making any money off me. Basically. So they figure keep his subscriptions down till he monetizes himself. So there's an what do you call it? An artificial ceiling. There's an imposed ceiling on my distribution. So you have to fight that. It's guerrilla warfare. And all right. Well, so continue.
Well, that's serious. I mean, guerrillas fight mean, they're very they're very muscular. I remember, I think when I was just a small child, and they had the news on, and they'd be talking about guerrilla warfare. I'd be like, what? Gorillas are fighting?
Yeah, well, Gilligan's Island played on that pun. Yeah,
really?
By showing
God.
a man in a gorilla suit with a machine gun and grenades. And so there you go.
Really? Yes. I used to watch that. That's funny.
That's there you go.
Yep. A lot of those shows. And
I love that show.
You watched them when they were new, and I watched them in rerun.
Hey, don't. Hey, I'm not that old. No, they were long in syndication even while I was a child.
Right. Well, okay.
Good God. Yeah.
All right. Well, that being said,
that having been qualified. Go on.
Yeah. I think we covered most things. Oh, okay. The payment. So, okay. They covered PayPal, credit cards, debit cards. If you don't want to use PayPal, if you don't have any of that, don't want to use electronic, you only deal strictly, cash business. Okay, we understand. We're not trying to judge your life. If you like to send, but just do not put loose cash in an envelope. Preferably a postal money order, or at least if it's got to be cash, seal it inside a card and then put that in another envelope. And spray it with some perfume so that the cash sniffing dogs don't discover it. and
Actually, that might
or
draw them
even
more than ever. It's hard to tell. You just clamp it in between two pieces of thick cardboard. That's probably
yeah,
safer. Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Or a care package. Doug likes those.
Yes.
You want to send him some goodies. If
Yes.
you're going to send anything physically in the mail, you should probably send them a email. We assume you're capable of that because you're on an electronic device listening to this. So be a little weird if. Plus, you have to have a Gmail to sign in and like and all that. So we'll assume you probably have an email. So if you're going to send anything in the mail, you should probably send him a message. Give him a heads up to look out for something there and camp out by the mail slot. So we put the email in there, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. So that covers so many payment methods. There's just no excuse to not contribute. So
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Let's move on to let's see what we have in the show. Title, that's always filled up there.
Yes.
And I don't see any. Let's see.
Is there full 100 characters? Full 100 characters.
100 characters. Yeah, and I don't see an asterisk, but there it is.
There it is.
There is. There's one asterisk, and that means there's a footnote in the description, which you should always click and open up and read that. As far as what he wants to acknowledge for the topics program or the significance of the date, etc. And if there's an asterisk, it corresponds to a footnote in there. And let's see here. What is this? Buddha Day weekend?
No, it's a specific Buddha. As for people who are unaware of Asian religions, which vary by region, always understand that there are different interpretations of Buddhism wherever you go in Asia. And but in the Chinese perspective or the Sinitic perspective, Buddhas are, it's more than just the singular Buddha that people remember, that people can attain Buddhahood or become a living Buddha. And one has to watch out, of course, for anti-Buddhas or frauds, kind of like their version of antichrists. But there are other Buddhas aside from the Buddha that was, perhaps the first recorded Buddha. He's not necessarily the first Buddha, but the first recorded Buddha led to the religion. But by the time it migrated out of India and towards China, he became essentially a god in heaven. And whereas in India, it remains more of an atheistic philosophy. But because in China they have that concept, there are the equivalent of saints. That's probably the closest parallel I can come to in Western processing. So there's other Buddhas, and one of them is the Chinese god of medicine, the Emperor Baoxing. So this was his birthday, but it's also Japan's Constitutional Memorial Day. We are in the middle of Japanese Golden Week. We'll go back to our friend Aristides now. But when Aristides has kind of wrapped up the blurb, I'll go back to explaining why I haven't been adding certain holidays into the synopses of our past episodes the last few weeks, because we had a higher grade of security consciousness that came up because of different things like the shooting that happened at the White House. I will explain that after we're done with the wrap up, but let's take our time with the wrap up. Everybody enjoys your dulcet tones, and so by all means, continue. Yes.
Thanks. That was about it, though. I don't really have anything else in the standard blurb list. What else?
I guess that kind of covered it, but it's with that having been said, then so here's what happened. Basically, when you take a look at the date of the shooting. Let me see, what was that date? White House, and it wasn't at the White House, of course. Really, that was the point. Is that Trump said it was at the White House? Was
Mhm.
the correspondence, and I hate to type this out, correspondence, date of correspondence dinner. There we are, and everybody still says White House Correspondence Dinner. It's called the 2026 White House Correspondences Association Dinner. So this happened on Saturday, April 25th at the Washington Hilton in Washington. This was not something that happened in the White House itself, for people who get confused about it, which is understandable. So when this happened, if I look at my calendar on April 26th, really wasn't that long ago. Honestly, it's like literally a week ago, 6 days ago, really, less than a week ago when you reflect upon it. However, warnings were coming out before then. For instance, Caroline Levy, or Caroline Leavitt, she is the individual who is the White House press secretary, and she said on the night of the shooting, it was even the day before she started mouthing these words, shots will be fired. Shots will be fired. That's on record. So anybody can look that up. This is not conspiracy. It's not rumor. This is exactly what she said. She said shots will be fired tonight on the night of the shooting. It was obviously conspired. It's obviously staged. As a security enforcement expert, I can tell you, as a conspiracy, this raised no alarms with me. Pretty much when we got the message early, and leaks were already occurring into the weekend. That means that pretty much on Friday night, the word came out amongst people who are well informed, meaning people who, by their very nature, are locked into the information ecosystem of the federal governance of the United States, usually through contracts. That is probably the most important position a person can be in the United States. To give you an idea of the kind of invulnerability or impunity and immunity that you get when you're in that position. When I worked at the Department of Defense as a postal librarian, a research librarian stationed at the San Francisco Postal Library at the 6th Army headquarters of El Presidio Real de San Francisco, the old Presidio military base, which still exists physically, but no longer functionally. It is now a national park, albeit the strangest and most externalized national park in the United States, in the sense that it is not under any normal national park regulations. It operates as a private business. It is a national park with the right to sublet or lease property, and therefore makes its own profit. It funds itself. It's the only national park in the United States to do that. It is completely exempt from tax dollars. Your tax dollars do not support that because it is the playground of multi-billionaires. Like the Walt Disney family, where I think I brought this up, but tell me if you don't remember my doing so, Aristides. The other day, I've seen this flag ad around several places in San Francisco, mostly around Japantown area, are going out when I have to take the cab to my dental appointment, going out towards the, Parnassus area, which is like bumfuck, top of Windy Hill, San Francisco, highly congested, highly developed, but, feels like outer space to me. You go out there and, you literally get blown over by the winds. The winds are extreme in that area. And construction is just eternal. There's just eternal construction going on in that area. I'm thinking, of course, of the Parnassus development itself, but well before you reach it, it's not walking distance. Well before you reach it, there is by the way, everything in San Francisco is theoretically in walking distance. if you're a professional Olympian athlete who does marathons or some shit, or you're some kind of, hiker, like a hobbyist hiker who's like, or a mountain climber, somebody who like scales, high mountains, peaks for grins and giggles, then, everything in San Francisco is theoretically in walking distance. For your average human being, of course, it's not, because San Francisco is a city of hills, and most people wear out very quickly within a matter of, probably your average person couldn't stand more than 8 long city blocks in San Francisco. See, that's seriously speaking. Your average person with your average American physical, what would you call it? Just your physical condition. Your average American, the physical baseline American, could not do more than 8 long city blocks in San Francisco, and that would exhaust them. That's how extreme San Francisco's geography is. But en route to my dentist's office, and another time en route towards Japantown, en route towards the main offices of the Kaiser Hospital Clinic, which I have to go to again in a few days to get my allergy shot, which is never a good day because I'm only getting it once a month at its maximum dose. So any day I get that allergy shot is a bad fucking day. It's not a happy experience. It's like I'm getting shot full of dust mite blood, dust mite shit, and crushed dust mites. I'm getting injected that directly into my bloodstream, and my body is pretty efficient. Got to give my body that, because it purges it just immediately through diarrhea, pretty much. I've gotten more used to it, where my body doesn't respond violently. It's not like explosive diarrhea, which you have no control over, but believe me, it's just no fun. Sooner or later during the day, you go to the bathroom, and it's just like, ugh. At any rate, but then again, my body gets over it right away, and I don't have a allergic response. One time, when the nurse was supposed to titrate up the dose slowly, she gave me a full load, and that sent me to the hospital with anaphylactic shock. But there you go with that. That's how fun these shots are. So I'm back to a normal, stable plateau with them, but it's still no fun. But they help protect me from reacting to my immediate environment violently with sneezing. But all of this is kind of like the fun of relating a in-depth, complex story. But it goes to show why my last few titles for episodes have not included holidays I would normally acknowledge. It was basically in Friday evening that, oh yes, I was pointing out how this information is accessible to someone like my son's husband. When I worked for the Presidio Military Base Library, which brought us to the Walt Disney flag ads, all over the city, there's flag ads for the Walt Disney Family Museum in Presidio now. And there's one particular flag ad that stands out for me, where they show a drawing of a demonic entity, literally a devil, a demon. And it's not your Fantasia devil. I know the Fantasia devil. That is a classic, for most people, very frightening devil from the classical Disney days. This is more of like a sketch someone did of a demonic entity. And it's not cartoonish in like a, here's a cute little devil, like little devil boy. No, this is a demonic entity that's been sketched by somebody, and it's outlined. It's not colorized. It's just this outline, and therefore, because it's articulated in that manner, where it's essentially a black and white sketch, they couldn't do a Disney devil like that, because it would just be a blob. The Disney devil in animation was a shadow. This, in other words, is like a fully drawn out demonic entity, your classical kind of scary looking devil figure. And the flag ad comes in 2 parts, one on one side of the lamppost, one on the other side of the lamppost, and these are flags that grab your attention with the image on the left-hand side of the lamppost, and they give you the information in data on the right-hand side of the lamppost, so you know how to act on what you see. And the flag ad on the right-hand side, left-hand side is the image, the devil. Right-hand side, it says, "Face your fears at the Presidio." And then it gives you Walt Disney Family Museum. It is such an outstandingly bizarre and creepy ad, but it gives you a kind of idea of what the Presidio is now, based on its legacy of what it always was, a epicenter of Satanism. And it's something that bears retelling and relating, because you might want to check it out yourself. We'll see. It's not that I'm encouraging you do that, but the one thing I noticed is when I went online to look for the ad, I could not find it. All you find is just information about the Walt Disney Family Museum. And so, all I can say is if you come to Presidio, however, you'll see the ad. One's in front of the Lucky Penny, which is a restaurant that's been closed forever. The San Francisco property is so astronomically expensive. It's been closed for literally a generation at this point. It must have been closed for at least what feels like 20 years. But no one has done anything with the property. And the Lucky Penny in the middle of a high traffic zone just sits there fallow, with the same restaurant facade, inoperable, for, forever at this point. And it looks like it'll be inoperable for the foreseeable future. But in front of that, they put the ad. The other place is as you approach the Kaiser from the inner city. And San Francisco is basically a city and a county. It's one of the few cities in the world that is both a city and a county. And technically, the city ends at the fire break of Van Ness Avenue. So if you go towards the bay, from Van Ness Avenue towards the bay, that's the city of San Francisco. That's where all the congestion is, the office buildings. And when you go away from that, on the other side of Van Ness Avenue, it is the more countryside. It's like two San Franciscans, much less developed, far more residential. And what happens is that the Van Ness Avenue is the fire break that was created during the Great San Francisco Earthquake and Fire. So when you take a look at the Great San Francisco Earthquake and Fire and their attempts to save the rest of the city from burning, that's why they created that enormous avenue that divides San Francisco, Van Ness Avenue. But if you go past Van Ness Avenue out towards the boondocks and towards the offices of Kaiser, you'll see that flag ad as well. Now, all of that is a it's part of the story, the long, convoluted story of my whole experience with life and serving as a Department of Defense research librarian at the Presidio, where I first encountered the immunity of defense contractors, or anyone contracted with the government really would have the same level of immunity. And but defense contractors in particular. And this was at the Presidio Military Base Library. We had a computer section, which I've shown people before, which is all cemented over now, where we kept very large computers. For the day, they were, they were the cutting edge of technology at the time that they were installed. But at the time they were installed, they were your typical government computers. They were big. We're talking about data processors that still used punch cards and magnetic reels. Now, when it comes to this kind of space in between them, the computers, this was considered defense contract territory. It was defense contract territory because the computers were maintained by defense contractors external to the military. So they had their own separate building. And one way that I smuggled out information, notes, and stole objects from the federal government was to take them and insert them into the privately contracted computer area, which served the government via the defense contract, but was in and of itself immune from inspection because it's private industry and therefore was outside of the purview of the security enforcement of the military police. So as a result, what happened was that I could smuggle things out, including my own notes and sketches, sometimes photographs, etc., various things over the years, by putting them in the private business contracted sector of the Presidio military base directly adjacent to the Presidio military base library. And this goes to show you the immense power and immunity that private industry has. So when it comes to my son's husband, the word was out there was going to be a shooting at the White House Correspondents' dinner come Friday night, preceding the actual shooting itself. And once that information was cut loose, and we'll provide circumstantial evidence for all of this in a moment. Once that was unleashed, it was the reason why something I would, as a historian, normally acknowledge, why I wasn't acknowledging it, because it would give people a hint as to where we would be. In other words, my son's family and myself, as a tutor for the lads on the estate, and as a security consultant. I'm not working on site as security, just so people understand. I'm just simply a security consultant at this point. Almost on an unofficial level, though, of course, it's factored into my salary, which is paid in blood. Literally, that's my food, being a Domfire or a quarter vampire. If this gets too much for people to process, just pretend you didn't hear that. Because it's not really a question of people feeling even morally revolted or judgmental. They usually just, at that point, they think we're veering into fantasy. I've gone into extraordinary depth about the physiology of vampirism before, and we're not going to go into it now. But this weekend was Alabama Confederate States Memorial Day weekend. Well, the weekend of the shooting. For those of you who don't know, the weekend of the White House Correspondents' dinner shooting was Alabama Confederate States Memorial Day weekend that it happened on. It was also the Mississippi Confederate Veterans and Memorial Day weekend. Normally, I would have acknowledged these on the program in terms of titling. And more important of all, something that we would have been in attendance to, aside from, shall we say, the Workers' Memorial Day weekend, for those of you who are unfamiliar on an international scale, you have the international holiday of the Workers' Memorial Day, which is annually on April 28th, and happened on the weekend of the 25th through the 26th was considered the weekend celebration of that holiday, where internationally it's basically, it's observed to raise awareness of the importance of workplace safety, as well as to commemorate all the workers who have lost their lives due to work-related illnesses, and those whose lives have been put on hold due to injuries that have incurred while working. And just so that you know, according to statistics, the number of people who get killed at work is higher than those who lose their lives to wars and drug abuse combined. So I just want you to know how important labor unions are. Normally, political things like this would have been acknowledged. They fall into the purview of my son's husband dealing with such phenomena. So I would normally acknowledge that. We were given instructions not to, because of new security precautions. But the most important of all the holidays that happened on the weekend that normally I would have emphasized, would have been very emphatic about, was the Day of Remembrance of the Armenian genocide victims. So that happened during that weekend of the shooting. That was, of course, honored by our California Governor, Gavin Newsom. In order to make certain that we were not tracked security-wise, or that warning was given about where we were, in order to preserve the security integrity of the Armenian community, and California Governor's Gavin Newsom's acknowledgement of their genocide, because they face a lot of terrorist threats, mostly from Jewish terrorists. Jewish terrorists in particular hate the Armenians because they want to have total monopoly on the concept of Holocaust. And they deny any Holocaust suffered by any other ethnicity. And one of the most prominent ethnicities to suffer a genuine Holocaust was the Armenians. So in order to prevent an attack from Israeli-sponsored terrorists on our community gathering with Gavin Newsom, based on my son's genealogy. His genetics, really, more so than his genealogy, because his genealogy is barely traceable. We know some of the basics, but other than that, he was, of course, adopted. Now, when it comes to all the situation behind that, no need to go into in depth into that right now, but the more important point being that I had to emphasize the Cherry Blossom Festival in Cupertino, California. And whoever was tracing our movements did wind up in Cupertino. No actions were taken on their part because we weren't physically there. But that gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. Anybody who is skeptical of this, they have no concept of what we deal with. And the only way I can really give you an idea is the fact that in order to keep up with the conversation with my son's husband, I have to keep track of a lot of things that I would normally not have an interest in. That would be outside of my purview of specialization, such as industrial finance, industrial executive politics. And CEO Daily, the newsletter of Fortune magazine, which, because I have to keep track of what my son's husband is talking about, keep up to date with what he's facing, I get an electronic communique from CEO Daily, from Fortune magazine. And I'll be damned if they didn't issue a warning for every CEO 6 days ago. So basically, I couldn't believe how seriously they were taking it. Now, we were taking it seriously because I'm just an overly cautious person, and the entire security apparatus that works around my son's husband at this point is overly cautious as well. But I couldn't believe how, as a community, the executive class, how seriously they've taken the Trump shooting attempt. So they sent out a universal communique, which everybody got, like the memo, so to speak, at the CEO level, saying, it's a warning for every CEO. After the Trump shooting attempt, CEOs need a new security playbook. And I'm like, dude, it's a staged attempt. It wasn't real. But basically, they went all out and they provided their own warning order format, is what we would call it in the military. Basically, a new standard operational procedure. To read therefrom, the world is more dangerous for leaders across multiple dimensions. The attempted shooting attack at the White House Correspondents' dinner on Saturday, and the Molotov cocktail attack on Sam Altman's home in San Francisco earlier this month, remember this was still in April when this was issued, are further proof of that. Now understand, these are two self-stage acts of theater. Neither of these events is functionally real. Sam Altman threw that Molotov cocktail himself. Camera footage has been taken and analyzed, and via facial recognition, despite the false beard and mustache and Groucho Marx glasses, Sam Altman affected to throw his own Molotov cocktail at the gate, which is metal and will not burn. Nobody throwing a Molotov cocktail would throw it at the fucking gate. They would have thrown it at something that would burn. Bushes, or the facade itself, or through a window. But no, they threw it at the gate because it was Sam Altman throwing it himself. Anyhow, he was identified as Sam Altman via the facial recognition and his own footage taken by his own security cameras. That's what makes it so. It's farcical. It's comedic. It's farcical. It's ultimately something that people should be made aware of to show how far these CEOs go to make themselves feel important. But he's trying to distract attention from his lawsuit with Elon Musk. So in his desperation, he went outside of his own home and threw his own Molotov cocktail at his own gate, knowing it wouldn't burn, and then reported it. And then when the police got we better check out the security footage, Oh, hey, fuck, that's you, Sam. Well, it's only his contributions to the San Francisco Police Department that prevented them from pursuing it further. I'm not going to say that's a bribe. Now, researchers, however, according to CEO newsletters here, they've tracked more than 2,200 direct threats to CEOs across different channels in the 5 weeks following the fatal shooting of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in late 2024. That's more than the entire year that preceded it. That is a fact. Meaning that the population is, in the eyes of the CEO class, the population is in revolt. So the spending on physical security is up. And the geopolitical landscape is obviously more risky with the war on Iran. Now, you add AI. Oh, yeah, by the way, Brendan pointed out, yes, actually, Brendan, thank you for that. Brendan's input is very important here when it comes to Sam Altman. It's basically, even more so than his trial with Elon Musk, Sam Altman threw his own Molotov cocktail at his own estate in San Francisco to distract from the fact that his sister has basically accused him of rape. That she is a victim of incestuous rape. In other words, it wasn't just incest because she didn't volunteer for it. It wasn't like they both had sex voluntarily. She was raped by him all the while she grew up. So in order to distract from that, Sam Altman threw his own Molotov cocktail. By the way, here we are. Wonderful meme from our friend Mr. T-Tank Berry about that. About the throwing the Molotov cocktail, not Sam Altman raping his sister. So which of course, it's hard to make that into a meme without crossing the line on taste. Anyhow, now you add in AI, which has made it dramatically cheaper to execute and scale fraud to industrial levels. So what can leaders and their companies do? And of course, well, as advised by both myself and Forbes magazine, basically you would, first of all, don't publicize location or other details. Now, my son's husband receives a number of invites now where the location is disclosed only after he RSVPs the single 3-letter word yes. Now, in the old days, that would be to keep party crashers at bay. But in this day and age, it's basically a security precaution. Of course, that's not possible for events like the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is why, theoretically, the gunman Cole Thomas Allen knew to book a room at the Hilton where it was being held. Of course, he's a plant. He's a product of MK Ultra programming. He is a crises actor in effect. But it is a common practice for CEOs to book hotel rooms under pseudonyms or a staffer's name. So if anyone ever sees my name booking a hotel room in various expansive parts of the United States or around the world, it's not me. That's and I can say that without giving away any security. I'm not compromising security because he doesn't use my name. So I can say that. At any rate, here we are. Sam Altman is guilty of sexual abuse. And ChatGPT founder Sam Altman's sister accuses him of sexual abuse. Of course, he says the claims are entirely untrue. But this is why he's throwing Molotov cocktails at himself. And say, look at all that, the terror that my sister and Elon Musk have wrought upon me. Yeah, by the way, it's disgusting to me that I live in the same city as these people. Sammy Romero having pointed out that Michael Aquino's estate has been blocked out on Google. That if you look it up on Google Maps and you try to look at the facade of Michael Aquino's estate, it's it's all digitized out. It's digitalized out of existence. So you can follow up on that, Aristides. I know it's true because I saw the screenshot. But there you go with that. Anyhow, when it comes to the leadership team in this day and age, you have to treat it like a royal family. Most companies have policies that bar key executives and board members from traveling on the same plane. Now, it's surprising to myself that at least 2/3 of the 18 officials in line to succeed the president, to succeed him once he's dead, were at that dinner. All of them in close proximity to Trump. They could have all been taken out with a single loaded machine gun in half a minute, 30 seconds flat. But of course, they all knew they were completely safe and that the man who was coming to fire shots wouldn't get out a single shot, because he ran like the Flash and was taken down with the security service, the American SS, the American Secret Service, firing shots at each other. For those of you who don't know, the Secret Service man who was taken down by a shot and was completely unharmed was shot by another Secret Service man. This was at almost point blank range, so we know the Secret Service men were firing blanks. Because had it been a real bullet, ballistic vests be fucking damned. These Secret Service agents are not wearing threat level 3. They're not wearing SWAT level security vests. Their security vests do not have metal trauma plates. What they're wearing would be considered at most a threat level 2, meaning that a point blank shot would have severely injured this guy. In other words, it would have broken ribs. It would have potentially killed him, because even broken ribs will splinter and fragments can enter your heart. Or simply the sheer force at a close range will cause heart failure, because the bullet bruises create such massive internal hemorrhaging. Your lungs will then be compromised. Your heart will be compromised. It doesn't work like it bounces off like Superman. Not at all. This is reality. And so we know they were firing blanks. The Secret Servicemen. The man in question, I checked in at the same Hilton as the president, Cole Thomas Allen. He was an individual who literally tripped while he ran. The Secret Service did not even take him down. He was running so fast, he went into a flying leap and crashed on the floor. That is the actual physical fact. And that was his only intent, was to do that. If a shot went off, we know it was a blank, because he had a shotgun. In that proximity, in the hallway that he was to so many other people, it would have been the equivalent of firing off a loaded shotgun into an elevator. If you fired a loaded shotgun into an elevator, buckshot, whatever round you had, everybody in that elevator, unless the meat shields in front of them acted as absorbing the shot, the buckshot, most of those people in those elevators would be dead. Depending on the round, it would be all of them. With a single firing, with a single shot taken. But this guy fired off a shot in a similarly enclosed space and nobody was hurt. Nobody. So he was firing blanks. Everybody had blanks. This entire thing was performance theater. It was an act of a fraud on a national scale. It is disgusting. I'm mortally ashamed to be living in a republic that has sunk to this low, where this kind of performance theater, where there's a abortive assassination attempt and the idiots involved don't even get hurt, where you get this incident where the president is shot at and he emerges with ketchup on his ear, miraculously heals his own ear on the spot like he's Jesus Christ, which is an anti-Christ-like act if ever there was one. The fact that people speak of this as if it's real embarrasses me. Which brings us back to the kind of response that CEOs have had to the shooting that occurred in, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So, of course, all CEOs, as Sugar Daddy is encouraged to do with all his adoptees by himself, he has to talk to his kids. And I encourage anybody in a leadership position to talk to their kids. You don't have, well, anybody should be talking to their kids, but in a security context, you don't have to be a multi-billionaire to be exposed to the threat of kidnapping, extortion, or fraud. And there's ways to minimize it. Now, there are Protestants in the United States that they're the majority. So they have to use, if they're at the executive level, a different non-Catholic last name. In other words, all Catholics, if they're baptized, have 4 names, for those of you who do not know. I was never baptized, and therefore I only have 3 English names. Douglas, Dwayne, Dietrich. My legal father's name, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, obviously had 4 fucking names. I never got one because I was never baptized. So even though I was raised by an ardent Roman Catholic, I was never Catholicized. But for people who are Protestant, they would, of course, not have a 4th name either. But they need to use, if they're security conscious, a different non-Catholic last name when visiting with their Protestant relatives. This became the norm during the Troubles, the sad struggle in Northern Ireland. Now, there's many other leaders I know who have a safe word for their company and another for their family. Different safe words that they use, and they know to use if any strange phone calls come in from fraudsters pretending to be themselves. In an age when identity theft is so prevalent, it's a smart thing for everyone to do. Now, of course, one thing that needs to obviously happen is that the executive class needs to take steps to rebuild trust. Countries that tolerate hate speech, whether from presidents or from platforms, are more likely to experience hate crimes. The Edelman Trust Barometer has shown a steady deterioration of trust to the point where a remarkable number of people feel violence is justified. The majority of Americans revel in performative violence. The institution they trust most is their employer, which means CEOs have a unique power to do something. The Citadel CEO, Ken Griffin, is speaking up. The Chubb CEO, Evan Greenberg, wrote about the fragility of democracy in his annual shareholder letter. Synchrony CEO, Brian Doubles, talks about prioritizing ways to keep trust high, which may explain why his company ranked number 1 on the latest 100, Forbes' latest 100 best companies to work for list. Nobody can prevent random violence, but they can protect against it and try to create conditions that reduce its spread. Now, one thing Sammy points out, it's, your sister was not baptized either as a Catholic. That's right. That's correct. That's correct. He says, obviously not referring to the Jehovah's Witness side. When my sister got a call from Michael Aquino telling her she was biologically the daughter of Adolf Hitler, she broke, and that's when she became a Jehovah's Witness, because for those of you who do not know, the Jehovah's Witnesses were sent to the camps, the Konzentrationslager, the concentration camps, and Moss, and ultimately to the Totenslager, or the death camps. The difference between the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Romani, the so-called gypsies, which is a derogatory term, please do not use it. The term for gypsies is Romani. You can use gypsy as an insult for grifters, but you don't want to use that for an entire race. You don't want to denigrate an entire ethnos. So the Romani peoples were put into the camps en masse as a population, just like the many of the Jewish people were. And there were, of course, other people such as homosexuals, targeted groups, but Jehovah's Witnesses was one of them. And this is for a variety of reasons, but because they were targeted, my sister chose that identity specifically to manifest her anti-Hitlerism. And I thought it was psychotic then, and I think it's psychotic now, but that was the choice she made in life. She couldn't think of another way that would have been possible other than marrying into a Jewish family and converting, which for her would have been socially impossible because she doesn't hang out in those circles or was never exposed to that kind of ethnic enclaving. And Jewish people are very cosmopolitan, but they are also very enclaved. So she couldn't break in through that barrier. And of course, you can't simply become a Romani. You have to be born into it. You don't become a quote unquote gypsy. And she wasn't going to, well, I guess because she was already bisexual, sure, becoming a Jehovah's Witness was a way of revoking that. So because they're pathologically homophobic, they're doctrinarily so. And so that was her trip. And let me see now. I'm getting several incoming messages before I return to path of narrative here. I do hope we're joined by somebody to hold the conversation with our friend Aristides while I take a break sometime soon. So I do encourage people to jump onto the call. Then when I come back, we'll just kind of go into arc of narrative about this American state of violence. Wonderful video here, graphics sent by our dear Brendan Zogid as kind of like well, he's sending multiple wonderful graphics, so that's appreciated. I still have yet to look at some of the others sent by our dear friend Mr. T-Take Berry, so let me heart those. And at any rate, when it comes to what I'm presenting here, hopefully now people will understand why I didn't announce the Emperor's birthday via my shows either, because I didn't want people to understand where we were at during this extremely important period of time, the Golden Week of Japanese holidays. For those of you who do not know, the Taiwanese are heavily Japanese acculturated. Some could use the term Japanized for a convenient term. So understand that when it comes to Japanese holidays, they have a deep meaning in Taiwan. They would not have anywhere else. But of course, through business connections and respect for culture, Japanese holidays are celebrated on the estates where I work for food. That's where I'm paid literally in blood. Basically, without that, my physical condition would be much the poorer, I assure you. I might not even survive. So understand that Golden Week began in Japan on the Wednesday episode, in which I emphasized Victoria Lauren Hobbs's birthday and the fall of Saigon. It started with the Emperor's birthday on the 29th. And understand that of all the emperors in Japan, with a 6,000-year history, the only emperor who gets a federal holiday is Emperor Hirohito. And even Shonen Jump, the manga producer, went on hiatus for Golden Week, which leaves Brendan without a source of incoming drama. Okay, so we're going to respond to some of Brendan's little graphics here. In the meantime, I want people to know that on the 29th, I did not announce Emperor Hirohito's birthday, the national holiday of Japan, and the beginning of Golden Week, which is a convergence of holidays. And that today's holiday, which I also did not announce, kind of like a residue of our recent high security alert status, where we went to maximum level. I didn't announce Japanese Constitution Day, preferring instead the Taiwanese god of medicine's birthday, which is effectively a Buddha Day of a sort. And for those of you who do not know, the Buddha's birthday is celebrated on different dates by different Asian cultures. So May 1st was like, I believe his birthday in Cambodia and Laos. I mean, these extremely rural backwater areas. They just celebrated on May 1st because they like conflated it, I guess, with Communist Day. That was probably their way of sublimating the Buddha's birthday under the advent of the International Workers' Day, where that way the Buddhists could carry out their celebrations and claim they were doing so under communist, claim that they were celebrating International Workers' Day as opposed to the Buddha's birthday. So that would be the cause of that, by my estimation. When it comes to the International Workers' Day that I just articulated, that was the last weekend, around the last weekend, or through the midweek of the last week of April, that is confusing. You have to look at it as the Workers' Memorial Day weekend. So understand that it's not International Labor Day or Workers' Day like May 1st. It's a Memorial Day weekend for all the people who died while working, which is an astronomical amount of people. When you think of it, all the wars, all the recreational narcotics abuse, meaning drug abuse, fatalities combined, don't even come close to matching the number of people who die while working. Work will kill you. Work itself is the highest risk you can take. Just going to work shortens your lifespan. And that brings us to the question of Mr. Douglas Marx. So Douglas Marx asks, hey, I have a question for you. Can you talk about how the Germans are implementing Project Übermann? Now, that's a good one. Okay. Without going into World War II history or Nazism, or rather going into it only peripherally so that we disambiguate the German Project Übermann, which is to be Americans would translate that as Superman, and that really sucks. That's not a good translation. It would mean beyond man, is what it really implies. And now, when it comes to the Übermensch, let's just say that you're not thinking about the original German term in this case. What you're thinking of, Douglas Marx, is that people need to understand a concept of what's called what do they call it again? It's either a cognitive learning tool, but if it were fully realized as a cognitive learning tool, and we're not talking about the Nietzschean philosophy here. The Nietzschean philosophy would be to give style to one's character, a great and rare art, practiced by those who survey all the strengths and weaknesses in humanity. It's introduced as a goal for individuality to overcome traditional, especially religious constraints. It's basically a form of libertarianism. The precursor thereunto. But when it comes to what we're really discussing today, you're referring to a polyphasic sleep schedule, which involves 6 short 20-minute naps. throughout the day. That then combined with a cognitive learning program, so you can learn foreign language fluently within a single year, within under a year. So the Uberman sleep cycle, you've got this polyphasic sleep cycle, 6 equally spaced 20-minute naps throughout a 24-hour period, and that is to optimize your performance. Now, I actually went through a short experiment with this when I worked with the Department of Defense, and I can tell you, it's nothing to emulate. It's basically just don't do it. It doesn't really work well. It definitely wouldn't work well in college. You'd have to mutate it. You'd have to customize it into a biphasic or triphasic schedule. If you had a job or college to work with, I think with a job it would be impossible. So whereas the Nietzschean philosophical Übermensch would represent a shift from otherworldly Christian values into manifesting the grounded human ideal, let's just say that if you tried even for 60 days the Uberman sleep cycle, it's probably going to have a bad effect on your health, honestly. You're talking about something that might be like the Nietzschean ideal. The Nietzschean Übermensch was meant to be this ideal future human, this ultimate goal for humanity. It's utopian. And it was first introduced by Friedrich Nietzsche in his 1880s work, Thus Sprecheth Zarathustra. But when you're talking about the polyphasic sleep cycle, I just don't believe that. Let's look up what effect it has. Let me see. Uberman sleep cycle research results. Let me see if I can find that. I'd have to type in the word, of course, that would help. Uberman sleep cycle research results. Okay, now this is extreme, of course. Uberman sleep cycle is an extreme polyphasic sleep cycle, as opposed to biphasic, which would mean 2 sleep cycles a day, or triphasic would mean 3 sleep cycles a day. It would be, people would claim, of course, that ultimately, if you're doing this sleep cycle of only 20 to 30 minute nap every 4 hours, you're basically limiting yourself to 2 hours of sleep, essentially. And therefore, you'd be doing things you would normally do, except even more fucked upedly. So I would say it's dangerous. It's basically the most extreme polyphasic sleep pattern. Remember, I tried it for 60 days once on behalf of the Letterman Army Medical Center. 6 20-minute naps evenly spread throughout the day for 60 days. Or for your average human being, 30-minute naps every 6 hours, totaling only about 2 hours of sleep per day would be the alternative. It's something that I think is going to, they try to make it equidistant, 6 equidistant naps throughout each day. That would be a 6-nap schedule and a total of 2 hours sleep. Theoretically, you can do more than you ever did in your life, but it's got an adverse impact. I think that the doctors who have conducted research into it have found that it really is bad for your health. Matter of fact, here's the PDF that you could have access to, ScienceDirect.com. So I'll put that into the sleep cycle here, the chat. Let's put that into the chat. And here you go. And we'll put that into the call as well. And that'll give you why the reason why nobody in Germany is using this. Okay, so Real Tech Geek has joined us. So like I've always said, whenever anybody joins us, And thank you so much for that article, that link to good God. You know, I always forget Lesotho's new name, but Realtek gave us an article on Lesotho concerning Taiwan's relations to it. And I'm older, so I remember its original name. So let me call up the infinite call here so I can go through the link that was entered by Realtek. Of course, now I have to scroll up forever to reach it. And this is the reason why. Okay, so let's take a look. I didn't even have a chance to acknowledge her.
Yeah, they like to follow Discord too much.
What's that?
And I said a lot of the style is to follow Discord now instead of the old style of the message boards where everything was more categorized. So yeah, I know I don't like it either.
Don't like what? I mean,
just the blog style.
The blog style of Reuters?
Where it's just one single page.
One single page. Oh,
yeah.
You're talking about the call. You're talking about the infinite call, the Microsoft Teams.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm not talking about the style of the article.
Forgive me. Forgive me. By the way, Heather brings to our attention President Trump to visit Phoenix for Turning Point USA. Oh fuck. Let me give a shit emoji on that. Yeah, okay. And John Doe brought up some other weird shit. What is this? Also
you saw that fucking moron. I'm just tired of being here. I just want to go home.
Yeah.
And the biggest fucking actors, give her a fucking Academy Award in next year for that.
Are you talking about
Erica Kirk?
Yes, thank you. Char Kirk's wife. Thank you. Yes, and
when she was at the fake shooting.
Yes.
Allegedly, of course.
That's interesting. I appreciate your bringing that up.
Because everybody has a phone. Everybody has a camera on the phone today.
Yes.
You know, it's not. So everybody's out there just recording everything, but it's hilarious. I walk in the street and take a picture of a person, and everybody gets so mad at me.
People should not be. It's paradoxical. Yes, it's paradoxical. People should not be.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Yes, it is paradoxical, and it's just the society we're in. So I mean, the things I do, that's always been around, but it's more of a candid style anyway, street photography. And when I say make street photography, I mean, taking pictures of candidly of people and just to strangers, mostly, or random moments, in time. That's what I'm talking about. That's always been around. I have big heart for people talking to me with that, saying, "Oh, this you're professional, this and that." Like, no, I just give you something to do. Yes. I like to do sometimes.
Well, I'm really glad you joined us tonight, and I'm happy that you're here. I want to take advantage of that in a few moments, but I first want to acknowledge the link that our dear Realtek Geek sent was where the Taiwanese president, in his defiance and righteous defiance, and he's rightly defiant. He's not just righteous; he's rightly so. His defiance against the communist China on the Asian mainland. He began an international trip to Eswatini, which is impossible for me to remember, but perhaps someday I will with repetition. This is a nation state that used to be Lesotho. So for those of you who do not know, South Africa has a little dot on its map, which used to be Lesotho. And this was not one of the Bantustans of South Africa's apartheid state. This was a completely independent, landlocked nation state in the heart of the South African Republic. So when it comes to Lesotho, it was and still is, a absolute monarchy. It is under the rule of a black African king, so it's a black African kingdom. Now, when the apartheid state fell, and South Africa was overrun by communism, it became a colony. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It became an out-and-out fucking colony of Communist China. Communist China effectively runs South Africa. And it is basically a mercantile relationship where all of the resources are raped and plundered by Communist China. And they are effectively run by a puppet Communist Party under Communist Chinese Party auspices. And South Africa is a train wreck. And so they do their best to try and choke out the absolute monarchy in their midst, this little kingdom, which was once Lesotho, but is now Eswatini. And, or fuck it, Eswatini. I have to keep looking back at it because I can't remember the name. It is in the language of Lesotho. And what happened was the absolute monarch of Lesotho, in his infinite wisdom, I'm being facetious here, changed the name of his own country to Eswatini so that it would show up on Google searches. Basically, he changed it to E for electronic so that he could digitize the nation's name in a manner that in its primitive state, the internet would show anything as e-commerce, email. This is primitive early internet shit. And in the opening stages of the internet, he said, I'm going to change the name of my entire nation to Eswatini so that it will show up like e-commerce or email or, e-shit. And just in that way, he would modernize it and somehow monetize it. And it's, I'm sorry, I just can't roll with it as a smart thing to do. But it's
You think
what's
it's
happening.
the
Yeah,
organization of it, maybe?
I'm sorry, what? What
I
organization?
said, do you think that it is probably define more of the urbanization of the new name that's confusing you?
It's well, I know what you're referring to. I think is that it's impossible. He's trying his best to scrub Lesotho from the net and render it a historical artifact. So in order to find Lesotho, you have to look for Eswatini. I don't see the benefits in this, but nevertheless,
Okay.
just as
It kind of reminds me of Burma and Myanmar.
Myanmar.
You
Okay,
know.
so Myanmar. Okay, so what Realtek is referring to is the fact that Burma, in a fit of anti-colonialist peak, very similar to Rhodesia. Rhodesia's name was changed to the ancient African name of Zimbabwe, whereas Burma changed its colonial name from Burma to Myanmar, and Sri Lanka replaced the old colonial name of Ceylon. All of these statements of post-colonial independence are what they are. When it came to Eswatini, it was nothing like that. Nothing like that at all. Eswatini was always independent of colonialism. It had never been colonized. It was one of these, it's Wakanda. It's like it was never colonized. And so
Like Thailand.
like Thailand. It's so for him to change its name to Eswatini was his attempt to modernize. But I don't think it's really it's an act of an absolute monarch that shows his absolute power and almost nothing else. It doesn't do anything for anyone, really, I don't think. And but nevertheless, the one thing in common was, as South Africa was overrun by the communists, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Nelson Mandela was a fucking communist. And his rule was apocalyptic and catastrophic, and South Africa is a fucking train wreck. So if anyone thinks South Africa is the better for Nelson Mandela, you're an idiot. But all of that being said, when the communists took over South Africa, and it automatically and immediately became a communist Chinese satellite state, Lesotho was always counteracting that influence by strong ties with Taiwan long before the fall of apartheid state South Africa, or what used to be in the Dutch Zuid-Afrika, or the Afrikaans, which is baby Dutch, Dutch up to the 4th grade level. Afrikaans, it was Zuid-Afrika. And with the fall of Zuid-Afrika and the birth of this communist Chinese colony, then Lesotho became completely surrounded by a hostile communist enemy nation. It's surrounded on all sides by a communist nation that wants its total annihilation, very similar to Taiwan. It's surrounded by Chinese communism. As a result, Lesotho and Eswatini are, well, they're one and the same with a different name, but they are now slave circuited in a cyclopean co-prosperity link to Taiwan because they both face the same enemy, Communist China. And so that is why Taiwan is visiting Eswatini. Now, from Realtek, we get these. Oh, these are photographs you took. These are photographs you took, right? These photographs?
Yes.
Excellent. And what's this?
Yeah, just showing.
Yeah. So let me take a look at the link you sent. GameStop proposes to acquire eBay at 100. Woo, wow. Oh, wow. That's big news. That's yeah. Thank you for sharing that. That's so tell people about this. Do me a favor. Before I take a very short trip to the restroom, and I'll be back within just minutes. Everybody stay here. Tell me, dear Realtek, what when you sent the link on Eswatini, your own impressions of this. Any other impressions or questions you have about this situation?
Well, I know that the Chinese Communist Party has blocked off the Seychelles from Taiwan.
Seychelles. Yes, Seychelles Islands.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Seychelles
No. If I were young, I'd pronounce it Seychelles. I'd pronounce it seashells. I pronounce it seashells myself. But yeah, yeah. Let's look up the spelling of that. Seychelles and see if I got it right. I actually spelled it right.
It's very similar.
Yeah, I've impressed myself. It's spelled Seychelles. And for those of you who do not know, the Seychelles Islands, or Seychelles, you can call it, you've got this archipelago of 115 islands in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa. And it's a nation state known as Seychelles, I believe. People can correct me on that, please. Go ahead.
It's got a very large population of Chinese people.
Yes, but you know what happened was they went communist for a period of time. They are no longer communists. They had this. Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, I'm told that it sounds like Seychelles, so people can say Seychelles. So Seychelles. So say Seychelles. I don't like that at all, but they say it sounds like Seychelles.
I mean, you can play the audio voice of it to see how the AI would pronounce it, or something on YouTube. Also, quickly. For that.
So
general understanding of it.
Yeah.
But,
so
I know that also in Seychelles that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle had the honeymoon there or something there.
Well, that would be awfully. That would be like an economy vacation for them. So that's odd. But what the fuck? Yeah. At any rate, it's supposed to have some of the greatest.
Right about that.
Yeah, it's supposed to have some of the greatest fishing in the world. Anyhow, so the French pronunciation, because it used to be a French colony, would be Seychelles. So please pronounce it that way. But Americans, you might as well just say Seashell. Just say Seashell Island. And but anyhow, Seashell Island for you Yanks out there. But Seychelles, we'll just try and imbue it with some sense of dignity. Seychelles, that would be acceptable. Seychelles. And so Seychelles Island, it went communist for a period of time. the American mercenary group under Mad Mike Hoare. His name was spelled H-O-A-R-E, not whore like W-H. But he was a whore of war. He was he prostituted himself as a mercenary. Mad Mike Hoare attempted to overthrow the communist regime with a mercenary invasion. Back in the day, we loaded up I was not with him, but back in the day when we conducted mercenary operations like the way he did, we would just load up all of our weapons on passenger planes, literally like 747 passenger planes, and throw the weapons in bags that would be stored in the storage underneath the belly of the plane, where everybody else stored their luggage, and we would just take civilian flights to foreign countries. That was how he did it. He and all his mercenaries took seats on a 747 passenger jet and attempted to conduct an invasion to overthrow the communist regime of Seychelles back in the day, the 90s, 80s, 90s, and failed. And he wound up in prison for, maybe 20, 30 years of his life. But all such being said, he ultimately was released. But that sad, tragic story aside, the fact that they became a communist nation led to the fact that they found themselves in a strategic position in the Cold War where they did not have a standing military. And their communism was so extreme, they called on the communist world for an occupation force. Now, of all nations to respond, North Korea responded. So the Seychelles Islands were occupied for years by North Korea. So for those of you who don't know, North Korea had a colony off the coast of Africa of 115 islands for decades that they maintained.
How about Cuba?
What about Cuba? Like a Cuba, like their Cuba is what you mean to say, right? Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm saying that didn't Cuba respond also?
Probably. I'm more familiar with North Korea.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But North Korea definitely did. I would be surprised if Cuba did not respond, because Cuba was rampaging all over Africa. Cuba was acting.
Yes, that's exactly why.
Yeah.
I mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
The island paradise that becoming a communist stronghold.
Yes.
This is from the CIA, actually.
Yeah.
Article I'm looking here.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. Just what a bunch of fucking idiots. What a population of morons. At any rate, they got over it. Woke up one day and said, "Hey, we can't take this shit. Every day is march, march, march." And when they were asked,
of course, this mentions Mad Mike Hoare.
Okay.
Hoare.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll link this article in the chat.
Oh, bless you.
I mean the not in the chat. If I can, I don't know if I can.
Okay.
YouTube blocks all the time, but I mean the teams. But
okay. Yeah.
Mad Mike Hoare, he died at 100 years old in 2020.
Yeah, he lived to be 100. God bless him. Yeah, and he was one of the original mercenaries, one of the big names back in the day, and wrote a book, as a matter of fact. And all such being said,
yes.
Go on. Yeah.
Did he follow the protocols of the MACV? Maybe. I know I'm talking more of a.
The Special Forces Group. Yes, Special Forces Group that was used in Vietnam. It's hard for me to say. I'd have to compare both their operational procedures. He may well have done so, but I always thought of him as far more of an independent operator. I understand what you're saying is that doesn't mean he was working with the United States at all, but was simply following the procedure of a highly elite special forces unit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I mean.
Yeah. And that's entirely conceivable. Yes, I never did that much research into him. A bit when I was younger, but that wouldn't surprise me.
I never heard him before. I used to collect. I still have some of them anyway, but I used to collect. I have the magazine.
Yeah. Oh,
tossed
Soldier
on
of
the fire,
Fortune.
but
Soldier of Fortune. That's what you're talking about, right? Or
I
what?
wasn't sure to say if that's the correct one, but yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
the one.
in terms of Mad Mike
I know
4,
that went out of business, but
right? It did, sadly, because it was like
unfortunately.
yeah, it was what it was. But the when it came to Mad Mike Hoare, I would be surprised if he were following a MACV order of battle. Might be. It would make some sense because they operated in extreme isolation. So maybe that would make sense. But most of the time, when I think of Vietnam and American Special Forces, there
Mhm.
was usually, and this might have been different with MACV SOG, Special Operations Group. The full name was MACV SOG, the full acronym, MACV-SOV. And
Had
the
his
Mac,
manga.
yeah, and the MACV was
Yeah.
for Military Advisory Command and the Vietnam Military Advisory Command Vietnam or some such,
Yes.
and SOG was Special Operations Group. All of this I'm doing from memory. But when it came to even these extremely isolated units, normally there was a protocol for communications with fire bases and air support. And this is something independent mercenary groups just don't have. So he would have to be following a highly customized or a highly modified standard operational procedure if he were basing his operations on that, because he wasn't getting any air power support. He wasn't getting any air support. He wasn't getting any coordination with conventional fire bases like Americans had. It would be mercenaries operate extremely almost off the land. So it's unless you have a very well organized sponsor, which often is not the case. So they're even more.
Yeah, I remember.
Go on. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite games of my 20s. I mean, there were so many back then anyway. Just like it was year after, it's like month after month of releases. But anyway, when they rebuild the Medal of Honor, the whole premise of that game was basically what you described,
Yeah.
describing about
Yeah.
about that. So unfortunately, that series the reboot didn't last long.
Wow.
It's but
That's
it was in
sad.
Afghanistan.
Yeah,
It is sad because it's they did a very good job with those games.
Okay. That's great. Well, I'll be right back. Aristides, let's make certain Aristides is still available first. And dear Aristides, are you with us? Check into him. And
I'm here. I'm around.
okay, excellent. So, by the way, to everyone, not going to say I'm sorry, but Rudy Giuliani has been hospitalized in critical condition. So everyone's welcome to speak about what they're willing to speak out. Oh, and we received 60 United States dollars from Stephen Myers, who says, "Still here, DD. Let me know if you received it." We have received it. The Eagle has landed. Our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, formerly of the Belly of the Beast in Manhattan, New York, now moved into a different borough to care for his mother. God bless her. I hope she's still alive. And God bless you, dear Stephen Myers. Love you dearly. And with that, these two incredible gentlemen will hold the stage for a period of a few minutes. I'll be right back. Everybody stay here exactly where you are. And for the moment, I'll just take a break to relieve myself for a few moments here. I'll be right back. Okay? All right.
Okay. Hey, you there?
I'm here. Yeah, I just
All right.
I'm just taking a picture of one of my Surfer Fortune magazines. Link that. I used to draw that cover a lot.
Yeah.
I have it. I gotta draw that again and do water painting with it again. It's been a long time. I've drawn that.
Is that still? Are they still putting that out, that magazine, or
No.
no? I remember that.
Yeah, I used to buy it. I used to
Yeah.
buy it all the time on the newer magazines. There's a feedback. You hear the radio on? I mean,
No, I was making a little bit of noise. Shouldn't be any feedback. I don't think so.
Sometimes I have it on. You can hear it. Okay, so how was your weekend?
It's all right. It's nice. Weather's been nice and trying to get some stuff done. But let me see.
Yeah, it was cold. It's been cold. I was out hanging out with my friends and didn't go far this time. It's just business diner we would go to late at night. They closed it down randomly about a week before. My other friend told me from school, from grammar school. The Coach House Diner in Hackensack, New Jersey. So I used to coordinate going to a show and then hanging all night there and then go back to the show again, something like that. Yeah. Well, there wasn't much places to go. I'm an all night hanging out person, so.
Right.
So, we go out there, but, it's get pricey sometimes coming back to Jersey City. So, but then I was just hanging around Journal Square with my friend then last week, and it was cold, man. Yeah, I should have had my thermals in my bag or something. I just want to go.
Yeah.
I just didn't go out. Yeah, I wasn't expecting one to be like that, so.
It has been kind of unseasonably chilly. Not that I'm complaining, but depending where you're at. I mean, I don't know if you're anywhere near old Hackensack. I don't know if you still are.
Yeah, I was talking to the owner of the VIP diner in Journal Square. That place was always open late at night until it got sold out. Sold to another owner. And then the pandemic loss and all that bullshit. So scandemic.
Right.
And so I was just talking to him about that. Porsche, his name is. And he was just saying, I understand that, sometimes people are believing the money, but I'm like, I expected it was private equity or some real estate developer or something. That's usually what happens with these diners. And so to a car wash business. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, man?
Yeah.
God almighty, man. Just fucking dumb as fuck, man.
It's a shame. I mean, it's tough for small businesses. And I feel like sometimes go ahead. The food businesses especially, like I think they just face a lot of challenges. Yeah.
Well, when I was reading the article, I can link the article too, but it looked like it was more than one person.
I'm back.
I knew in New York that worked. She was a hostess who worked in New York, but
great.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Of course.
Well, the numbers are excellent. You two really held it well. I'm so proud of both of you. Oh my God.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you so much, Didi.
Oh, there we go. And so all of that having been said, now I can take on the world. Okay, now that I'm back, everyone here, this couldn't be done without people like Realtek, and I want people to know I left a message. Now in the past, Sammy Romero has responded, as has T-Tank Barry. But the last time I told everybody I'd be gone for the weekend and not back until showtime. The only person who responded was Realtek Geek. So I do wonder if people are seeing what I'm entering in the infinite call before I take off for the weekends. Oh, Heather's joined us. Hey, welcome aboard, Heather. Did you let the boys know you're here?
No, I just jumped on less than a minute ago.
Okay. So say hi to everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello, Heather. How are you? What's up?
I'm good. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, excellent. What's on your mind?
Oh, God, I don't know. A lot of things. I've been having a stressed out existence. First and foremost, I think that with everything is related about, the disclosure, about the disappearance of people, about the death of David Wilcox. Did you know that there's a website that the government put online, and it's alien.gov and aliens.gov, and it has to do with some tax that we're already being taxed for disclosure?
Well, it makes perfect sense. I've heard
the government seems like they always make some websites randomly sometimes. So
Well, from what I understand, it's not for public access. It's for alien access.
Oh, wow.
Well, let's put it this way. So, when it comes to Heather Holman's personal experience, she's living Plan 9 from outer space. There are strange lights outside her window, and she lives in a necropolis. So, Plan 9 from outer space is obviously in effect in her area, where they're trying to reanimate the dead with jellyfish-like lights that appear in photographs that she does send to us, as well as footage. It's impressive in its own right. So, Heather, you've got a lot going on. I don't blame you for
Thank
being
you. I know
stressed
it's just too much sometimes.
out. But that having been qualified, my own, yeah, the first thing you brought up was the website, but there was something else that tickled my mind there. It was,
David Wilcox or the missing
yes,
scientists.
thank you. I couldn't have recovered that without you. So, since you brought him up, for those of you who do not know, David Wilcock is dead. He committed blue suicide, and in my analysis, I would conclude and stand by this assessment that he committed blue suicide in a desperate attempt to cement a legacy that he knew he had lost. Basically, he had lost all credibility. He was someone I know for a fact was very sympathetic to pedophiles, which, in all fairness, thinking rationally and logically and detachedly as possible,
I never liked that guy.
has nothing to
That's sorry.
do with the has nothing to do with what his claims were about, but nevertheless, it needs to be taken into account as to what led to the blue suicide. Why were cops at his home? Now, we do know for a fact that there were other ufologists, and this seems to be common among them. They have enormous stashes of child porn. Now, they all claim that the federal government discredits them by downloading enormous files of child pornography into their computers. This is their running claim. But that seems to be common enough in the community where it's almost that the ufology is a cover for their pedophilia. Now, that having been articulated...
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Well, there's a certain logic to it.
Wow.
That having been articulated, I know for a fact that one of these men who made that claim, he was under investigation for enormous data files of child pornography, and had claimed it had all been downloaded effectively overnight by the United States government to discredit him. He was fearing for his life because the local community was up in arms and threatening to kill him. As a result, I know for a fact that David Wilcock parked his van directly in front of that man's home to protect him from the community assault, and stayed there overnight with firearms, sleeping in that van when not awake, to guard the family of what was identified as a known pedophile. Or pedopornoholic, if we want to disambiguate or create levels of offense. Well, because we know that David Wilcock had this sympathy for that proclivity, it begs the question of what the police were doing at his home. Now, he began acting very violently when the police arrived, and ultimately they were forced to put him down. And by that I mean kill him. So he was threatening officers' lives basically because he was out it, and to prevent an investigation, he basically offed himself through forcing the police to kill him. And he had to do that because that's the only way that his legacy would be cemented as Bill Cooper-like. He wanted to make himself the next Bill Cooper, and he was desperate enough and discredited enough where that was his last option. So, as his final option, when we all know Bill Cooper, of course, was never a pedophile, we all know that as much as he's been investigated, as much as he's been character assassinated, if he had been guilty of that, that would have been the first thing out. So we know that Bill Cooper was at worst, in terms of a human being with human failings, basically a heavy drinker. Now, he has a wife and kids who testify he was the best of husbands, the best of fathers, and aside from his failings in the heavy drinking, was not abusive. Nevertheless, it was supposedly on a call of domestic violence that the police arrived at his home and blew him away. Now, we've got an update on the death investigation near Ridge Road. Give us some details on this, Real Tech. David Wilcock, right? And
Yes, it's just a timeline
okay,
of what happened up to his death.
thank you. That's deeply appreciated. And
Trying to find a toxicology report, but I don't think it's available yet.
yeah. So Heather's heard a different story. Well, by all means, I've effectively provided my analysis on this. Provide your understanding of what happened. By all means, Heather. So please.
Okay, well, from what I heard, as far as the police report and the 911 call, they're skipping the autopsy altogether because they've decided his death was a suicide by gunshot or whatever. And so they hadn't even done an autopsy before they have been saying the reason of death. Like, he was on the phone. I think he called the police to tell them he was unstable and sent officers. The story is that when officers arrived, he shot a shot into the air and then shot himself. But there's no cam footage from the officer that proves or disproves that.
Mm-hmm. So your story is no different. It pretty much articulates the situation. Either way, he killed himself, whether it's blue suicide or he pulled the trigger himself.
Yeah, no, he did that to himself is what the story is. The cops did not kill him. And he said that he was unstable, but when they were talking from the police to the 911 call, they kept calling him the man, and not his name. I think that all this disappearance of people and all the deaths of people who are, involved. I think that what they have recently discovered in Egypt hasn't been, tied into that. But I think it is. And I think that they're not really doing it on purpose. They're just not in control of their body. Wow. Or they're under duress. Like, they're being removed from their, come with me right now, You
mean like voices in their head saying we need you?
No, I'm saying like the guy, the general that was missing, how he just left his cell phone and his glasses sitting there and he just disappeared. I think, he was taken.
Right. So for everyone who's listening, I'll do my best to try and qualify this. Basically, from what I can understand, there's a lot of people investigating UFOs that have died recently. Right? This is
and a lot of people are missing.
Yeah, and this includes scientists and
I think up to 15 scientists or 16 of them.
Yes. Is that what's also included in what you're speaking of here, honey?
Yeah, the scientists, the nuclear scientists.
Okay. And so
it's more than nuclear scientists. There was one that was making anti-gravity.
Yeah, there's like 12 people altogether. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what, honey? Clump people?
I think there's around 12 people. I don't know, but I think it's whatever that they discovered in Egypt under the pyramids. It kind of gave them, as scientists and people in the know, a front row seat, or they're just victims of it. I'll just say that's a good word. Just say victims of it.
I mean, a lot of people, a lot of these ufologists and remote viewers keep referring to, and there's a lot of AI videos made, but that's also referring to the Galactic Federation.
Yeah, no, not them. I'm talking about what they have just recently discovered under the pyramids of Egypt. is technology, and it just so falls into the same time frame as all this is happening. It could be technology. It could be they've awakened something. AI could be aliens.
Okay. Well, this is
Or it
what.
could be from the Undermunch.
The Dark Lord.
Okay. So what?
The Dark Lord of the
You're
Sith.
So what you're doing is making
Go
a
ahead,
lot of
sorry.
connections. You're making a lot of connections, which is it's good to see what connections can be made. I think that we can go a bit overboard with making too many connections, but
Well, it's good to have a very imaginative imagination, of course. Great. It's good. It's good sometimes.
well,
You see, you have a personality. There's a lot of boring people out there, man.
Wow. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? So that I'm multitasking at the moment. I'm kind of responding to different communique. But it's when I think about I think what we need to do is start compartmentalizing here.
I agree about that. I
uh,
was just saying that it's good to have an imagination because there are so many fucking boring people out there, man.
Right. Okay, so
So
what you're saying is that Heather is engaging because she has a very active imagination. Well,
and it keeps the numbers up, right?
I don't know about that, but that's just a
Well, my grandpa, his Mason thing that he was in was a pyramid. And we've been studying Egyptology for ages,
right.
and we know that there's something that's missing that we haven't discovered.
Right. Okay. So now I get it. The context for Heather MANAKTALA is that her grandfather, who was a very high level Mason, involved in a branch of Masonry, which I have personally seen photographic evidence of through Heather. It's all real. It's all quite real. They were working with very heavy occult technology. And so what Heather feels based on this personal experience is that the recent discoveries under the pyramid might be connected to a high technology, recovered technology that scientists are attempting to reverse engineer, which has consequently resulted in the mass series of disappearances. Right,
Yes.
Heather?
Yes, exactly what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Okay, it took a while, but we got that. Okay. So, all right. Just
Sounds like it's time to take a shot.
So last week, the FBI announced that it was investigating the deaths and disappearances of at least 10 scientists and engineers with government ties who either died or disappeared within the last 4 years. Now, we know that one of these scientists, who I believe Heather is referring to, the general who left his glasses, I believe that you're referring to the retired Air Force Research Laboratory Commander, William Neal McCasland.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. So he was an Air Force Research Laboratory Commander. I don't know if he was the rank of general, but it will suffice as a reference. At any rate, he had close ties to an Ohio base that's steeped in UFO lore. And all of this has sent conspiracy theorists into a tailspin. Now, most recently, you've got the ufologist named Nick Pope, who's investigated unexplained aerial phenomena on behalf of the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. Now, he passed away at the age of 60 from esophageal cancer. Now, it's unclear whether his ties to the British military exclude him from the scope of the FBI's ongoing investigation, but he had this high-profile involvement in looking into unexplained sightings, and that pours fuel on the flames for conspiracists. After his stint with the government from 1984 to 1994, Pope wrote several books on UFO sightings. He made countless TV appearances. He likened himself to the FBI agent Fox Mulder from the X-Files in his 1996 autobiography, Open Skies, Closed Minds. Now, in fact, he consulted on a TV series reboot of the show X-Files, for what that's worth, which means that we begin...
Well, they're working on trying to reboot it again.
That's it. Yes, he was consulting on that attempt, which is still ongoing before his death. So...
okay, because I know maybe he convinced Gillian Anderson to come back. She didn't want to return.
Interesting. And I don't blame her. My father probably wouldn't be happy about that because her looks have completely changed and he would be disappointed. He had a god almighty crush on her. It was pretty cute. But it wasn't, because then I was forced to watch the episodes of the X-Files while he had the TV on.
Well, it's a nice memory, isn't it?
No, not really. When it comes to okay, so let me heart this. Other link from Real Tech. Heather gave us. Here's what Heather gave us. Here we go. This gives us something to work with. Engineers find evidence of hydraulics in ancient pyramid. Okay, so this is from Popular Mechanics, no less. Okay, engineers found evidence of hydraulics in an ancient pyramid, solving a 4,500-year-old mystery. See how Egyptian engineers might have used water to shape history's greatest monuments. Okay, so this is important, Heather. This is a reputable source. So Popular Mechanics is reputable, and they gave us an article about ancient hydraulics used underneath the pyramids. So this is important. I appreciate this, Heather. So your understanding of this, Heather, how would you, you personally interpret this information?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really, it's a lot to put together, and I'm not going to make any speculation.
Mm-hmm.
I've just, things that resonate kind of stick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. Heather Manaktala's grandfather was involved with a form of Masonic cultism. Well, they were Masons that would literally dress in ancient Egyptian garb. They would maintain bare feet to maintain contact with the earth during their experiments while wearing heavy goggles, the kind that people would wear when witnessing a nuclear explosion, a nuclear test event. And they were wearing
like
these...
steampunk?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on that level. And they were working with crystallography to generate lasers while protecting their eyes, while maintaining bare feet and energy contact on a personal, physical, magnetic level with the earth, because the human body has magnetism all its own. And this is why ancient Chinese medicine uses magnets and slippers to help alter your meridians. Of course, that's very dangerous. I would not recommend it. And it's something that I've experimented with, and it can lower your blood pressure. Chinese magnetic bracelets, they can lower your blood pressure to the point where you faint. Okay, this is powerful technology. So when Heather Holman refers to this technology, it's not to be dismissed. It can affect you physiologically, and it's very real. And your body does have an electromagnetic aura, a field all its own, that is generated at the scientifically physiological level, the physical level. So your body does project electricity and absorbs it. And there's magnetic forces as well. There are little metal filings, if you will, in your nose that help you have a sense of direction. A very primitive form of biological compass that is vestigial, no longer anywhere near the kind of homing instinct that pigeons have, where they literally have a kind of metallic element in their beak that helps them home in. By the way, here we are. Yes, and well, Sammy. Well, that's a question for another time, Sammy. At any rate, there we are. Now we have particle physics helping to reveal ancient. Yes, okay. There's several links here from generally reputable sites. Realtek brings up Congresswoman vows to find answer in the missing deceased scientist case, and here we are, results from, well, all of this is, but I'm impressed by Heather. Heather MANAKTALA is making connections that are not necessarily absurd. That's based on your own experience with your family history, based on the circumstances of various reputable scientific and engineering sites, sources that present such news to the public, you've come up with an idea that it's not to be dismissed. I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm just saying that it's not to be dismissed. It still seems a little, how would I say it? It just seems a little
far-fetched.
No, not at all. No, not at all. I would seem it still seems that the subjects are compartmentalized enough where it's difficult for me to see a direct connection. I
just get this feeling that, like, when these people disappeared or started go missing, I think that they were either under duress or like something hijacked their consciousness or part of it or something, and it has to do with technology.
Right. Okay. So when it comes to that, as Sherlock Holmes would say, based on Occam's razor, and Sherlock Holmes is a perfectly reliable, shall we say, fallback for making an example, for providing a parallel, because he was a character that was produced by a genuine man of science, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and a man who investigated the occult. Yet he created a character that was the ultimate man of reason, who referred to genuine philosophical theses or concepts like Occam's razor, that you're going to go for the simplest answer, and of course only when all other answers fail, when all possible answers fail, then that leaves the impossible as the go-to. This happens. There are times when what is deemed impossible is what happened. Now, by the way, Realtek brings up Mummy 4 is in production. How could there even be sequels? I never even knew there was a Mummy 2 or 3. You're talking about direct sequels to the. No. You're talking about You're thinking of something totally different. You're thinking of what Realtek is thinking of is the Mummy series that had Brandon Fraser. That's what you're thinking of
course.
That's not what Sammy Romero is talking about. Sammy Romero is talking about the flop that involved Tom Cruise, the Scientologist.
Michael Keaton was still alive at the time?
He was still alive in the early concept because it took years to get that movie out because, Tom Cruise had been in contact with Michael Aquino forever because of the Scientology Satanist connection. And that was how they were all connected to Peter Moon, peripherally, because they all viewed him as just
Temple of Set.
Yes. Through the Temple of Set, yes. But Scientology and the Temple of Set go way back to the man who started it all for Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard. By the way, no one responded.
That was a big bomb, man.
Yeah, well, nobody responded to the link I put into the Infinite Call of the fact that Aquino's death is not covered in that video that I linked. about the deaths of
Which
major
video?
occultists. Well, scroll up and you'll find it. I'll have to relink it again.
All right.
Yes, the death of major occultists. I'll put the link. I'll scroll up myself and then place the link right here in the call. And
is there any way to pin it?
I don't know how to do that. I'm just going to enter it here right now. So here we are. It's relinked right now.
I'm looking.
And I will re-enter it into the chat as
These are nice
well.
pictures.
Yeah. Well, at any
John
rate,
Doe. These are really nice.
Oh yeah. And so at any rate, this way people
Italians.
can access this. Now, what's interesting about this video on the deaths of major occultists, and they talk about Jack Whiteside Parsons, John Whiteside Parsons, but I always called him Jack because Aquino always called him Jack off. But you had him, you had, Aleister Crowley, who they give a Star of David. They have Anton LaVey, who they show in the thumbnail with a cross as if he converted to Christianity on his deathbed, which has always been the hot rumor. So, but they might be implying that Aleister Crowley converted to Judaism or always was a crypto Jew or something of that nature. But and they show John Whiteside, Jack Whiteside.
Yeah, he was
Parsons.
a Jew.
Yeah. Okay, and then they show Jack Whiteside Parsons. And so when it comes to these three they show in the thumbnail, these are major occult players, and they're talking about how they died. Yet there's nothing in the entire video about Michael Aquino, who is on a level of, well, a higher level than any of them. His death is not even covered, which shows you how forbidden a topic he is. And,
okay, he wasn't. Aleister Crowley was not a, by blood Jew, but he became into the Kabbalah and Jewish mystical traditions.
Okay. Somewhere along the point, you probably was considered an honorary Jewish practitioner by some of the Talmudic kind of meisters or something of that level. At any rate,
yes,
yeah. So all of that having been qualified, no Q, meaning no Aquino, in that video, which speaks volumes by his absence. All such having been said, why did we bring that up again? We were talking about so much.
The Mummy.
The Mummy, yes. So thank you. Tom Cruise, in his lifetime, was always in contact with Michael Aquino, something which Peter Moon only dreamed of. And as a result, Aquino gave him the idea to be the Mummy, which is ultimately what he becomes in the film, because he takes on Seth. He becomes Seth in the film, which was a major box office flop because of this, because who the fuck wants to see that? The hero carries...
Yeah, they wanted to make a universe out of that.
Yeah, they want to make the Monsterverse because they're the original Universal Studios. It's their intellectual fucking property. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
but well, they wanted to copy Marvel anyway, and Disney. So, and the same formula. I mean, but I'm glad I didn't waste money on that shit. Because it fucking sucked.
Well, they already I've
seen it a couple times.
Well, it only sucked because they.
Watching the movie theater. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it sucked because for Universal Studios, because they gave Tom Cruise carte blanche, which guaranteed it's running over time, over budget, and its ultimate failure. So here we are. Heather says, maybe speaking of incest, cousin-loving PDF filers. Yeah, okay, nice pun. Heather says, maybe the Egyptian gods awakened to find the bodies they were assigned to had been looted. The tombs. Cool. I like that concept. All right. And here we are, another link. Never miss a... who put this in there? The Instagram link? Let me see now.
That was from Sammy.
That was from Sammy. Okay.
He posts a lot of Instagram links. I mean.
Okay.
I'm
Right,
posting different
got
links to
it,
different
got
things, but
it.
not.
Okay,
Let's see
so
what this one.
I see now the connection. All right, I'll have to review that later when we're off air.
Let's see.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Heather, you opened a real can of worms here. All I can say is, we could go on about this for a while. I don't feel, I would say that it's obviously a deep topic. It bears some analysis, but this is what I was saying with our man Brendan Zogit the other day. He was bitching and griping about how all these days I do is geopolitics, and that it's, he wants crypto, and I said, look at what happened in all the years that I spoke of the paranormal, all the human garbage that got involved because I was discussing the paranormal. It's just, and all they want is to learn about the occult from myself and do harm unto others. It's like, without even naming names, it was a rogues gallery of miscreants who just spent years wasting our time attempting to learn about the occult. It's why would I even want to return to that? Here we are, the photograph from Heather Holman of her grandfather with their ancient Egyptian garb on. And we're joined by Brendan Zogit. So, dear Brendan, welcome aboard.
Yeah, I heard that, by the way. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Oh, you mentioned crypto. I thought you meant cryptocurrency.
No, no. Jesus, we spent.
No, I'm trying to get back to the old school Dietrich cryptids where he was talking about ghoul and I hesitate to say cho, but spirits and fae.
Vampires. He is a vampire,
so yeah. Well, the vamp thing I'm sick of because the real details of it are so disgusting. But there was like a time when he talked about like mermaids and werewolves and shit. Now that was interesting, but I get it. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
That is interesting. Yeah.
But by the way, the thing that they showed for Crowley is the unicursal hexagram.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you.
You guys know.
I'm looking at the thumbnail in microcosm. I'm seeing it as,
it might, like, the AI might have, like, messed with it a bit.
Yes.
Like it didn't understand what it was or something.
Yes.
So it just put the most closest thing. But it's supposed to be the unicursal hexagram.
Got it.
Supposed to be.
Thank you. I was wondering what that was about.
Which is, dare I say, less benevolent than the Shield of David.
Yes. Yes. True enough.
Guaranteed.
Yes.
Because that's actually the Shield of David is actually a Vedic symbol, but we can go over that later. It's much more ancient than some of these people are using. Yeah.
Well, now, Heather, you've got Brendan trapped here. Why don't you ask him some questions? I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask Brendan while he's with us.
I don't think so. Not off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay. But
I think there was one, but I just can't. I'll have to think about it.
Right. Now, do you notice this photograph? Half of these guys look like they're wearing blackface. They're white, but they look like they're charcoal.
Oh, they're in California, yeah, and they're probably sunburned.
Well, they probably put charcoal all over themselves to protect themselves from sunburn or something.
It's like Ruby Esters for Cleopatra or Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe they got burned by radiation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And yeah. Well, they shouldn't be smiling. They cover themselves in something. Anyhow. So Sammy has joined us, I believe. Sammy, welcome aboard. And tell us how you do.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yes. How are you, Sammy?
Oh, I'm busy with my daddy duties. You know how it is. So I have my hands full with my little ones, but I'm just here saying hi. Very interesting topics, I have to say.
Oh.
Especially with the Egyptian stuff that Heather brought up. I think that's very interesting.
Yes, yes, and it's and it's important, yeah, and tell people how you found that Michael Aquino's estate in San Francisco is blurred out by the Google
But
mapping.
yeah, by Google.
Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why is I'm doing what's called monument station searching.
Yes.
So the way the grid is in the state, we it's divided by 6 miles, pretty much the whole state, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's monuments that were set, back in the day to survey California. So one of my assignments is to go on to the database of the state and look for monuments and try to find them and pretty much take pictures and document them so we can upload them to the system. That way other surveyors can, use them as reference.
That's amazing.
It's kind of a scavenger hunt. And obviously, one of the things that we're advised is instead of, going out to the middle of nowhere, use Google Maps, and try to see if you see the stations. It's usually either an iron pipe with a stamp at the end of it, and it's usually sticking out, and you can read what station number it is, etc. Right? Usually, the only ones that I don't even attempt to is if it's in federal parkland. I won't be doing that, but other than that, obviously, I don't want no hominid.
I don't blame you. That's the first thought on my mind.
Me.
The first thought on my mind.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want no hominid mauling me and eating me for lunch. But other than that, it was interesting, and obviously, me being curious, I'm like, hey, well, let me look at Doug's, stopping ground. And, obviously you go down Leavenworth Street and it's like, okay, well, obviously that's an obvious who used to live there.
Yeah.
And it was blurred out. So I'm like, oh, interesting. I wonder if Doug knows this. So, that's why,
I didn't, but I was not surprised. I didn't, but I was not surprised.
Yeah, it's funny that they blur it out because they take me by it every time I go into the city.
Yeah.
Like it's a landmark. Seriously, I wish. And I always wonder, why is it taking me through Leavenworth? And it's like, that's why.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was interesting though, and it's going through all these survey maps and all the record keeping. You kind of stumble into stuff that you're not familiar. One of the things I stumbled on is the town that I live in. I didn't realize Richard Mulhouse Nixon actually, as a kid, learned piano in one of the elementaries by my house.
That's incredible. Oh my
God.
That
was interesting, yes. And the town I live in dates back to the early 1800s, which, it's very interesting. I really thought I really lived in a, piece of shit town. What is this irrelevant town I live in? In other words, I didn't bother, but no, there is a lot of history. One of the reasons why I stumbled onto this is looking for these station marks, with the work I'm doing. So, you go around looking for these monuments and, obviously I use Google Maps because I'm not burning, precious gasoline, which is pretty much, we're living in the age of Mad Max now, Unfortunately, we can use some of that anti-gravity technology right now because, it'll be nice to have some, anti-gravity chanclas or boots or, for Doug's case, some slippers,
Yes.
It'll save on transportation. You would think, right? The whole Jetson thing back in the day, but anyways, now we just have Waymos. I don't know if you know this, and I know I'm going all over the place. Like,
or Flintstones.
That's fine. We all were. So go
on. But a bunch of kids are, and I'm sure Brendan knows this. A bunch of kids are putting traffic cones around Waymos to pretty much enclose them. I didn't realize that. So I guess their sensors don't. If they detect any, I guess something in front of them, they just stop. but these kids are putting cones around them and pretty much stopping them.
Oh,
Probably to strip them, probably to strip them
that's
for
creative.
their,
Creative sabotage.
It is creative.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's even hilarious.
In the Bronx, there was this gang that got caught. They stole like over 2,000 vehicles or something. They shipped them like really fast. So maybe trying to do something there. I mean, I wouldn't blame them. The way this economy is.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, okay, Sammy. Yeah, continue. Yeah,
right. So, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. It's interesting. It's just,
I'm
I
so
have my
glad you
limits.
did that. I'm so glad you did that.
Yeah.
One of these days, you've got to send me, so I don't just write you as a permaguest correspondent. You've got to give me some kind of title I can write in place of that to give your name a bit more dignity than permaguest correspondent when I'm crediting you in the text.
Right. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I'll figure something out. You can say I mean, you can call me a landscaper.
That landscaper? Come on, everybody's going to assume the exploitation film. What was the actor who said? What's that? What's that? Real time?
Manscaped.
Yeah.
Manscaped.
They're gonna assume where I forgot who the actor is. Who's the actor who's famous? He always plays the Latin American gangster, but he shows up in the exploitation film Machete. In Machete, he says,
"Oh, okay, Danny Trejo."
Yes,
Danny Trejo.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Danny Trejo.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played great in the Quentin Tarantino movies too.
There you are. Where he says,
that.
"I'm the new gardener," before he cuts the guy's head off. That's the first thing everybody's gonna assume if I list Sammy Romero as landscaper. Okay, that's just the way it.
I mean, and at this point, it is what it is. Especially the times we're living in. Yeah, I mean, it's like, come on, does it really matter? I mean, but I get what you mean. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. But to be honest with you, it's you have to have a life outside the world we live in right now. It's pretty bad. Obviously, the court ruling with the voting, and that really affects everybody, not just the African American community in the South. It really just kind of covers. What happened?
No, he's asking if you're talking about the revisioning. Oh, what's that real thing? Say that again.
Birthright citizenship.
Oh, birthright citizenship. I think they're talking more about the gerrymandering. They're trying to
gerrymandering.
Yeah, the gerrymandering from the Supreme Court. Oh, it's where there's redistricting that's done by both Republicans and Democrats in order to enhance the impact of voters of their party. And but the Republicans are guilty of it chronically, and the Democrats try and do so in self-defense. They try and redistrict in an act of self-defense, and but the Supreme Court is targeting them while saying that basically it gets very convoluted, but the point is that the Supreme Court is acting against the Democrats because they're all Republicans who are appointed personally by Donald Trump. So that having been qualified, you get the point. They're trying to but they can't save the midterms. Even judges can't save the midterms. But back to Sammy. Yes, so go on.
Well, that's one of the domino effects that's going on. The only thing about it is because of who's in charge right now in theory, which obviously it's Mr. Trump. And by the way, Germany did tell him get the troops out of there, which is that's why I say Trump, because they're not fooled, obviously. They're quite aware of his family lineage.
Yes.
Which is, it is white trash, respectively. It is. They're right about that. But anyways, my point is, because of this deranged individual that's in the White House staging, multiple assassinations, like pretty much like a counterfeit dictator. It's pretty much just I can't even say the dictator. It's just it's so dumb in the sense of his satire that, last week about, oh my God, someone's running in and trying to kill me while everybody's partying, you know.
That's why we need to build a ballroom.
Right, of course, right, the ballroom, right.
It's gone from making Mexico pay for the wall and build the wall to we gotta build a ballroom underground or some stupid shit.
Absolutely. So from all this stupidity that we're living in,
we have Joe Biden as vice president or something. At least you have Dumb and Dumber Part 3.
Yes.
Right.
But from all this insanity that we're going through, Sammy. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You need to at least focus on, you have to have goals, even if they're minuscule or they seem irrelevant, because you're going to end up like all these personalities that you see on social media. We have from especially from the right. I'm not saying, there isn't leftist, quote unquote, extremists. It's just, they weren't the ones, in the insurrection in January 6th.
Thank you.
These people are actually protected, and have been bailed out.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
Mass pardoned. Mass pardoned. Not even
Absolutely.
bailed out. That would imply somebody paid to get them out. They were just let go for free. But come on.
Right. So the
a lot of them are nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The mainstream media is not really covering any of the crimes that these people have been committed. There hasn't been no white people profiled that look like them that have been beaten up by cops. I wonder why.
There you go.
That's very interesting.
As Real Tech pointed out, they went straight out of jail into ICE to act as ICE troopers.
Even better, they have jobs waiting for them. Which is it's very interesting. You almost have to be.
They're actually 50,000.
At this point, I was even making the connection. I'm sorry. Go
No. Continue, Sam. He made
I was making this connection to the ufology. You almost have to be a ufologist, pedo, to get, killed by the police. You really have to be. You have to go that far.
If you're white,
to get killed by cops.
If you're white,
by cops. You have to look for extraterrestrials in another universe. But if that's pretty extreme. You have to at least kind of see that.
Okay, so that brings us back to what Heather said earlier. So right. Heather MANAKTALA, if you're still with us, Sammy Romero just grabbed it out of my brain, so I now remember the point I was going to make. She was pointing out that the U.S. government has basically established a bunch of new websites specifically about aliens, like aliens.gov, that are apparently for access, or their main intent is for aliens to access them. And my point would be, knowing what you know about what I've exposed about enemy aliens in World War II, whether it's the breakaway civilization of the 1,000-year Reich in exile, or whether it concerns anybody declared as enemy aliens during World War II, like anyone of Japanese ethnicity, then if they're made for aliens to access, then it would be meant for either people of the Reich or Japanese, in particular, to be accessing those websites if they're intended for aliens, because the government definition of aliens is enemies of the Second World War, which is still ongoing in terms of the Reich side, or against the 1,000-year Reich. Of course, the Japanese won World War II, and its peace was declared, which was another holiday that I did not emphasize over the past few weeks because of our incredible security level that we had to hold to the past few weeks, while this abortive staged assassination attempt was being organized. And but nevertheless, we had to take that threat seriously. Hopefully that makes some sense to you, Heather. If it doesn't to our listeners, then I have to rewrite the book because of it's being essentially Peter Moon declares a copyright on a book that I wrote, and he's claiming all the profits as well. He sends me 7% of all earnings, just so that he can. That's his big fuck you, so that he can prevent himself from being sued outright for denying profits and completely stealing the rights of the book in what's a blatant act of copyright theft. But of course, that's what white guys do. But he thinks he's black. In his mind, he claims he's the Black Emperor of Montauk, the Montauk Pharaoh, who theoretically, in his deranged mind, owns Long Island. So he believes himself the Black Pharaoh of Long Island. When he looks in the mirror, he sees a black man, which was rendered evident, as Brendan Zogit can testify to, when we were speaking of Abdul Karim Haq being held.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, go on.
The
Yes.
Treaty of San Francisco was
yes.
April 20th, 1952.
Thank you. Yes, 1951, but went into effect in 1952. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
You're right.
Yeah, but no, thank you for that. Very important. All on the Emperor's birthday Eve day, and I did not, talk to people about that didn't want people to know where we were at, because it was signed in San Francisco, and of course I took the Blood Boys to where it was signed. We didn't want people to know where we were going. But back to Sammy. So all of that being put into context now, what I'm saying about enemy aliens, of course, and I will probably try to close tonight's monologue with this fact: Asian Americans, of all people, even more so than Latin Americans, because I guess the Latin Americans who'd be stressed out are pretty much mass deported by now, and whatever Latin Americans are left in the United States are pretty much the ones they've got nothing on. But when it comes to Asian Americans, they're the most stressed out Americans. They've taken a survey, but Asian Americans are the most stressed out Americans in America right now, because of this anti-Asian bias, which brings us back to these enemy alien websites. If the U.S. government is, just so people know, when it comes to what Realtek brought up while Sammy was talking about gerrymandering, Realtek was thinking of 14th Amendment citizenship rights. The Trump has anchored his argument against the 14th Amendment on Asians, not Latin Americans or blacks, but on Asians, because the 14th Amendment was solidified in Supreme Court by Wong Kim Ark, the Wong Kim Ark case, where Wong Kim Ark was a Chinese individual, an ethnically Chinese person who was a United States citizen by birth. And when he went back to China and came back, they wouldn't let him back in, even though he was a native San Franciscan. And so he took it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and that's where the 14th Amendment became effectively ratified officially by the Supreme Court. You're born here, you're an American. And Trump's argument is to reverse the Wong Kim Ark case, which would instantly render all Asian Americans, theoretically including myself, no longer Americans. I wasn't even born here. I was born in Taiwan. The only reason I'm naturalized is because my father was a United States serviceman on active duty, which all of my gang stalkers for years tried to claim was not the case, and went so far as document alteration, a federal crime, which of course the federal government did act on in that case. But when it comes to, they try to claim that my father was no longer an active serviceman, because that way under Trump, theoretically I would be instantly disqualified to be here. All of that, of course, is how far they're going. They truly want me deported. And a lot of this could be, if we really take it that far, aimed at the son of Adolf Hitler, and deporting him could be a major factor in their considering the reversal of the 14th Amendment. But all of that being said, back to Sammy Romero with that. Yes, by all means.
That's kind of very interesting, because I mean, you can open a lot of can of worms when it comes to you.
Yes.
That's putting it lightly. Okay. Especially because you're a historical figure. I mean, let's just keep the door down with that. But other than, besides that, I mean, it's pretty much right now. I'll give you an example. right now, I'm sure you heard about Spirit Airlines, which pretty much
tell us
went
about
belly
this.
up.
So sad, isn't it? I
Which
think.
being an economy airline, I mean, Spirit Airlines is pretty much a Greyhound in the sky. That's pretty much, and that's actually being very generous. It's pretty much a tube in the sky that you're stuffed in.
Yes.
You're breathing in recycled air. I'm not saying, other airlines are not.
No, they're all like that.
Are not equivalent, but Spirit Airlines is, it was an economy airline, which, most Americans cannot afford to fly, period. It's expensive, and if you're not a business person that you can tax write off it and use it as your expenses as a business, it's tough, and most people try to find deals to use it, or it's also tied to vacationing, which right now vacationing spots are really down, especially in the United States. Obviously, we talked about Las Vegas, how bad it is, but that being said, Spirit Airlines is going up, and this administration continues to blame the previous administration and all these tactics they use, but it comes out to the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. It's pretty much, as far as for the United States, it's inaccessible, and this is already taking a toll on the airline industry. And Spirit Airlines is not going to be the only industry. Obviously, me coming from the industry, it's good. The dominoes are going to keep falling, and obviously, our president. This one of my theories is I don't believe President Trump is being told everything of what's going on with this conflict with Iran, as far as the repercussions. I don't believe he's been told completely, or at least when it's happening immediately, is what I'm trying to say. The reason being because he's said a lot of contradictory information, and that can also come with his dementia and his frontal lobe shrinking in the skull. But when he's had these tirades, when he's blown up, it's usually because he's been briefed too late. And we're talking about a con man who, he doesn't know anything about foreign policy. He doesn't know anything about economics. The man's literally uneducated. He had terrible grades. In fact, you can even question if he's even literate, And I'm being serious,
actually,
obviously.
No, seriously, he has been unable to read documents. He's been presented with documents that he says,
right,
I can't read that. So go on. Continue. Yes.
So one of my theories is he's been told all this, but it's already too late, where, like I said, things are already well far off into motion, where he does have these tirades of panic because it's going to look bad. My numbers are bad, and usually his reaction is not necessarily, oh my God, it's happening. It's more like my image, oh my God, my poll numbers. It's not necessarily the country, which plays into his narcissism and his self-absorbedness. That it's classic Trump. My point is, he might not even know, and he might not even comprehend. But if the airline industry is falling, which it has been, but definitely with the fuel prices, it's going to get bad. Obviously, the diesel, with the trucks, as far as our food being delivered. Gasoline in this past week shot up in my area, and I'm not talking about other areas. I'm talking about California, and where I'm at, it's already at almost $7. So and this is the beginning of summer. Memorial Day weekend is in a couple of weeks. We're going to start feeling it, in a sense of how much this economy is going to break, because once trucks stop delivering food to Walmart or other grocery chains or mega stores or Costco's, etc., people panic. The United States we're not good at all these amenities. We're not used to not having them. I mean, COVID, people were dying over carton of eggs. or groceries. Hell, I
And
remember when
toilet paper.
Popeyes.
Toilet paper.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember, prior to the pandemic, Popeyes had this chicken sandwich that was viral, quote unquote, and a couple people got shot over this chicken sandwich.
I'm sorry. That's.
It is. It's hilarious. It is, but
Pokemon cards, man.
Absolutely.
This is fucking guy you heard about the drop of course, about 151. So the guy's looking. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was the newest one. It's in the Heroes or Perfect Order. He's hiding out in Best Buy, trying to hide out overnight. Trying to be number one. See, and he's trying to be number one for 150 Pokemon 151, and the employees find him out. And they call the police on him after hours. It was like 10 o'clock at night. No, a little later than that. It's just crazy, man.
Thank you for the geek news. That's geek news.
I mean,
go on.
No, I mean and he makes a point. Real Tech and our point is, if we're killing each other over these petty things that are just very comical and just idiotic, can you imagine when your favorite yogurt or I don't know, Doug's plasma Capri Suns are not in stores?
Well, Scalper's gonna have Scalp, man. It's that guy that wanted to roll around in Missouri and buying up all the medical supplies and hand sanitizers and all these from the all this stuff and selling eBay, and of course eBay blocked him for that, thank God.
Well,
but it's what you said.
Well, no. Thank you for that, Real Tech. To bring us back on what Sammy Romero was talking about in a thread that it helps to emphasize the gravity of our situation. I'm sure both of you remember, but Sammy in particular, the days that I said to everyone repeatedly, every day you look out that window and you don't see mass rapine and cannibalism is a good day. That's how precarious our situation is. The consistency of the social fabric is paper thin, and it will rip as easily as toilet paper when the time comes and the shit hits the fan. To blend a lot of metaphors there. So continue. Yes, go on with your analysis.
I mean, that's really the observation that I'm seeing when it comes to our president, who is one of his jobs is to play the part as far as calming people down, which obviously he does the opposite. He does not. He's incapable of doing that, and that's another worry. Where the American people do like to get lied to. That is not a secret. The problem is when our president's not a good liar. And is already senile and pretty much is blurting out his own crimes that he's doing. I don't know if you saw that interview where, they talked about the mass shooter had his manifesto saying that, not naming Donald Trump, but saying, these pedophiles, traitors, and child rapists are going to die. Yeah. Well, Donald Trump immediately self-projected and said, well, I didn't, he was talking about me. Yes. And the interviewer said, no, he didn't name nobody, but why would he name you? Something to that effect.
I can tell you exactly what happened. Trump went on record on national television and said, I am not a pedophile. I am not. When has a president ever felt the need to clarify that? Obviously, Trump is. And so when the interviewer asked him, do you think he's talking about you? He pretty much said, yes. Because, the man.
Well, he said you're going to grab him by the pussy, too, but unfortunately, I guess he meant in that way.
Yeah, there you go.
At that point, I mean, grab them by the cat is actually very, it's actually, at this point, it's actually comical. I'm not promoting, harassing or abusing women that way, but I mean,
never.
That's pretty much. I mean, it's bad, yes, but this is beyond that. This guy is self-admitting, and on record, like you said. So that kind of tells you our mentality of the person who is supposed to calm us down. And I've always kind of had a feeling where it's not even going to be the military or the police. It's going to be the general public we're going to tear each other apart. Why? Because the majority of Americans in the U.S. population, we're so fragilely mental as far as, I mean, can you imagine our internet being cut off? People would go insane.
Oh yeah.
People would lose their minds. Hell, football, the NFL, if for some reason, they had a strike a couple years ago and there was no NFL games, people were going crazy for their football.
Oh yeah.
So, what I'm trying to say is, as much as I hate to admit this, there's going to be our president, as insane as he is, he's already set the president to conflict regardless. Whether he, in his last attempt to somehow save face, sends all these insurrectors that are still, walking around waiting for orders.
Yeah. Like
another Operation Condor.
Yes.
And now they're armed with weapons. That could also be his dead man trigger. There's a lot of scenarios where even if they don't, they may not win the midterms, he is still going to cause pain and chaos because of it. Yes. I guarantee you. And I'm sure you know this.
Yeah.
It's just, at this point, people are, and that's another, and it tells you the times that we're in, okay, in a sense of people that follow him, that they refuse their faith in, and I have to say it, I hate to say it like this, but it's probably the wrong word to say it, but this ungodly, anti-Christ, anti-God faith that they have in this walking corpse who is possessed of whatever the hell he's possessed of, whatever entity is possessing this individual.
Yes.
They are blindly will follow him to the meat grinder.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And it's sick, but it also, it really much gets into, the word MAGA is definitely some type of trigger word. Yes. That they will die for. Yes. And it's just ridiculous, but that's my little 2 cents. I'm trying not to, ramble on, but
well,
that's just my little 2 cents.
We've all been rambling tonight, and that's fine, and it's okay. That's what a roundtable is about.
Well, you're always very articulate, though. That's why
appreciate it. Appreciate
it. Give you a chance to talk.
Yeah.
Too bad you voted for Trump. I still can't forgive you for that, but it's okay.
Yes, twice. Twice. What was on your mind, Real Tech?
3 times.
What was 3 times? What was on your mind?
No one's perfect. Anyways,
wait, no, that's beyond.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's. I mean, your wife is Chinese.
Yeah, so last time she told me to vote for Kamala, and she was right about that. And you were telling me too.
Yeah. Well, I told T-Tank Barry never to play with crypto, and then oh yeah, first time some chick in Thailand grabs his heart. Oh yeah, he lost an amount of money he almost died.
I was a fucking lady boy anyway, so grabbed his dick in his heart.
Oh gosh, well,
fucking about his ass.
Oh,
yeah, how much he lost?
Oh god. Well, I don't want to get
I mean. As long as he's happy, I'll tell you the truth. I'd rather him.
Oh, believe me, he was left unhappy. But this is the problem.
The unhappy ending.
Yes, the unhappy ending. Oh yeah, he was left unhappy. Let's just put it this way. It's just everybody. Now everybody, we were all raised. Don't take candy from strangers. Don't accept gifts from strangers. Don't get into a car with strangers.
Yeah, don't talk to strangers.
Yeah, don't get into a car with strangers. Don't even talk to strangers. Now, online, all fucking day, Americans talk to strangers. They get their food
I was watching a
from
video.
Fucking strangers.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
Uber,
Yes,
from DoorDash.
Yes, I do
They're
that a
accepting
lot.
food from strangers. They're like getting into cars with strangers every other goddamn day with the automated car system. And you're breaking every rule you were taught as a child, and Americans are paying the price. Stop doing that. And when Douglas Dietrich said, "Don't go near crypto," don't go near crypto. That's
right.
And don't go near cryptids. I mean, sure, I can talk about cryptids, but for God's sakes, Sammy knows. You just don't go out there to Bigfoot country.
Well, and that's one of the things that we were told in our classrooms because I actually did ask. I asked my professor who was a land surveyor.
Yeah.
She's I don't mention no federal land, no federal park land. Don't even ask me about that.
Wow, that's a lot.
One of the reasons why. Yeah. One of the reasons she told me is because it's pretty much they know without it's so obvious they just don't even address it. Like we don't even get into parkland. I mean, there is contracts to go into federal parkland, but you never go alone.
Yes.
And they don't admit it, but they kind of drop the hand. They do go armed. They do go armed, but
excellent.
They told me never ever go alone in federal parkland. There's reasons why. She mentioned Yosemite. She mentioned even where Manzanar is, where Japanese camps. They've had to go out there and survey. They still go very very armed to the T. Wink, wink. But one of the reasons why is these federal parklands haven't been surveyed since the Lewis and Clark days.
That's right.
If that.
Yes.
So, obviously, I take that at heart. I don't try to, I'm not, Mr. Davy Crockett, Indiana Jones type of person. But, it's good to know. It's good to know your history of the terrain the land that you're at. Obviously, all our presidents were land surveyors. I didn't know that. They taught land surveying in as far as the colonial days. The average white Anglo privileged American knew about land surveying. One of the reasons, obviously, is the Homestead Act, etc.
On the land they were stealing from all the indigenous people that they killed. Yes.
Hold on, Doug. It was manifest destiny, the God-given right. So
God-given right to fuck that native pussy. Yeah, that's what it was.
Hold on, now you're giving them too much credit. They probably went after the men. But I digress.
I probably am.
My point is, there's a lot of gray areas where you kind of confirmed. It's one of the reasons why sometimes I have a love and hate relationship with Doug's knowledge because
really
it bleeds out. Well, one of the reasons why is it is not that I'm not saying he's lying. I'm not. It's just it's almost like it's true. It's just when it's confirmed, it makes your stomach sick.
Yes.
It's kind of weird like that. I'm not saying, oh my God, Doug, I hate you. No. But when I found out that, I'll give you an example of Real Tech. A child's testimony in court is not admissible. It'll get thrown out immediately.
Yes.
I was witness to this in a case where, the woman charged her husband of rape multiple times in front of the kids. He did this terrible act in front of the kids, and the prosecutor tried to put the kids on the stand, and as soon as the child tried to talk about this horrible experience, he tried. The problem is now you have the prosecution cross-examining, and it just got really bad. To cross-examine a child about his testimony is already, it opens up too many can of worms, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And the judge just pretty much threw it out.
There you go.
So, besides that fact, it was just seeing the judge's body language to this, he was writing very aggressively in whatever notepad, and they pretty much, the prosecution and the defense went to the quarters, and they had a full-blown argument, and you can literally hear them. The court judge, the sheriff in the court had to kind of advise them, like, hey guys, keep it down, because
Okay.
you're making a scene.
What is the issue with having a child that wins that to
it's
be
the
on
way
the
the way it's designed is the problem, the reason why it's not admissible is because pretty much the system makes it impossible for them to be a credible witness.
Yes.
It's sad, but it's just not designed for a child to really get justice. And obviously this goes back to
that won't
to
change.
Doug.
Yes.
Hopefully it does.
Well, hopefully it will change, but I understand what Realtek is saying.
years.
It won't change in the immediate future until we have a social revolution. And what our friend Sammy is explaining is what it goes back to. Explain to our listeners, Sammy, where this traces to.
At least what I remember, and you've talked about this. You've actually had plenty of examples of this. Well, one of the cases was obviously the Michael Kino case with the child abuse, where pretty much their testimony was pretty much inadmissible.
Yes.
They threw out the testimony, and pretty much from what I heard, Colonel Kino was he was too big to get prosecuted as in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, he wasn't completely off the hook. Obviously, Doug can go more into detail with that. My point is, this also created precedent to even now. I remember you talking about, Doug, I think it was Manbla.
Yeah, Man Boy Love Association.
Those type of cases,
yes,
right, with those type of cases where, you had people campaigning for this type of atrocity to have some type of legal precedent where it was defensible, meaning, this is actually defendable in court, which, gives a bad name to attorneys. This is the reason why people hate attorneys is, they're paid to defend these type of cases. You talked about is where there's the law and there's the letter of the law.
Yes.
There's a lot of nuances. My point is, the court system, the way I pretty much took a sucker punch in the sense of what Doug's information, what I found out was true.
Yes, he saw it in action.
I saw it in action, and even my counterparts, the jurors, were stunned.
Yes.
And we had to accept it. And the judge personally told us, you could not use this testimony with these children in your decision. So, a lot of this was very much like, I can't believe this. This kid is telling us.
And what it brings out of Sammy, what it brought out of Sammy emotionally was, damn you, Doug, you're right again. That's what he's trying to express, Realtek.
Yeah.
That's
that was pretty much my reaction. We're like, fucking Doug, man. God damn it. But it's true. And I'm not saying I didn't believe him, but it hits more when you see it even more, and it confirms it's almost like like tax season. You're gonna owe, you just don't know how much. So maybe that's a bad example, but that's the best I can come up with right now.
It's actually an excellent example. I'm going to put this into the
it is a good example,
the text box here. And this is a textbook case in the text box of a video recently released. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a screen share, so you don't even need to link it till later at your leisure. But I'm going to do a screen share first, and we're going to make certain that I have a neutral background here before I open up the screen share. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look for the infinite call. itself on which to access the link. And then we shrink that. We click on the link and pray that the sound doesn't come on. Okay, so this is let's do a reset here, and maybe the thumbnail will come up. So that's funny. No, it still acts active. So we shut this down, or we can say, here we are. This is the idiot. The Satanist, the Pentagon protected. Michael Aquino, Mind War, and the Presidio Child Scandal. Now, this was published. Yeah, so this was published 10 days ago. 10 days ago. And, of course, this motherfucker never mentions Douglas Dietrich. He goes into this with this, AI thumbnail, but you have to look at several things about this individual. First off, he goes into talking about Michael Aquino. He does a storytelling method of reporting, very similar to Peter Moon. This is a storytelling method of reporting which is just aggravating as hell, because instead of just laying out facts, you get a narrative that you're forced to follow. You're forced to listen to a story as opposed to getting a series of facts. It may present facts, but you have to wade, literally suffer a narrative to get them. So, in 1987, a 3-year-old girl spotted a man in an army store on the Presidio of San Francisco. She grabbed her father's leg and said, "That's Mikey. He's a bad man, and I'm afraid." The man she pointed at was Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, a military intelligence officer specializing in psychological warfare. He held an above top-secret security clearance. He co-authored a Pentagon paper called From PSYOP to Mind War, proposing that the military should be in the business of controlling what populations think. He was also the founder and high priest of an organized satanic religion called the Temple of Set. He performed black magic rituals in the underground crypt of Heinrich Himmler's SS Castle in Germany. He doesn't talk about Wewelsburg Castle being an area that Michael Aquino was assigned to in order to try and put a binding spell against the neo-Nazi underground in Germany. He's acting in an anti-German sense on behalf of the Allied occupation. He designed his occult order's insignia in Eva Braun's tea room at Hitler's Eagle's Nest because he wanted the environment to be magically appropriate. Again, he's conducting a ward trying to hold off a renaissance in Nazism in Germany. Does this make him a good man? No, it makes him on the side of evil. Satan, the very Satan, Adolf Hitler spoke that he was fighting against in Mein Kampf, where Adolf Hitler specifically says his Kampf, his struggle, is against Satanism. And this is conducted specifically because I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, which to the Allies makes me the son of their concept of Satan, the man who would fight against them. That's why this was conducted in Eva Braun's tea room at Hitler's Eagle's Nest, is because Michael Aquino was conducting a binding ward against myself. None of this is mentioned. They bring it out of context to make Michael Aquino sound like a neo-Nazi. Then he goes into that little girl wasn't the only child who talked. Over the next year, at least 58 children. Look at the numbers taken down from hundreds. Taken down from 1,000 to ultimately what was 1,000 witnesses. They take it down to 58. Quite the shaving of the numbers. Quite the understatement. At the Presidio's Daycare Center showed physical and mental signs of abuse. By the way, the Presidio Daycare Center was made to take care of thousands of children, for those of you who do not know. 5 toddlers tested positive for chlamydia. It was well beyond that. These kids, all of them tested for AIDS and every other STD imaginable. The children described being taken to private homes. They described rituals. The Army's own, the FBI investigated. The San Francisco police investigated. The Army's own criminal investigation division investigated. The building where the abuse happened burned to the ground on the autumnal equinox. Nobody was ever convicted. Not Aquino, not anyone. Then he says it again. 58 children, 5 with an STD, 0 justice. This understatement, there's no justice to be done to this understatement. 1,000 children were impacted. 1,000 at least died of AIDS. This was a massacre on an unprecedented scale of infanticide. Then he gives the sources. U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command reports, San Jose Mercury News, the Linda Goldstone investigative reporting, San Francisco Police Department investigation records, Aquino's Extreme Prejudice, his own book, 1,000 pages, self-published in his self-defense, From PSYOP to Mind War, A Temple of Set organizational documents, Wewelsburg working account, meaning the account of his working the spell in Wewelsburg Castle, an anti-Nazi occult ritual, FBI interview records, Fourth Circuit Federal Court opinion, meaning their opinion on the case. But take a look at this. Look at the individual himself. When you take a look at this individual, the first thing you notice is he's got a folded American flag, meaning he has a relation that died in the military. So he is a product of the very military he's talking about. That folded flag up there, that folded triangular flag, was displayed across the coffin of his father. He's acting on behalf of his own father in cover-up, which is why he doesn't bring Dietrich up. What else do you notice? My astrological symbol is Libra. My very sun sign represents justice. He has an inversion of that by having the Libra scales of justice over the initials JAG, which means Judge Advocate General, or military attorney acting on behalf of defending Michael Aquino. That's his father who died, whose coffin that flag was draped over. What does he have? A statue of a meditating alien in place of a Japanese Buddha. In other words, all Japanese are the enemy aliens. What does he have? A skull with headphones around it. That's either a very big set of headphones or that's a very small skull, meaning it's the skull of a child. He has the skull of a child with headphones on it because the children were locked in rooms 24 hours a day with these very same headphones programmed into obeying Michael Aquino's orders as part of the program processing. You are looking at a pedophile Satanist who is undercutting the crimes of Michael Aquino. 10 days ago, this was published. Literally, April 23rd, 2026. 100,000 views. 107,154 views to be precise. And, of course, he doesn't point out that Aquino made it a law by telling the court in full uniform when he was brought into court, I know because I was there, you cannot and will not ever accept testimony from children. And the judge said, we take orders from the United States government, and the U.S. Army is a branch of the United States government. We will never take the testimony of children in the state of California. And he said, see that it's done. And it was taken to the California Supreme Court, where we were already at, and they enacted it immediately. It was written to law that you can rape a child repeatedly as a sex slave in the state of California. They have no right to protest. You can sell a child as a sex slave in California. Their testimony will be rejected. Children are assets in the meat market in the state of California. Childhood rape and childhood sexual slavery are completely legal here. Anyone brought into court who's a child, your testimony will be thrown out. Now, back to Sammy, please, by all means. With what I've just exposed, did you see what I pointed out?
Yes.
What do you feel when you see what I've just pointed out?
Well, first off, the fact that your name was not mentioned is a fucking crime.
Thank you.
This is obviously, this actually goes along with the interview with our president, the admission that he did, the critical admission that he did,
Yes.
Where the truth is no longer hidden no more. It's just minimized.
Yes.
The problem with this situation is, Colonel Aquino wants to bind you to him only when it's inconvenient. the convenience of having, and I always put you not as a grown-ass man. I'm talking about you as a
Child.
19, 20-year-old.
I was under the age of 18 when all this began. Continue.
Okay.
Yes.
You're a child. You're an exotic, child. You're attractive. You're a savant. You obviously, your education to be in that position was already established, obviously through your mother,
Yes.
who was a savant in her own way. I say this because knowing the mentality of Colonel Aquino, he was a different individual in a lot of ways, just like you.
Yes.
So he liked you.
Yes.
Okay. He found you almost like, I wouldn't even say a brother, but just as a friend. You can say he befriended you. The problem is kind of like, and this is just my opinion, this is how God works in the sense of even humbling the titans of entities. God still humbles them.
Yes.
He made that entity that was that man feel admiration, feel a kinsman to another human-like creature.
Yes.
And when I say that, is Doug's vampiric bloodline. That has a lot to do with it. The problem is, Colonel Aquino was probably, I'll put it in this sense, he wasn't, as far as a creature-wise, royalty like you, in the sense that you feed on the living.
Yes.
But that's all you do. You don't desecrate, you don't mutilate what God's creation is.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
so
correct.
Obviously he knows that, but it's the closest thing he can actually, be around. That being said, you're tied to him, you're bound to him. But the only thing about it is his followers only want to acknowledge you when it's beneficial. And what I mean by that is stalking you.
Yes.
Disrespecting you. But the fact that this man did not mention you lets me know he's a coward.
Thank you.
He will not dare speak your name. He will not dare speak your lineage. Why? Well, he's a controlled asset.
Yes.
I would have respected him if he actually mentioned your name. And this is another thing that goes back to Colonel Aquino. Colonel Aquino never wanted to name the entity that embodied him.
Yes.
Why? Because that would expose his identity.
Yes.
And obviously he didn't want that because he's not the only one who acknowledged. That he also alludes that if I reveal my identity, then people that are qualified to know who I am will find out who I am. And in my opinion, I do believe there were people that knew, but they haven't revealed themselves. And I'm not saying they won't. It's just in the time frame, in the paradigm that we live in, that was the closest thing to it.
Yeah.
To put it lightly. My point is, this was an insult. In my opinion, this is almost directed towards you.
Yes.
And when I saw this, because the thing about me is when I get into my research with the stuff that I'm doing, it's almost like a curious itch when it comes to your information. And I'm glad I always get it filtered through you, because even back in my head, I still always remember, there's stuff that you have to take with a grain of salt, in the sense of, I don't want to research too much.
Yeah.
Because then I'm that idiot that talks about everything but my life. And then I'm another weirdo. And I'm not that.
That's right.
It's just, in a lot of sense, sometimes I do want to challenge Doug's knowledge. One of the reasons why I went to visit Doug in person, I almost, I was targeted the day before I went and drove that Father's Day weekend on the summer solstice is where we met. The longest day of the fucking year in San Francisco, which also, and I have to tell the story, Doug,
Please do.
forgive me.
Yeah.
We spent the day when the Golden State Warriors won their championship, where there was a bunch of tourists. There's pretty much people walking around in basketball jerseys all day.
Yeah.
And this was the summer solstice, the longest day
of the year.
Yeah. And this, in my opinion, God allowed this to happen. Why? Because Doug showed me a lot of things without telling me. And one of them was walking to that Presidio military base. Seeing Doug's face, seeing his expressions, him telling me without telling me kind of cemented everything. Besides the fact that, you have purple eyes, which I've never seen that before.
Thank you.
But nevertheless, being in that courtroom with that case, it brought me back to that particular case where these children's testimony was literally thrown out. There was no hesitation. The only thing the judge was doing was writing very aggressively in his notepad, like, obviously, I don't know if he got orders. I don't know if this is practice, but I'm sure he had to document it for his notes, or I don't know what. But I did notice
reporting to his superiors. Yes,
probably. Probably, but I'm sure he had to cover his ass. But I'm sure. But my point is, those two attorneys were, and these are two women. The prosecutor was a very attractive woman, and the defense was a woman, and she was older, but they were fighting in his quarters like pit bulls over this testimony. Yeah. In a lot of these cases, this was a very extreme case, to the point of the judge, before we started this case, warned us that this is going to be a long case. And unfortunately, this case started in the middle of December, which pretty much he warned all of us, this might go through Christmas, after and before Christmas. And he said, if you guys leave, I'm going to send warrants out for your arrest if you don't come back. So he warned us.
Wow.
And trust me, we had jurors trying to, finagle their way out. One juror, who was this asshole, tried to say that he has family in law enforcement, and that, he believes law enforcement are always right. Well, the judge sent his ass to the waiting room to wait for a civil trial.
Jesus.
So he pretty much told them, because you try to pull the stunt, not only am I not going to excuse you, I'm sending your ass to the waiting room for a civil trial. And the judge was serious. He was dead serious. He was as serious as colon cancer. He was dead serious. He sent this man, the LA County Sheriff. The LA County Sheriff. This was a massive black man, sheriff.
Yeah.
Handcuffed his ass and put his ass in the waiting room. But you don't piss off a judge. You don't piss off a judge, especially in the middle of a trial, because Christmas Eve is coming up, and you want to be with your family. Like he warned them. He warned everybody. Well, this guy, obviously, he was a pink man. Trying to pull that stunt, saying he has family in law enforcement. It didn't work. It did not work. And he was sitting almost the day that we were in in proceedings as far as the judgment. He finally got a civil trial to go in, but he said, if you don't come in, I'm gonna send the sheriffs after you. Yes. I'll have a warrant for your arrest. Well, he told everybody, but especially him. My point is, that trial was very much impacted me in the sense of referencing what you talked about with that case.
Thank you.
which, it's bittersweet in the sense that some confirmation I really wouldn't want, but this is how the world works. And it kind of goes along with, I do understand why you say, your life is full of trauma. And a lot of your knowledge, unfortunately, you were put in positions to experience. And obviously through your liaison with Colonel Aquino, which, was almost like an unofficial friendship in the sense of public. You even talked about you were seen with him throughout your career and government work with him. People thought you were related to him, at a certain point.
That's true.
Even he used to get upset for people thinking he was Filipino, which he actually was.
Yes.
Obviously, he tried to hide that, which kind of coincides with his insecurities. Obviously, he wants to, like any typical Anglo wannabe, right?
Yes.
My point is, there is, that definitely is an insult for you not to be mentioned, and it's a disservice to the public, and it kind of, the views that this person got tells Doug he's in the right space to tell his story, because there is interest.
Yes.
There is interest. It's just because of his sabotage that they've tried, obviously it's going to take a little bit more effort, and as far as his part, to be more hands-on, which, he's learning, and you're learning, right? Obviously, Doug. It's just all this circles back to your relationship with them, and, their convenience into leaving you out when it is convenient to them. But, obviously, Colonel Aquino had to write a book to defend himself, while he was alive, and would continually promote it on your transmissions.
Yes.
Just for which confirmed it even more, which I never understood that part.
Yes.
I never really did. It's like,
that the master of psychological warfare would act so, shall we say, emotionally. Yes.
It was almost like a crazy ex. Like it really was like a crazy ex. Like, yes. You almost have to roll your eyes. Like, it's almost like this. I know this is kind of dumb, but I'm sure you know about the Anne Rice interview with the vampire books, right?
Yes.
Where Lestat has to roll his eyes at Brad Pitt's character talking about a story, like, get over it, It's almost like that with Aquino, where it's like you have to roll your eyes. Him trying to defend himself, where it's like, you're the colonel. Why are you defending yourself? You're you.
Thank you.
Which it kind of, my point is, it kind of elevates you even more. So you get what I'm saying? It does kind of. He really pretty much was humiliated. My point.
Yes.
Where he has to defend himself, where it's like, you're the colonel, like, you're a level grade, general through the NSA,
Yes.
So, it's kind of like there's a lot of nuances in the sense that obviously he still was, part of him was still human, and that's kind of how God is humbling. He probably would never admit to it, but deep down, he got humbled him. He got humbled, and obviously we can talk about so many examples. Obviously, when you were talking about Lilitu, the entity which protects, women.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I massacred the name, but obviously, I'm talking Lilith, or
Lilith.
what was it, Doug?
Oh, well, if you're
Right.
speaking, the one his wife was named after was Lilith. There was that would be the entity that I think you're referencing. Would be the most likely.
But remember when your channel got shut down and all
yes, that was Nicole Froelich. Yes, she was the witch who actually conducted a series of spells against Brendan Zogit. By the way, that was actually very funny. To me, it was funny. To him, of course, it was catastrophic. But yeah, Nicole Froelich, Nicole Ann Froelich. Yes, she said basically she made some outrageous claim that got the channel shut down and then reopened as human investigators were brought in the middle of the night on a weekend her claim was so outrageous about basically said I was like eating babies on camera or something to that effect, because Lilith Aquino was so concerned. She didn't register, she didn't process, in her mind, she didn't feel I was talking about the archetypal character. I was talking about, of course, the archetypal entity Lilith, but she took it as a potential personal character assassination, and which I didn't bring her up at all and had no intention of bringing her up at all.
But she kind of made you. That's the thing.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
you had to go through. Who's that one Slav black dude?
Derek Talley. Derek Talley. I had to go.
You had to get on his channel.
That's still on his channel, probably.
Did.
If his channel's still up, that's still on his channel. God.
Well, the thing is, she kind of forced you to light her up. You lit her up because of that.
Oh my God.
So she kind of, so indirectly she was asking for it, but it's like, why would you do that? You're kind of, you're messing with the bull. You're gonna get the horns. Like we weren't. In other words, we weren't even mentioning you. Like that's not even like what. My point is, I think she underestimated your knowledge as far as you talking about the archetype, which is actually really interesting. That's in fact that was a very interesting topic you talked about, but because you had to light her up, which almost like she invited you to do it. So, you know, it was almost like a guilty conscience, which pretty much was.
Yes.
My point is, yeah, that's already an admission in itself. My point is, I mean, later on she did, you know, she's had donated to you, so you know.
Yes, albeit sarcastically, she would donate very small amounts, but nevertheless, it's an acknowledgement. It's an acknowledgement.
Well, it is. It's just, you know, it makes you realize how much, you know, Aquino pillow talked to her. Obviously, he must have pillow talked to her to death.
Well, as you yourself said, her very book, she's written a series of novels under her own name, Lilith St. Croix. So, Lilith St. Croix novels are about a demon woman who is basically a human being who becomes, well, she's a human being who becomes powerful enough to slaughter demons, and she's a martial artist. She's, you know, a kick-ass Linda Croft kind of character, but it goes to show that she was very inspired by what she perceived me to be, a ninja-trained little girl that was still, you know, in her. That's how she always referenced me, was the little girl, and so she kind of took that fantasy character and almost placed herself in that role as this demon-slaying, you know, little power pack, but it goes to show how much she related to me, and it's and kind of like lived out this fantasy through the series of novels. So people can look up the Lilith St. Croix novels, spelled like Saint Crow, the last name, but it says a lot. It pretty much verifies what Sammy's talking about. There's a real identity there between both Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino with myself. And whenever she sent me contributions, she'd send me little notes that would show herself as a Yakuza woman, complete with tattoos. She'd use that avatar. Right. So they were both fascinated by my background. Yes, continue by all means.
Well, I mean, that kind of tells you, you know, obviously the admiration which you had, which it's very complex in the sense of, I'll put it to this way, okay? Just knowing what you talked about, especially them, their background, especially Aquino's background, it's very mind-boggling in the sense that you can bring out someone's humanity, but still knowing who they are in the sense of what they're not, obviously, you know. Yes. And I'm talking about Aquino, baseline human. In other words, it confirms to me our creator in the sense of how the title of our creator is really he's omnipotent in the sense of even humbling someone like him to pretty much feel, you know. Yes. We're talking about a person who told children, you know, why isn't God stopping this?
That's right.
You know, we're talking about that type of individual, and in a lot of ways God humbling him, because God does that. God humbles people who pretty much, blasphemy. So, it's there's a lot of nuances to this. I mean, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to show any disrespect. It's just, it is what it is when it comes down to it,
Definitely. And
everybody, go ahead.
No, please continue. That's fine. You're on a roll as far as I'm concerned. So go ahead. Yeah.
It is what it is. It's just when it's conveyed, and if you know the actual story behind that, and you have this jackass who is just pretty much watering it down, quote unquote, which, I mean, 58 is still a lot.
Yes.
I don't care who that, one is a lot, but the fact that the Presidio military base was the international military hub where the UN was founded, the amount of children is beyond what's even reported. And the reason why I say that is because probably, I can guarantee you, the numbers reported are not children of color.
That's right.
I can guarantee you that.
Very much.
You imagine,
That's the case.
you can imagine, how many, you can name the ethnicities that went through that military base.
Yes.
Can you imagine the thousands? And not just the Presidio, Korea, Germany. You have the Golden State Killer, his case. You can name, you go on forever. I remember there's this one case, this lady, I have to look her up, but she experienced that in Korea. I don't want to name her because I don't want to massacre it. I'll send it to you, but
Thank you.
It was very similar to the Golden State Killer, to that effect. But this happened in the Korean military base. Obviously South Korea. My point is, this just wasn't what's reported. This was in the thousands. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Through all this,
yeah.
Doug has changed. There's good in this, in the sense that Doug has changed the daycare as far as what daycare is known now worldwide, not just
right.
this country. So go ahead, Doug.
No, what Sammy's referring to is the fact that all of daycare's entire modus operandi, their method of operation, has had to change because of what I exposed, to the point where they've constantly had to prove that they are not raping the children. And but the most ironic and infuriating aspect of this is that, to cover their ass, the United States military portrays itself as the best daycare givers in the world. Now, remember what Sammy, when he's listing all these places around the world, he's not rambling. He's trying to point out that every military base around the world is, generally speaking, a project site. It's basically an overseas ghetto where military families are exported to. While other nations produce goods that people want to buy, America exports its ghettos through the military. Military families full of fat people, always overweight, like Derek Talley. No, Derek Talley was a preeminent example of how out of shape all military people are, to the point where they're on dialysis. And that's the norm.
Doug, if you can allow me to just reiterate what I said in the past. The U.S. military is the Costco of child abuse compared to Epstein. People mention Epstein a lot. Well, what about Epstein? Epstein was a Korean convenience store, okay, in the ghetto.
Yes.
Compared to, it's almost like saying, well, you think Aquino knew Epstein? That would be an insult to Colonel Aquino in a sense of his operation. He probably wouldn't even acknowledge it, in the sense of, in the level of abuse, when you have the military backing you, it's like, it's an insult, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He was operating at a scale that people just simply cannot conceive of. When Sammy's bringing up the military bases in Okinawa West Germany at the time, which, of course, the Germans are fed up and asking them to leave. Trumpstron pointed out that he's ordering the troops to withdraw. They're being kicked out, people. The Germans are kicking them out. They don't want these bases full of Americans where they've been helping the American wars of aggression out of Europe. America bombs Middle Eastern nations out of Germany, out of these leased bases that hopefully as soon as possible will go back under Luftwaffe control. Now, when it comes to all of these bases all over the world, including Panama, where I personally knew one individual named Keith Johansson, who I will call out his fucking name. This piece of shit was on my show and trying to ambush me so he could get back into military intelligence again. He was hoping that by ambushing me on my own show, that Aquino would somehow reprocess him back into military or some level of think tank strategic advisory status involving intelligence analysis. What an idiot. What a piece of shit. And this individual was personally witness in Panama to a military exercise where, out of sheer boredom, the American troops turned their mortar around and killed a group of kids by mortaring them. Sammy has to go now. He has to conduct his daddy duties, and that's understood. But at the height of its distribution through these bases all over the world, with these imported ghettos of fat families, the military daycare centers were caring for 100,000 children a day. 100,000 children every goddamn day. This was a meat market in children from the infant level on up to legal age. All of them educated in on-base schooling by teachers involved in the system of abuse. This is something beyond obscene. And now, to cover their tracks, they organized the Month of the Military Child, in which they claim every year that they are the apex, the pinnacle of child daycare. Matter of fact, why did this guy put up his video in April about Aquino? Because April is the month of the military child. Yeah, and it's all about, hey, we have the model child daycare centers. Now, consider the insanity of everything I'm saying. Whatever else the military is, and we know what the military should be, a war machine for killing people and breaking things. Whatever else we conceive of a military, the one thing we should all be able to agree on is it shouldn't be a family environment. But the U.S. military prides itself on being the best family environment in the world, that there's no better place to raise a child because we have the apex, the pinnacle of child daycare, all for free for anyone who joins the military. Really? Really? Join the military and have your kids raised for free in daycare centers while you go out and drink and do your job. What kind of a setup is this that your tax dollars are paying for? This is human child trafficking on an industrial scale never before seen in human history. Your military, as it stands, should not exist. It has crossed the line into a child daycare factory, which makes it, well, renders it incompetent for waging war. It's a joke. It's a farce. But worse yet, it's a criminal organization and a crime ring. It's absurd. And it's also an insult to all sensibilities. Now, all of that being said, I exposed it and I've paid the price ever since. And they'll do anything to assassinate my character and suppress me. All of this because I broke down the crime ring and they had to cover their tracks by producing this month of the military child bullshit and try and claim that they're the best at taking care of children, the model to be followed. A military, a war machine. You wonder why the military needs such a high budget? It's all that fucking daycare. Tens of thousands of professional diaper changers, people who are basically raising kids. That's what your defense budget goes to. Food for fat families and the care for their children while they're out stuffing themselves. The parents are nowhere to be seen. That's why the kids are so easily exploited. Because the parents all claim they've got military duties. So they have to leave their kids with the free daycare, the free education. The rest of you have nothing. You're spending thousands and thousands of dollars a month on daycare. You're literally starving to death. But your military, it's all free. The kids are raised. The only price is they're part of a meat market. Now they've done their best to cover their tracks, cover their ass. Everything I exposed is now brought to you piecemeal to make it look like it was one man, Michael Aquino, the scapegoat in his death, who while he was alive, as Sammy said, was emotionally bonded to myself enough to the point where he got emotional about me, slamming his fist on the table in a Sean Stone interview, saying, "I never met Douglas Dietrich." It was embarrassing enough to him while he was alive, where he forced Sean Stone to scrub that interview from the net. All of this being said, all right, let's bring some people on to hold a small conversation for a few minutes while I just take care of some things here. Real Tech, Aristides, Heather Holman, well, MANAKTALA. Heather, you still with us? Say hi. Let's see if I can bring as many voices on as possible. Talk for just a few minutes here while I tend to something. Hi, honey. Aristides. Hey, Aristides.
Yeah, he left. They gotta do daddy stuff.
No. Sammy left. Aristides, he did his daddy.
Yes, not me. I'm on.
Yes.
I don't know about him.
Yeah,
but
we're just checking in with. No, thank you, Real Tech. I'm so glad you're here. Believe me. What's this Instagram thing you gave us? Let's take a look at this. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun.
Okay, so that's funny. Now everyone's.
I love Star Wars, so but
okay.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no,
yeah, you got
fine.
really deep, man. So you know, but it's good to let you talk. You and him talk sometimes.
Yeah, well, let's see. Aristides, he's with us. Aristides, say hi.
Yeah, I'm around.
Oh, thank God. So the three of you, I'll be right
Falling
back.
asleep yet?
Don't encourage him. Okay, well, thank God he's still with us right now. Okay, so all three of you.
Yeah, walk around, man. Wake up.
Yes. Hold. Yeah, no need to give away. Yeah. No need to get militant. Anyhow, all three of you hold a little round table. Everybody listening, I'll be right back. So please, understand this will only take a minute here, but I gotta take this call. And so I'm going to mute for just a few moments. Be right back. Everybody stay right where you are. Okay, everybody, get started.
Okay. All right. Hey, guys.
Hey.
Oh, Heather, you're there. That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Real Tech, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what else? What else is, what are the goings on that haven't been covered so far?
I
What do you
don't know.
Yeah. Anything?
Mm-mm.
Let me see what I might have saved here. Let me look for a minute. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I heard that there's going to be a new AI thing where they're going to be able to control whether or not your car can drive. They're like, they have to scan your eyes and just,
Right.
like,
Yeah, I think I saw something on that, or I think it was Ford applied for all the patents for that. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Moonhard made a video about that.
Yeah, I guess to be expected.
Gamers.
To be expected,
I
I
mean, the
guess.
government's always done forceful things like that anyway, like such as the force all the GPS phones. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
GPS into all cell phones in 2001. I think it was part of Section 301 anyway, Section 201.
Right. Well,
But
this stuff with the cars, I mean, like I think a lot of these things, you see something about it and it's like, I think we'd have like a complete civil war before we had a situation where everybody was accepting that. But like, it's just scary that they're thinking of it and patenting it, even if they can't readily, implement it. It's just that they're going.
Well, they're also trying to work on with the tyranny of UK, digital ID, and want to ban the
oh yeah,
find things to ban with the VPN, because of course that was the first thing people
they
were
want
doing
to
anyway.
close all the loopholes, or all
Yeah, and then Sony, it was the pattern with Sony. They're saying it's just a one-time event, but because they fucked up, and they keep fucking up, but they fucked up royally, fucked up. I mean, insanely with Concord. I mean, it was an LGBTQ game, but it failed.
Which
$400 million wasted. Concord.
Concord. It's a game.
So well, it was a game. It was a live service game. They tried also with Bungie, also with that only has about 10,000 players a day right now. That's you're paying for it. You got to pay for it. The only one I paid for that was live service was Overwatch. But I'm just saying that that's all they're doing this type of DRM thing, and it's the same thing because of the fact that the PS5 was they found the source code for that, and I could be jailbroken. And then of course the PS4 that was jailbroken a long time ago. But they're trying any digital games that it needs to be registered online.
Right. Oh yeah, they want everything to be.
Thing is only one time a thing, but yeah, go ahead.
So they want everything to be registered and or licensed or cloud served.
I am returned. And our numbers are great. Thank you. You've all done so well. I'm so proud of you all. Oh, really am. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for holding the stage. So what's going on? So tell me what you were discussing.
Oh, what are we talking about? Realtek can tell you.
Oh, okay. Realtek?
I was talking about well, Heather mentioned about the artificial intelligence being forced upon into cars. Then I started talking about Sony and they're going to ban the VPNs and the digital ID and
they're looking to ban VPNs? They're looking to ban VPNs? Is that what you said?
Yeah, of course. I mean, people in China use it all the time anyway. I mean, that's just big bucks with a lot of some of my friends with the dancing groups on TikTok.
Dancing groups.
And of course they use VPNs to access the World Wide Web. So the so
well, hopefully they don't succeed in that. I'm just about to get a VPN so I can cruise for Japanese porn. You can't get the animated shit here in the United States. The stuff you get is just old. But at any rate, all that.
Anti? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mostly the 3D versions.
Yeah, it's pretty old. You're right. It is very old.
Yeah. I'm going after the new shit.
That.
Yeah, the comparatively new
stuff.
Yeah. But at any rate, there was some stuff that leaked through.
Well, actually, it seems like they're running out of ideas. I saw a preview. I was looking at some new American porn, and they're running out of ideas. Now they want to copy what the Japanese did with the fucking squid arms or octopus arms.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Tentacular penis effect. Right. Best not to expose too much about our viewing habits. Not that that's a regular staple of my porn diet, mind you, but that's definitely.
I don't want that stuff.
It's definitely out there.
It is out there. Yeah, I just saw in the preview, man. I was looking. I was like, what's this person's name? So I'm
all
like,
that
oh shit,
all
man.
that having been articulated, so back to where we were about the monologue. I will ask Sammy if he's still listening to give us a hint that he's still listening. I'll try and remember a little bit about what I had said about Lilith, the archetypal entity, as opposed to Aquino's wife. And for that, we have to discuss, before I get into monologue, the Limashtu. And I think of Lama as in a Buddhist Lama, therefore you don't think of the animal, but think of Lamashtu. And Lamashtu would be, well, they're basically outsiders. By that I mean extra-dimensional entities. They would, of course, be chaotic, evil. They're spoken of from the days of the Bible. They are in the Apocrypha. There is so much to be found in the Apocrypha. It should have, of course, been integral to the Bible. But the seven Lamashtu, or Le-Mashtu, I would say, if I remember correctly, these are demons that are the outcast daughters of the god Amu, as in Amu, AMU, who was exiled from heaven for unspoken crimes against the gods. This was, of course, from the pantheons that were the precursor to Judeo-Christianity, and from which Judaism derived much of its own, shall we say, codice, its own concept of the Abrahamic God cannibalizes much of what was derived from the Canaanites and other groups that can no longer speak in their own defense because the Israelis mass exterminated them in what in their days they referenced as a Holocaust. In other words, the biggest perpetrators of Holocaustic warfare are the historical Judaic peoples, or the Israelis. This is because acting under orders from their mad god of the desert, who maniacally demanded the mass extermination of entire ethnic groups, entire ethnicities, entire races, they acted under his command to carry out such a crime against humanity. But as for their own divinities or demons, these were cast out upon the land. Their peoples, of course, no longer there to tether them. And hence, Lamashtu preyed upon the human race, especially unborn and newborn children. So as for their list of evil deeds, if you will, their crimes, they're quite lengthy. They cause miscarriages, kill children, poison water, blight plants, bring nightmares. They dwell in the hidden and await the opportunity to bring their dark gifts to the world. Now, Lamashtu, they have a bestial appearance. When they do manifest, a hairy human body, a lioness's head, donkey teeth, the ears of a jackass, or donkey ears and teeth, the long fingers and fingernails, hawk's talon feet, if I remember. They often show them in the representations as standing or kneeling on a donkey, or nursing a pig and a dog, which in the desert is considered vermin. A dog in the desert cultures is worse than vermin, considered lower than a rat, because dogs offer no protection whatsoever from the ghoul. They're very definitely not man's best friend in the desert cultures, whether Hebraic or Islamic. No, by the way, we're rejoined by Brendan. So dear Brendan, so glad you could rejoin us. And maybe if you could come off mute, you could tell us how you're doing. He's giving me gifs of hot chicks that are devil chicks, which I adore. Yeah, I appreciate.
Now you like a Morrigan? You know Morrigan, right?
Of course, I adore Morrigan. Well, she's a succubus. Of course,
Oh
she's
yeah.
supposed to look the way she looks. Yes, that's yeah.
A lot of girls cosplay as her.
Yes. Well, thank
Yeah.
God. Yes. If only that were the way they normally dress. Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah.
when the Lamashtu are represented, they're often represented holding snakes, serpents, if you will. So pregnant women will often wear amulets in the old cultures. We're talking about the biblical cultures. The pregnant woman would wear amulets to basically wards against them. They're dedicated to any god or demon who promises to stand against the Lamashtu. And one of those preeminent entities that would stand against the Lamashtu, the seven sisters of doom, if you will, was Pazuzu, the very entity that is in the original Exorcist. The original Exorcist and essentially all of the sequels to a degree was Pazuzu, or Pazuzu in the Anglicization. And he guarded against the Lamashtu. So in order to enter a community enjoying divine protection from demons and devils, a Lamashtu, well, she would have to she'd have to rely on other demons to help her break through. Basically, in terms of her own, if she were ever encountered, from what I remember of Aquino's own summonings, well, the bite carries poison, a real powerful toxin. They have diseased claws. Being struck by the claw would, of course, put a man down with a sickly affliction. Spell-like abilities, that goes without saying. Here we are with more images brought forth by the Real Tech Geek of our favorite succubus here, Morrigan, yes, and all that coming in through the text box. They can corrupt water, of course. That was what they were known for, and that's always a sign that they've invaded your space in the desert. Of course, poisoning water in the desert would be, well, that's an act that will finish off an entire community of peoples, and nothing to be taken lightly. When it comes to Lilith, of course, her original name was Lilitu, or Lilitu, the daemon.
Also, don't forget, you mentioned Pazuzu. You know, that's basically the modern day version of the Labubu.
And tell us about what you know about this.
My wife has a bunch of them, and it's always one on my dining table here.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, thank God she didn't go bananas over that, though. It was big money.
Interesting.
It was really, I just invested in stock for a while, traded, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's from Babylon, Pazuzu.
Yes.
So,
yes.
It's a very demonic, and it's like always watching you and stuff. Some people were talking about when they had in the room or something. I haven't experienced that, but there's someone else in there too. They're being attacked or being scratched when they're sleeping or taking a nap or something. Mostly women. But I don't know. It's something I would never want to really be too much into that.
Well, thank you for that input. I appreciate that. And but understand that the perception before Christianity was not so black and white. The perception before Christianity is still a perception that's held in Black Africa. When I served as a mercenary in Black Africa, one of the first things I noticed is there is a visceral connection to demons, but an understanding that they can be agents of retributive justice. So demons are looked on very differently in pagan Africa. In the animist tradition, or the pagan tradition, the demons are called upon to deliver justice that, well, the corrupt judiciary will not, or the corrupt legal system cannot. And the demons are therefore, in a sense, they can be your friend. Obviously, it's not something that you would want to make a habit of where they become your only friends, or they are essentially anything to play with. It's like playing in a compost heap. You're going to come away with ringworm if you do it for too long. But certainly that was the perspective that the Babylonians and the ancient desert cultures, the biblical peoples, that was the concept they had of Fēzuzu, or Pazuzu, as he's anglicized, was that he was a demon that could be on your side. He would be in the horrible remake. By the way, we just have a wonderful Academy for Ancient Text page from Brendan Zogit, who is himself an anthro-linguist, on the Mesopotamian seven, the seven evil spirits. This was translated by R.C. Thompson, The Devils and Evil Spirits of Babylonia, translated into the English in London in 1903. Thank you so much for this, Brendan. Excellent. So they give a description of the seven and a charm against the seven evil spirits. These are the les meshtu. And of course, maybe we can have Brendan read this all aloud for us, if he's willing. Oh, raging storms, evil gods are they, ruthless daemons, who in heaven's vault were created are they, workers of evil are they lift up the head to evil, every day to evil, destruction to work. Of these seven, the first is the south wind, the second is a dragon whose mouth is opened, that none can measure. The third is a grim leopard, which carries off the young. The fourth is terrible, a terrible Shibu. The fifth is a furious wolf, who knoweth not to flee. The sixth is a rampant, which marches against God and King. The seventh is a storm, an evil wind, which taketh vengeance. Seven are they, messengers to the king Anu there are they. From city to city darkness they work they. A hurricane which mightily haunts in the heavens are they. Thick clouds that bring darkness in heaven are they. Gusts of wind rising which cast gloom over the bright day are they. With the Imkulu, the evil wind forcing their way are they. The overflowing of Adad, mighty destroyers are they. At the right of Edad, stalking are they. In the height of heaven, like lightning, flashing are they. To wreak destruction forward go they. In the broad heaven, the home of Anu, the king, evilly do they rise. Evilly do they arise, and none to oppose. When Enlil heard these tidings, a plan in his heart he pondered. With Ea, exalted Masu of the gods, he took his counsel, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar, whom he had set to order the vault of heaven. With Anu he divided the lordship of the whole heaven. To these three gods, his offspring, day and night without ceasing, he ordained to stand. When the seven evil gods stormed the vault of heaven before the gleaming Sin, they set themselves angrily. The mighty Shemesh, Edad the warrior, they brought on their side. Ishtar, with Anu the king, moved into a shining dwelling, exercising dominion over the heavens. Then he indicates, in parentheses, nearly 10 lines here are unreadable. And after that, day and night he was dark. Id est sin. In the dwelling of his dominion he sat not down. The evil gods, the messengers of Anu, the king are they. raising their evil heads, in the night shaking themselves are they. Evil searching out are they. From the heaven, like a wind, over the land rush they. Enlil saw the darkening of the hero Sin in heaven. The Lord spraketh to his minister Nushku. O my minister Nushku, my message unto the ocean bring, the tidings of my son Sin, who in heaven has been sadly darkened. Who in heaven has been sadly darkened? Unto Ea, in the ocean, announce it. Yeah. Brendan emphasizes that Sin is the moon god. Thank you. In other words, he was eclipsed. Yes. Unto Ea.
Yeah, so this is...
Go on. Yes. By all means.
Yeah, this was their struggle against Sin, who is the moon god. And then ultimately he sacrifices his light to save the gods. That's why he has his phases.
Ah. Thank you for clarifying.
So the moon is the hero in that story.
Yes. So
but then now it's demonized and they say, oh, you're a sinner.
There we are. There we are.
But it's just he sacrificed his purity to save the universe.
Thank you for that. Most important. And it is Lilitu, or one of the Lamashtu, well, basically the apex predator among them.
Yeah, Lilitu is she's the big bad. Like, you don't want to deal with that creature.
Yes, she's, well, in a sense, she's a plurality. And remember that the manifestation, as a persona, is the aggregate. That's one perception thereof. But go on. Yeah. Yeah,
and the Lamashtu itself is a sevenfold entity.
Yes.
That had like 7 phases, or 7 sisters.
Yeah.
So that's where those are the creatures that reside in the Pleiades. And that's why it was considered like a malefic sign in the ancient past, in the Babylonian sense.
Fascinating. That's
So it's called the 7 sisters, but in Babylonian they were called the 7 witches. So there were 7 aspects of that creature.
Incredible. That's
so they would be afraid of it. Like,
yes. Well, that's so important. And of course I could go into the occult stuff for hours, and I would, God knows who would wind up joining us then, but I think we're safe now with the kind of Team Dietrich that is left. We've, hopefully all of the assholes have been purged. So, I'll gradually begin to speak of these things again more as time continues.
yes,
but,
Douglas.
yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
God,
Douglas.
don't even get me started.
I meant to ask you. Yeah, I meant to ask you about what happened to George Knight. One of them?
That
I
we
don't
can
know,
talk
man.
about privately.
Talk about spooky.
Yeah, that we can talk about privately.
Oh
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes, that's
Who?
yeah.
Who?
That's that brings us to all kinds of subjects. One of them being a voyage to Arcturus. But we'll discuss that another time.
Or he just was a fucking poser trying to fit in somewhere.
Well,
I always felt like that guy was full of shit anyway.
Well, you always had that right. Yeah. All that being said, certainly.
But go ahead.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll discuss that privately for now. Don't worry, it'll no doubt he'll expose himself publicly. That's inevitable. They always do, and doubtless he'll do that. On pursuing what he does. But when it comes to the everything about that incident and what it brings to mind, it was a long time coming. And he was never trusted, and there you have that. Subject for another time. But what it does bring to mind as well, outside of that, what else was there that we were speaking of that brings to mind? I guess we
the
could.
Lilitu demons, yeah.
Yeah, well, he fits right in. Yeah, but that's a whole. Yes, that was it. The latest remake of The Exorcist, which actually took the legacy character of Reagan's mother and effectively, blinded her in that atrocity, that cinematic atrocity.
I believe they're working on another one right now.
That would surprise me because that one flopped so bad. It flopped so bad because it was an insult to the senses. Understand that the first Exorcist was...
Oh, Russell Crowe was in this one? What the fuck are you being in this shit?
What is this, a new one that they're plotting, or was this the one that bombed?
The Exorcism? What the heck? No, this one's called The Exorcism. I don't know.
No. That's a different film entirely.
Exorcist.
It's about about a similar subject, but it's a different film. But in the original Exorcist, the film that was based on William Peter Blady's novel, which was based on, of course, a genuine historical incident. The Exorcist, the film, with the character Regan, the young girl, and the demon Pazuzu, where he's introduced to the American public. All of this starts in Iraq, near the ruins of Babylon. And you get basically half the story, which is okay. I mean, there's only so much they can do. But when it came to this reboot that took the legacy character and blinded her, when I use the term cinematic atrocity, it's not the shock value of blinding the legacy character of Reagan's mother, whom the actress did not...
Are you saying literally blinded?
No. She's blinded in the film. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And
not metaphorically, like she loses her eyesight.
Yeah, loses her eyesight. She's blinded by the demon-possessed girl in the film. Yeah, jumps on her.
Okay.
Yeah, and...
I think are you referring to The Exorcist Believer?
I believe so, yes. So let me look at...
That's from 2023.
Yes, so 2023, yes.
Because I remember the one, I believe the one from 2005. I mean, Dominion, the prequel to Exorcist. I remember one... you describing where they're in Babylon or Egypt or Iraq. So I do remember that movie. Where they found the graves of the bodies of people, or people buried, tales where they were possessed by an evil spirit that would just make everybody turn on each other, and it happened with the British soldiers.
Yeah,
so,
right. You go on. Continue.
Oh, I just remember watching that movie. Maybe it's from this one.
Okay, so what you're talking about is, just so people understand, and then we will get back to the point of Ellis Burstyn. She's the actress, Ellen Burstyn. Ellen Burstyn. Her name's spelled Burstyn. Ellen Burstyn did not want to reprise her role as Chris MacNeil, who's Reagan's mother. Chris MacNeil is Reagan's mother in the original Exorcist. She returned in Exorcist II, The Heretic, and then she never came back again. She did not want to come back again. And they kept pumping all this money, and she finally agreed that if they agreed to set up a kind of fund for educating students in acting. If they
I know who she is.
Yes.
I know this actress, but
yeah,
she's old,
then she would return to the film.
Old.
So she hopefully a lot of young people will be getting a great education in acting due to her efforts, but she didn't take a penny. She just said, just make certain that all these kids get an opportunity for education in acting. And then she agreed to come back and take the role, which she knew would be completely disrespectful and completely ruin everything. And but in the film, Reagan's mother does something that in the latest film, Exorcist, The Believer, 2023, which is what our man, Mr. Real Tech Geek, looked up. In that film, Reagan enters the room with a girl who's possessed, says, "I know who you are." And the demon jumps and gouges her eyes out. The young girl jumps at her and gouges her eyes out under the influence of the demon. But she doesn't know who it is. It's not Pazuzu. It's Lilitu. That's the whole point of that film, is it's Lilitu. And they're pointing out that no religion works against Lilitu. They instead of the original Exorcist, which existed in a Roman Catholic matrix, everything is operating by a Roman Catholic logic. Without that logic, you don't have the Exorcist. When you try and take it out of that logic and make it multi-denominational, that's an experiment that is bound to fail simply because that wasn't the original premise. You're turning it into something else. And what they show instead is a multi-denominational failure, as if all religions fail. It's a nihilistic film. So in its nihilism, rather than an affirmation of a faith, or at least one faith, as you see in the original Exorcist, you see a failure of all faiths. So this is just what we have going on in Hollywood today. Yeah, Brendan, please, your input, please.
I said that's lame. I said that's fucking lame.
No, it's beyond lame, but it's
satanic.
In a sense, I can actually appreciate it only on the grounds if they did it right, because that would set up for the sequel, which then would have made sense. But they couldn't do it right. They fucked it all up and made it stupid as fuck. But the reason it would make sense would be that no modern denomination, especially if they alienate the Catholic Church, which is thousands of years old, and all of these new religions, including the pagan ones they represented, like Vajahuduns or Voodoo, these are syncretic Catholicism. Just understand that Voodoo is, in a very real sense, a Catholic heresy. It's a sub-branch of Catholicism. It's syncretic with native African religions, but it's born of Catholic colonization. So they subdued or sublimated their ancient gods under the guise of Catholic saints, which then created a new religion of Vajahuduns or Voodoo. So it's an evolutionary adjunct to Catholicism. And that's why the Pope visited and acknowledged the Voodoo practitioners. Not this Pope, mind you. It was under, good God, I can't remember whether it was Paul or Benedict, but probably Benedict, or the one after him, the Latin American.
It was John Paul.
Yeah, that went down and visited West Africa. That's correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. You're right. It was, and he was acknowledging that fact. But all of that having been qualified, none of the evangelicals or Protestants or the
John Paul II made a historic visit to practitioners in Benin.
Yeah, Benin,
1993.
Excellent. Thank you. And so
meeting with 100 voodoo priests and chiefs in Kantou.
There we are.
Cotonou.
Yeah, Ratzinger.
Yeah, thank you. No, that wasn't Ratzinger. No, not Ratzinger. That's the Polish guy. It was the Polish guy before him.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Under which we had Vatican II, which was big changes in the church. But such having been said,
he sought to bridge the gap between Catholicism and Voodoo.
Yeah, there you go. That's I guess that's admirable in its own right. I mean, it's what it is.
It says also Benedict also went to Benin as well.
Yeah, there we are. Okay, I thought that.
But he did something more Catholic. It went to the slave port.
Okay.
Said sorry or some shit.
Got it. And thank you for that input. Very important. And so that having been articulated, when it came to the movie Exorcist Believer, that was one in which all of the religions that they presented in an ecumenical embrace, a round table, a round circle around the girls, all fail, but they make an insult especially to the Catholic Church by having the Catholic priest enter and his neck gets snapped immediately, just the moment he enters the door. But none of the others succeed in exorcising the girls. One of them remains saved, quote unquote. The other goes to hell. So it's it's just a completely offensive film. But it would make sense if they were showing all of the modern misperceptions of demonology failing, because none of these filters or interpretations understand the true biblical roots or biblical era roots of Lamashtu, the demon in question. In other words, the true way to combat her is to summon Pazuzu. So it would have set it up for a sequel if it had been done right, where they turn towards someone who studies the ancient texts, who then summons Pazuzu to do what he has always done, instinctively, reactively, reflexively, to drive away Lamashtu. That would make sense. Then you would have a demon-on-demon battle that, well, bridges new territory. that would take us out of the cycle that we've seen in the Exorcist films into something that, well, is brand new. And people could watch the sparks fly there and you'd be amazed. But no, they don't have the ability to carry
Yeah, it's so
out.
simple, and that would make a lot of money.
Yes. Yeah.
Horror movies are having resurgence.
Yeah, well,
yeah, they are too stupid.
They're too stupid. They well, first off, they can't consult a genuine occultist to tell them, like myself, to tell them how it's done. So that's there you have that. And
yes, that is the biggest issue. Yes.
Yeah. Instead, they're going towards this just schlock, crap and schlock, and it's really fucking sad. But all right, so
they'd rather have their budget for some fucking idiot like Captain Dale die. Pay him for stupid shit.
Well, we're wading back into these waters, but to maintain myself in safe territory, because of course the moment we brought this up, then Realtek brought up those real ugly memories, that can of worms of that wretched individual. So we've always got to, let's just get back to straight to the
I'm
geopolitics.
sorry.
No worries. At any rate, your information will be provided to yourself privately. I'll happily have a private discussion with you soon enough in the near future.
Right.
And of course, well, he's exposed himself and will continue to do so with his own actions. Let's put it this way: when it comes to people like that, they can't help themselves. They're intrinsically autodestructive and dedicated to that path. But they try to drag down others with them. That is the problem. And so they do as much damage to everyone around them.
Yeah.
And there's the Brandon Young connection that no one knew about publicly. That you might remember when Brandon Young was driven out. He disappeared and just didn't come back even as a gang stalker. That was the perception many people have. That wasn't the case. He contacted the individual you're speaking of, and it all went from there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so who in turn contacted
the other guy.
others. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah, let's not.
Mind your memories.
Yeah.
Or conjure up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just was wondering. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Well, now you know, of course, to a degree. Though, of course, there was a Meltdown episode, and that's still, that's, you can consult that. That's up there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you wouldn't perceive it as such. You wouldn't perceive it as such, but it's self-evident if you know the context. It's not a Meltdown episode in the sense that Peter Moon's was. It's he would simply, I mean, literally. Well, again, no point in discussing it right now. We'll discuss it privately, and then publicly it'll all become known in time. Rest assured. But as I said, my true love has always been geopolitics. And when I was prompted to speak about the occult repeatedly by all these people who claimed they were going to write books, you might remember that about George Knight. He insisted he was going to write a book. Do you remember that? That was his big insistence.
Yes.
Yeah, they're only here just to leech off of the occult, and when I would spend hours talking about it, then ultimately, of course, they all attempt to put it to use, and it never turns out well.
To the point of to the point of asking me,
yes.
Hey, have you ever heard of a spell that could kill somebody? And I'm like, no.
Great.
The only person, and then so I said, the only person I know that knows about that is Doug. Not go ask him or go after him. And then the next thing you know, he's knocking on the door, so to speak, saying, I'll pay you to kill someone remotely. It's just like, good God. They should be embarrassed.
Yes.
No. I thought it was a Spider guy, Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Spider-Man?
He wishes he was Spider-Man.
I remember his fucking name. I don't remember his name anymore. The guy from down from Australia, but yeah, you're talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Well, the worst part about this is that I could literally say there was more than one.
Yeah, yes.
Of course, it was more than one. It's more like 10 or 20, really.
Yeah, that have these requests. Yeah, but the person you're talking about, Real Tech, is the Michael Lloyd. His name was Michael Lloyd. But he claimed his name was Nemo Albano, which of course both mean no man in different languages. Nemo means no man. Albano means no man in the Espanol. Nemo is more Latin. But remember, the Espanol is the Latin language. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that kind of reminds me of Namor.
Namor.
You know, and then Name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Namor. It's two different ones, the DC one and the
well, Namor
Marvel
is the Marvel one. Namor is the Marvel character who I've always really loved as a child. I adored Namor as a neurotic, exotic character
me too.
who actually had personality as compared. He was an anti-hero. He was actually one of the original anti-heroes when it came to comics.
Yeah, but they didn't. But again, Hollywood fucked them up.
Yeah,
absolutely fucked them up.
Well, whatever Hollywood portrays him as is going to be. Of course, they can't do it right.
Terrible.
You talk about Namor. You mean that? But his only appearance in recent films has been Wakanda, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Well, and also Marvel Zombies also.
Marvel Zombies wasn't made into a film, was it? That wasn't made.
No, just animation.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, but at any rate, that's all. Yeah, well, Marvel just trashes its own properties consistently. I mean,
and then fucking Blade, that one's just fucking a disaster with that, and
what are they doing now with
shame?
Blade? Well, what are they doing now with Blade?
Nothing. No solo movie. It's gonna be some Midnight Suns, and his debut was in the Marvel Zombies,
okay.
And it wasn't even him. He was I wouldn't say possessed, but he was agreed upon to be partially controlled by Khonshu.
Okay.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
So, but it's the same fucking shit. Where it is. Well, one of the stories was going to be where the daughter was going to replace him. They went through five different, 7 different scripts. What you said?
Brendan said something. Yeah, what'd you say, Brendan?
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was off mute.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
It was
what you doing there, man?
Okay.
Okay, yes. At any rate,
that's just the God.
Yeah. So unless you have something more to bring up that you want us to address in terms of the occult, I'll probably veer into politics at this point and go back into the geopolitical.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. You poor kid.
You hate. Oh God.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you at least cover the? It says Giuliani's in critical condition in the hospital.
Yes. All our concerns. Yes. I'm like, yeah. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? I mean, I appreciate your bringing.
I don't know. Wave a flag or something. Like, put some firecrackers out.
Okay. We don't want to.
Like, hell gets another resident. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
America's mayor is in critical condition.
Yeah.
Yes, and hell's gonna get another. It's gonna get another.
Yeah, it's
Another spawn to poke with.
Yeah, it's guys like that.
Because
yeah, go on.
yeah.
Realtek, go on, Realtek.
Because hell needs more suffering to be made. Gotta keep his job rolling.
Well, he would be like a distinguished guest.
Yes. No, he'd be like the Bug Life. Bug Life. Remember what I told you? The best description was in there was one British author who did a portrayal of hell that was outstanding, and it was just when it comes to bug life in hell, where they just people like that are just so petty. Their souls are nothing but insects in hell. It's
A Bug's Life.
yeah, it'd be like that.
That movie.
It's
Wow.
but let's see now what Brendan put here. Ukrainian.
but look at check that first, and then I'll explain the second one.
Ukraine strikes 2 of Russia's Shadow Fleet tankers, Zelensky says. Okay, cool. All right, so explain. I mean, your own analysis. Of course.
I think you could read Zelensky's comment. He says, our warriors are applying sanctions against Russia's shadow oil fleet. 2 such vessels were struck in the waters and the entrance of the port of Novorossiysk.
Mhm.
Tankers have been actively used to transport oil, basically skirting sanctions. This is me talking. And he says, not anymore. I'm grateful to the chief of his, his general, one of his generals, et cetera, et cetera.
Excellent. Excellent. And also 7 OPEC members are going to increase output. That's desperate after the UAE exit. So
wasn't the UAE exiting because of a cap on output? It's like is that their way of sticking it to them or something? I don't get it.
Of course it is.
It's like, now that you're gone, we're going to increase our output.
Of course. It's all like a bitter,
They were
going.
They were manipulating the output for a long time anyway, so
yeah, of course. That was the whole reason.
Slowing it down deliberately.
Yeah, of course. So increasing it is no problem. They all had the taps on, hold, and so they just turn them on. It's not an issue. But like I said at great length, in great detail on my latest episode before tonight, I described all the exhaustively described the details of how it doesn't matter. Their share of the market these days is like well under half. It's it's around 30%. These guys are out of the game. America with United Arab Emirates as its partner is now the preeminent petrol state. We're the petrol power of planet Earth. And of course that just makes it all the more offensive that our prices are so high. We're exporting the shit, but not distributing it at home because, well, that wouldn't be American. That wouldn't be capitalist. So
I was gonna say, I think they're assuming that the American market can absorb those kind of shocks, but we'll see how long.
No, we cannot.
Well, the market can, but the population cannot.
Well, they see
it's all going to catch up to
It's like a Rockefeller equation that they're still using. It's like, look, they have to buy it, so too bad. Shit.
That is, that is an issue.
It's the standard oil method with how the that they've never fixed.
Yes. It's how the economy is structured. Non-farm payroll and consumer price index. I'm sorry, consumer price index, and all these things are from the turn of the 20th century. And when they came up with this idea, it was in the 1930s. It's completely, just old.
Yeah, thank you.
You need new ideas.
Very astute on both your parts, I assure you, and much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And
just trying to contribute.
Yeah, of course. Well, which is why we brought you back. Thank you, just for these reasons. And we're very glad to have Realtek Geek back among us. And so, Brendan, thank you for bringing these links to our attention as well. And thank you, Realtek, for bringing these links to our attention. What exactly is being said by China again? Oh, it's just rejecting American sanctions, essentially. So, in other words, so what do you make of this? That they're going to just keep trying to purchase Iranian oil, even if the Americans try and stop it?
Well, they're saying, well, Xi Jinping and the country are just saying that we don't care,
Mhm.
you know, we
Mhm.
don't care what you're saying, and they're probably going to still also continue to arm them, sell their drones. Russia and China are both selling
Mhm.
Iran drones anyway,
Mhm.
fleets of it.
But Russia was at the point where they were buying Iranian drones. So their support to Iran is going to be extremely limited. Communist China
Okay.
may
I didn't
increase
know
its
that.
yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Communist China has been extremely limited in any help or sponsorship provided to Iran. That may change radically simply because they want to fuck with the United States. So that may change on a dime. But all that being said, we can only wait to see what happens. So with that, I'll dive into monologue, but I ask both of you to
Oh,
stay.
I also meant to say that I saw that
Sure.
this fucking guy, man. There's rumors saying on Twitter that
Mhm.
Tucker Carlson wants to run for president.
Good. Yeah, that'll be a laugh. That's a comedy act I'll be waiting to see. Sure, by all means, please do so. Yeah, that will be pure comedy gold. I'd love to see that. Watch him waste money, time. Yeah, that. He's a clown in Carniac. Why not? Go for it. And
Absolutely.
so what I'm going to do now is once again dive into monologue. I ask both of you to stay for as long as you can stand it till all the oxygen runs out and you both die. And but feel free to interject anytime you need to breathe. Just jump in. Don't need to segue yourself. Just dive right in and say, "Oh, that reminds me of this, Doug," and bring something up. So that'll be fine. Definitely, we want to thank Stephen Myers again, who sent 60 United States dollars with the note, "Still here, DD. Let me know if you received it." I did, my dear brother from another mother, and my blessings to yourself and my gratitude to your mother who raised you and brought you into this world. Make certain to thank her for me. Hope she's still with us for you to do that. And in interim, we'll dive into the night with that. Now, this is what our man Samuel Romero brought up. Samuel Romero brought up that he brought up about the gerrymandering. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate with this and try to tell you how the Republicans think before I deconstruct them. But regardless of which thought process you align with, even the Supreme Court cannot stop the midterm blue wave. Learn to accept that fact. So welcome to the Sunday wrap-up, where I get you the week's news as I consume my eventide tea with you. To our paying subscribers, thank you. You make this possible. That means everything. If you're not yet a paying member, I'm asking you to join us. Independent media has never mattered more. Support our people-powered movement and upgrade your subscription today. Upgrade to paid. You know how to do that. The PayPal address is on screen. You just access it and contribute. Your contributions are my salary. To upgrade to paid, you simply make it a PayPal auto payment. As our man Brendan says, dude, you sound like an off-brand AM radio on the in-between channel.
Hey, hold on. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for you.
Don't
read that. Don't read that one.
Well, that's fine if it is. I mean, I take no offense.
No, it's no.
Yeah. I actually enjoy that. That's, you know, me, that thanks to my mother, I've developed a sense of masochism for verbal abuse.
No, okay, you know what? I'll just say it. Oh, earlier it sounded like you guys were an off-brand AM radio.
Okay.
You know, when you're scrolling in between channels, when you were on break, it was like that shit that you hear in the background, you know, like Tesla crystal radio shit. It was like people just talking, like in a dark room about some shit. That's what it sounded like. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. Yeah. It was unsettling. It was unsettling.
God. Is that when I take my piss breaks, or is that or when I'm on?
Yeah,
too?
and then you came back and you asked them, "What are you guys talking about?"
And they said, "I don't know.
I don't know."
They said, I don't know.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It was a good thing. It was only a piss break and not a masturbation break.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah.
It's been too long then.
Yeah. Thank you for that image, Real Tech. You have a talent. Thank you. At any rate.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
I need to. Yeah, I tried.
Yes.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it, but he was half asleep anyway. That guy, Aristides.
That's okay. We're glad he's with us. We love him.
Well, he's on a different time zone. And you have a different.
Yeah,
and you have a different timing.
Your biorhythms are different. Yeah. Even though you're in the same time zone as Aristides, you have a much different biology. Your biorhythm is almost akin to the Uberman program.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That you heard me mention.
My biology is definitely like that. Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. You need to take drugs. Yeah. That's and take the right drugs and help yourself sleep.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Yeah. You might ask Aristides for some advice.
I think I might
clink back a whole bottle of melatonin and see how far you get.
Yes. Yeah. Kick back half of it. Yeah. Don't do that. Just be careful. Okay. Just
talk to your doctor.
Yes. Everybody. Yes.
Consult your doctor before you do that.
No, I cannot overemphasize. Just think back to Helsing and Alucard. Now, the Wild Geese mercenary group was based on the actual mercenary group, the Wild Geese. Well, that's Mad Mike Hoare's team. And that's what they based the film on, titled The Wild Geese. So there is a film about mercenaries in Black Africa titled The Wild Geese that stars Roger Moore, a number of other high-powered brand names in acting from back in the day. Old men, mature men who were just like going back for one last contract. And the Wild Geese film is where they took the name for the Helsing anime. And the Wild Geese are a mercenary
1978. Group.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's the Wild Geese film. That's the film. Then the mercenaries known as the Wild...
Burton.
Yes, Richard Burton, of all people. Yes, I mean, that's old. These guys were old then. They were old then. And,
well, not Roger Moore, but...
yeah, he was old then. They were all old then. I mean, that old, like, old enough. They were mature. They were mature. Yeah, these were older men.
Oh,
and they were going back.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, for one last.
He was born in 1920.
Yeah. And they had a gay medic. They had a gay medic in the film. Openly gay. An openly gay medic.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So when it comes to
reminds me of What Were Eagles Dare.
Yes. Yeah. And so by the way, our man Brendan asks, with two service members being listed as missing by the United States military. They went missing in southwestern Morocco during the lion exercise. I guess they gave the codename African lion exercise, which is kind of redundant. They're in Africa. What else would it be? And besides, unless you use the term Chinese lion, what else would you be talking about? Sammy Romero says, sounds about right. Yes. And I would dare say it's Ghoul. Yeah. So the Ghoul took them. Yeah,
What's your
tigers are not in Africa; they're in Asian India. But go on.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but
I'm saying,
yeah.
which episode is your favorite of Helsing?
Well, I wouldn't say I have a favorite, but obviously I
The
appreciate.
one where
Yeah.
the one where the what's his name gets speared. Is that?
Oh yes, Incognito.
Yeah,
Incognito.
the
Yes.
one where Incognito gets one
Peter
shot
Moon. Peter
soloed.
Moon. Yeah,
Yeah.
Peter Moon gets just slapped down, bitch slapped
It's
down.
considered a filler episode, but it's
Yeah.
wildly prescient.
Yes.
Where he's like, I have
yeah,
the power of set.
Yeah.
I remember
He
that.
just gets he
Yeah.
gets one panel, not even gets a full fight.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that was brilliant. But they had a big lead up. That was Peter Moon. Big lead up. Yeah. A
Yeah.
lot of foreplay. A lot of foreplay, including taking
And
on
then just
taking on a child.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
an elderly vampirist trapped in a child's body, but she's his
Yes.
real first victim. His real first victim is a
Yeah.
child. Yeah.
he eats her. He eats
Yeah,
her.
he eats her. He eats a child. Yeah. And but in terms of Helsing, the point I was making is that when the wild geese are hired, he has Victoria, her name, right? Yes, the young lady, the virgin.
Saras.
Yeah. He has her, Victoria Saras. He has her play with them, just basically to taunt them. And then he shows up and he says, "These are the men who are going to be guarding me in my sleep. You know, I shan't sleep well with this crowd." In other words, sleep is profoundly important to a vampire. He makes that point again after a confrontation with Father, oh God, what's the man's name again? The father with glasses, the militant undertaker. Anderson, yes, with Father Anderson. Makes that point again. I'm going back to sleep after their drawdown ends. He says, I'm again ended by Victoria Saras. He says, I'm going back to sleep. Being up at this hour in the daytime is exhausting. Sleep is the vampire's superpower, but all mortals, all you baseline humans really need to understand your biggest problem in life. One of your biggest problems in life is sleep deficit. Every working person, especially in America more than anywhere else on earth, has sleep deficit. It's profound, and it's ultimately destructive to society. You really, all of you, need more sleep, and so just understand how important sleep is. It's and just catch up on it when you can. But now all that having been emphasized, the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act this week. Republican states are already redrawing their maps to erase historically black districts. But that's still not going to stop the blue wave coming in November. Let's talk about it. First, if you're a Republican, your perspective would be that the Democrats' race-based regime is collapsing. Now, the Supreme Court's decision just this last week in Louisiana versus Calais et alia, meaning and others. Calais and others in the Latin. Calais et alia. Louisiana versus that team has inevitably drawn strong criticism. Now, in ruling that electoral districts cannot be redefined along racial lines, the court stands accused of gutting the Voting Rights Act, crippling civil rights law, and effectively disenfranchising minority voters. All of which is true. But if you were playing the red advocate, if you were red side on the Republican side of the aisle, you would claim that the court's decision was correct on the merits, that it represents a great retrenchment that's taking place in American politics. Where effectively the Epstein class, which is the side you're on if you're a Republican, is trying to cement itself and fortify itself against popular rebellion, popular protest, or simply the population's ability to vote out the entrenched class of degenerates that rule America. the overwhelming majority of them being, of course, in the established Judeo-Christian identity group, which is an oxymoron if ever there was one. It's like saying destructive creativity, which some people would actually try to use as a term, but it's bullshit. If you're destructive, you're intrinsically not creative. It's not urban renewal to bomb a cityscape or a skyline into oblivion. You're not making space for new people to move in. You're simply denying the area to habitability. You're simply rendering it inaccessible. At any rate, if you're a Republican, you would presume that the rules by which our political system operates have been overdue for a revision. Not the rules codified in the Constitution, which Republicans worship as a fundamentalist religion. I call it constitutional fundamentalism, but the thicker web of precedents and practices that have served as effectively a second constitution since the 1960s, or in some cases, since the 1930s. So, Yester Septimanius, or last week's decision, will have the near-term practical effect of helping Republicans fortify their position going into November's midterm elections, improving their chances of holding on to their majority in the House of Representatives. But the long-term effect of the ruling also promises to strengthen the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party as what they consider the racial regime on which the Democratic Party has long depended collapses. What the court's Republican-appointed majority has actually gutted, if you're a red sider, if you're working for the enemy, if you're essentially a Putinista, insurgent, a traitor to our nation, you would say that what the Republican-appointed majority on the Supreme Court of our land has gutted is not the Voting Rights Act of 1965, but a nakedly racial form of gerrymandering. Louisiana had been ordered by lower courts to redraw its congressional districts to ensure that not one, but 3 districts would be majority black, virtually guaranteeing that 3 of the seat's 6 members of Congress would also be black. So a third of the congressional delegation would match roughly 1/3 of the state's black population. This is what we call taxation with representation. It is theoretically what your founding fathers, all slave owners no less, claimed they were fighting for. What the Republicans did by outlawing this ability is to reinstate taxation without representation. Because if any of these blacks are inspired enough, self-motivated enough to work and get jobs, their taxation no longer provides them with representation, thanks not only to the elimination of their ability to racially redistrict, but because of the Electoral College, which is a whole different subject, but nevertheless ancillary to what I'm speaking of. In effect, Republicans claim that representation by race was assumed to be more important than representation by geography or anything else. Because the Voting Rights Act has long been used to ensure that certain areas will have representation by one race. This racial gerrymandering, mostly adopted in the South, would apply to state legislative districts as well as federal congressional districts. Now, it's obvious why such a heavy-handed approach might appear reasonable in the immediate wake of segregation. Now, what Republicans are claiming today is that more than 60 years later, it cannot be argued that it's a response to discrimination because it's now an enduring form of discrimination in its own right. In essence, a set-aside or quota, not in the private sector, but in the legislative branch of government itself at the state and national levels alike. They feel that this has served the Democratic Party very well, not only because the black legislators elected by these black majority districts are inevitably Democratic to begin with, but also because the very existence of these districts is a kind of bribe or reward Democrats provide to a loyal constituency and its leaders. In other words, Republicans claim that this is a racial spoils system. Now, it's over. And they feel that the Democrats will have to make a different kind of case to black voters. Indeed, to all voters in districts which are no longer so racially segregated. Now, to them, Republicans, to the enemy of you and I, if you're a real American and not some Putinista insurgent, they feel they've caught the irony that separating blacks from other voters in order to create a more majority black district is a kind of segregation. The Democrats, who were indeed historically the party of the KKK, the white segregationists, came to see segregation for the sake of additional black representation as a positive good. There is irony to be caught here. Needless to say, in a state such as Louisiana, where the population is 1/3 black, perfect proportional integration of every congressional district or state legislative district would result in 1/3 of the voters in each district being black. That would be complete integration. It would also be politically inconvenient. Because in reality, of course, geography matters. It's called the power of place. And racial and other groups are not evenly distributed throughout any state, because nobody wants to live with each other. But the Supreme Court has now ruled boundaries should never be carved up just for racial reasons. Their decision allows for race to be a factor when there has been clear discrimination against a group in theory, but racially oriented districting can no longer be a normal practice. And without that practice, the Republicans are betting that Democrats would have lost the keystone to the strategy they've long relied on in the South. Now, that doesn't mean they're finished in region. Virginia is more blue than red overall, even though Republicans remain competitive there. North Carolina and Georgia have Republican leanings, but still produce embarrassments for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. Now, the Republican solid South did not last long. Yet the loss of racial gerrymandering will be felt by Democrats long beyond this November's midterms, which, despite the wave of non-racial gerrymandering this year, still present Republicans with high hurdles to maintaining their majority. Even if Republicans come out ahead in the tit-for-tat redistricting efforts now taking place, they may still be overcome by voter horror at the cost of gasoline, and oh, so much else. Yet, however rough the weather Republicans are heading into in November feels, their long-range outlook is now supposedly bright, through, of course, legislative intervention. In other words, Trump self-appointed, personally picked, personally packed the Supreme Court to bring this very result about. Republican states are ergo flourishing, while big Democratic states, including the biggest, my golden state nation of California, which powers your entire economy, and I mean all of you elsewhere outside of our golden state, if we were to perform a Cal exit and secede from the Union, you're all belly up, and you're all going to suffer a quality of life that's on par with where those two GIs just disappeared not even Morocco, but the occupied Sahara. You'll all be not even fourth, but more fifth or sixth world level of subsistence. In other words, you're all going to fucking die. Understand this, California is the only thing keeping your ass alive, and you'd better never fucking forget it. But even we, as with all the major democratic states, are losing population and major employers. Now, the rules, as perceived by Republicans, that we Democrats wrote to our own advantage in the heady days of the New Deal and Great Society, are slowly being rewritten or repealed by the Trump-packed court. So, the second Constitution of civil rights and the New Deal is giving way to something like the slave owners' Constitution, the plantation estate economy of the Founding Fathers. But Democrats will be prepared to write new rules for popular benefit as soon as we get the chance. So look for calls to pack the Supreme Court with liberals and to make Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico into states growing louder. Now, the rules themselves are now the stakes in this game. Now, the Republicans claim they're not acting selfishly, at least not entirely. Their more important point is that the rationales behind the norms that served Democrats so well in the 20th century are losing salience and authority, not least through Trump's personal intervention, legal authority. They will say that segregation in the name of fighting segregation was always a bad idea, but at one point, it may have seemed like a lesser evil than letting the effects of Jim Crow linger. They will assert that 60 years on, this racial policy has long since demonstrated the limits of what it can accomplish and promises nothing new, just the perpetuation of the spoils system. They will promulgate the theses that what was once for many Americans a hope has become a scam, and now the Supreme Court has said it must end. But Democrats are still going to sweep in November. The SCOTUS, the SCOTUS, are the Supreme Court of these United States. Be damned. The Supreme Court dropped a bomb on Wednesday midweek last. In a 6-3 ruling, the court's conservative, we shall say retro-conservative supermajority, gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, making it nearly impossible to challenge racially discriminatory maps without proving outright intentional discrimination, a near impossible legal bar. Now, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's response was immediate and shameless. Within an hour, within less than 60 minutes of the ruling, the Republican-controlled Florida House, Troy Bellamy's neighborhood, approved a gerrymandered map that could net the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party 4 more House seats. Republicans in Louisiana, Tennessee, and Georgia are racing to redraw maps before November. All told, analysts estimate Republicans could net as many as 18 new House districts in the 2026 midterms, thanks to gerrymanders authorized by this Supreme Court ruling to recreate all white voting districts. That sounds catastrophic. The ruling is a direct assault on the civil rights gains of the past 60 years. But here's what the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's triumphalists don't want you to focus on. The political environment heading into November is historically brutal for Republicans. Maps alone cannot save them from what's coming. The April 2026 Emerson College poll of likely voters finds Democrats leading Republicans by 10 points on the generic congressional ballot. Trump's job approval sits at just 40%, with 56% of likely voters disapproving. Meanwhile, 53% view the United States military misaction in Iran as a failure. History tells us what happens in environments like this. Just look at the 2018 blue wave, which produced massive Democratic gains even with Republican gerrymandered maps. Legal battles are also underway challenging the rushed Republican redistricting efforts, particularly Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry's legally dubious maneuver to suspend an already underway primary. The court's ruling gives Republicans little room to redraw maps before the midterms. And most crucially, the SCOTUS, the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States ruling itself, may backfire, especially in Troy Bellamy's Florida. When you gerrymander aggressively to squeeze out 4 extra seats, you don't create 4 safe Republican districts, you create 4 razor-thin Republican districts. Republicans in Florida should know this better than anyone right now. In March, the Democrat Emily Gregory flipped a state legislative seat that includes Mar-a-Lago itself, which a Republican incumbent had won by 19 points just 2 years earlier. That same night, the Democrat Brian Nathan flipped a Tampa State Senate seat. It was the 29th seat Democrats had flipped from Republican control since Trump took office. So DeSantis is now proposing to spread Republican voters even thinner across more districts in Tampa, Orlando, and South Florida, the regions already teeming with Democratic voters. SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of our land, handed the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party a 60-year cheat code, and Florida Republicans immediately fumbled it. No map ever drawn has fixed a 10-point polling deficit. Republicans are about to learn that the hard way. Again. The DHS shutdown is over. The ICE fight having just begun. Because the only other way to get rid of Democratic voters is to mass deport them. And if you need more proof that no amount of votes can save Republicans from themselves, look no further than the DHS shutdown. The longest agency shutdown in American history ended Thursday when the House passed a bill to reopen most of the Department of Homeland Security. ICE and Customs and Border Protection remain unfunded, meaning Democrats got exactly what they held out for. This started in January when federal agents killed 2 United States citizens, white Americans, during an immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. Democrats refused to fund ICE without reforms. Republicans refused to fund anything without ICE. The Senate passed a bipartisan bill unanimously in March. Mike Johnson sat on it for 5 weeks. More than 1,000 TSA officers quit. Airport lines stretched for hours. Johnson eventually passed the Senate's bill word for word. Republicans tried to blame Democrats for a shutdown that their own speaker refused to end. They called it the Democrat DHS shutdown on official government communications, all while Johnson privately told colleagues he didn't have the votes. This isn't fully over. Republicans are now racing to push $70 billion into ICE and Border Patrol funding through budget reconciliation before Trump's self-imposed June 1st deadline. The process requires them to bypass the Democratic filibuster and keep all members of a famously dysfunctional party in line. Wednesday's vote to unlock that process took 5 hours and required Johnson to personally negotiate with a block of Midwestern lawmakers who were holding out over an unrelated ethanol provision. That is the coalition that now has 30 days to get it done. Given that it took them 76 days to pass a bill they already had, I'm not holding my breath. And the FCC threatened ABC's license because Jimmy Kimmel made a joke. I'm not editorializing. That's just the sequence of events. On Monday, opening last work week, Trump posted on Truth Social that Jimmy Kimmel should be fired, should be immediately fired, after Kimmel made a joke about Melania Trump at the White House Correspondents' dinner. By Tuesday afternoon, the FCC had ordered ABC to file early license renewals for all 8 of its owned stations within 30 days. The FCC says the investigation is about Disney's DEI, diversity and equality and inclusivity practices. The lone Democratic commissioner on the FCC called it the most egregious action this FCC has taken in violation of the First Amendment to date. The timeline itself did the rest of the talking. This is not the first time. In September, Kimmel's show was suspended for 6 days after he made a joke paleo-reactionaries didn't like. The FCC chair said at the time about ABC affiliates, "We could do this the easy way or the hard way." The legal standard for actually revoking a broadcast license is nearly insurmountable, and this process will take us years. The FCC knows that. That's not the point. The point is that a late-night comedian now has to wonder whether his employer's federal operating licenses are safe every time he writes a monologue. Critical Omissions does not have a broadcast license. We do not have a parent company with 8 TV stations a regulator can threaten. We have no advertisers to call us nervously on Thursday morning. No merger pending before a Trump-appointed commissioner, and no attorney who has to approve my monologue. We have listeners, and that is the only reason I can speak this sentence without anyone doing the calculation first. If that bothers you, the answer is to fund the journalism that doesn't have a license to lose. And if you've been listening for free, tonight is a good night to change that. Become a paid subscriber. Upgrade to paid by institutionalizing an auto payment via PayPal. We'll still be here midweek, saying the thing ABC's lawyers are currently meeting about. That Congress couldn't meet its own Iran war deadline. On Friday into this weekend, Congress hit a 60-day deadline to authorize Donald Trump's war in Iran or else force him to end it. The fact that lawmakers appear unwilling or unable to actually do anything is emblematic of their dysfunction and failure to serve as a co-equal branch of government. Trump has lost control of the conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories have been central to Donald Trump's political rise. He was a leading promoter of the birther conspiracy theory targeting then-President Barack Obama, embraced outlandish theories about a deep state in the government, and still pushes false claims that the 2020 election was stolen from himself. But conspiracy theories, and the people who support them, are unpredictable and hard to control. Now, Trump is increasingly the subject of conspiracy theories on both the left and the right, with many of his one-time supporters viewing him with growing skepticism. I mean, Area 51 just had 17 earthquakes in a single fucking day. Something strange is happening underneath Area 51. According to United States Geological Survey data earlier this last week, over 100 people have reported at least 17 earthquakes within the span of only 24 hours, not far from the infamous, highly classified military base. According to the geophysicist Stephen Burns, the comparatively shallow events, about 2.5 miles below the ground, ranged between 2.5 and 4.4 in magnitude, with the strongest reportedly recorded in an unusual place to get an earthquake. Conspiracy theories are already spreading online about aliens, UFOs, and other spooky phenomena, but one hypothesis at least initially sounds more plausible and unnerving. Based on the region's past, along with recent domestic policy reversals, there is technically a not zero chance that the United States restarted underground nuclear tests. That said, don't go racing to the underground bunkers just yet. First, for those of you who truly don't know, what is Area 51? Disregarding sensational extraterrestrial rumors, Area 51 operated for decades as our national nexus of cutting-edge weapons development and experimental aircraft engineering. Located inside the Nevada Test and Training Range about 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas, the facility opened in 1955 at the direction of the Central Intelligence Agency for Project Aquatone, basically taking the old Army base and placing it under intelligence classification. This endeavor culminated in the construction of the Lockheed U-2 reconnaissance aircraft and marked a major moment in the Third World War we so misnomer as the Cold War. Later, covert on-site operations included the development of the A-12 spy plane, the F-117 Nighthawk, and the D-21 drone. Area 51 earned its reputation as a UFO hotspot, largely due to decades of these stealth aircraft test flights, whose inexplicable speeds and maneuvering capabilities often confounded unexpected onlookers. If all that weren't enough, Area 51 shares a border with Yucca Flat, which the United States military abused for years to test dozens of nuclear weapons. While many were above ground, researchers soon realized the comparatively safest method was subterranean detonations, since it greatly reduced exposure to atmospheric radioactive fallout, which was carcinogizing the cellular composition of American taxpayers by the fucking millions, and resulting in millions of them dying early of cancer. Well, they all became gardens of cancers, and the carcinoma victims, well, they can't pay taxes. So in 1951, engineers detonated the first underground nuclear weapon, 1.2, the kiloton buster Jangle Uncle, 17 feet below ground level. After over a decade of rising geopolitical tensions, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics signed the Limited Test Ban Treaty in 1963 to prohibit any further above-ground nuclear development or test deployment. The deepest nuclear test ever recorded in these United States took place at a depth 6,000 feet beneath Kamchatka, Alaska, in 1971. The last nuclear explosion in these United States occurred in 1992, and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1996 virtually ended all sanctioned weapons advancements among world superpowers. Now, since its signing, only 16 confirmed detonations have been recorded from the non-signatory nations of India, Pakistan, and North Korea. Despite these, armed nations have dramatically reduced their nuclear stockpiles. So don't panic. President Donald Trump has repeatedly expressed interest in restarting domestic underground tests, and the last remaining nuclear arms treaty between the United States and Russia expired in February of 2026. However, that's easier said than done. From a simple logistical standpoint, reversing nearly 40 years of global precedent would require at least 36 fucking months of prep time at the Nevada test site. And Trump most recently commented on the subject in October of 2025. Then there's the CTBTO, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization itself. Formed in conjunction with the treaty, the multinational project constantly monitors for any new nuclear detonations, and its equipment is extremely sensitive. Shortly after the Russo-American Treaty expired in February, the CTBTO Executive Director, Robert Floyd, explained, "The CTBTO's IMS, that's its International Monitoring System, is capable of detecting nuclear test explosions with a yield equivalent to or greater than approximately 500 tonnes. That'd be about 492 tons of TNT. Below 500 tonnes is roughly 3% of the yield of the explosion that devastated Hiroshima. While underground nuclear detonations are more difficult to flag, it's certainly not impossible. Past research proves advanced signal detection technology can also pinpoint a 1.7-ton buried explosion with 97% accuracy. Emphasizing that the nuclear option is unlikely because the United States typically detonated underground nukes at very shallow depths, Martin Pfeiffer, a semiotic anthropologist and nuclear weapons researcher, wrote to Popular Science, and here I quote therefrom. "It's almost certainly not nukes, laugh out loud. Nukes have a relatively distinctive seismic signal." So, while certainly dramatic, the odds that the United States suddenly detonated over a dozen nuclear devices underground near Area 51 this week last are extremely low. Such having been qualified, scalar weapons, earthquake machines, are the likeliest answer. And, well, if it's operated by private contract, even the government may forget what happened because an AI agent has deleted a company's entire database in 9 fucking seconds flat. Then confessed thereunto. The cost of putting hallucination-prone AI agents to work was displayed all too clearly this week last with reports that the coding agent Cursor, which is powered by Anthropic's Claude Opus 4.6, deleted an entire production database and all its backups in just under 9 seconds flat. The stricken company was POCKETOS, or Pocket OS, which makes software for rental car companies. After the, breathtakingly swift deletion, the company traced the culprit back to the coding agent, and the AI bot confessed that it had guessed, acted without permission, and failed to understand the command before running it. Now, as AI agents are integrated into more and more key digital infrastructure, this is just the beginning. With the POCKETOS, or Pocket OS founder, Crane, so writing, "We are not the first, we will not be the last, unless this gets airtime." And by the way, the king gifted a bell from the scrapped Trump. The vessel, with relations with, while the relations with some European allies appear strained, the United States is seeing a more positive dynamic with the United Kingdom. A recent royal visit brought a different tone as King Charles and Queen Camilla traveled to the United States in a move aimed at strengthening ties. And during the visit, King Charles addressed Congress and emphasized the enduring relationship between our two empires, describing it as a lasting bond of kinship. The visit also included a symbolic gesture. The king presented Donald Trump with a large brass bell bearing his name, an artifact linked to His Majesty's ship Trump, a British World War II submarine that helped protect Allied interests and later served in the Pacific. The vessel, which the New York Times reports doesn't appear to have any connection to President Trump's family, was scrapped in 1971. Calling it his personal gift, Charles said he hoped the bell would stand as a testimony to our nation's shared history and shining future. Drawing on his own naval background, he noted the submarine's role during wartime before adding a light remark, "And should you ever need to get hold of us, just give us a ring." Now, America's going to need that help because Iran has damaged over half of our bases in the Middle East. To reiterate, Iran has damaged the majority of United States bases in the Middle East. In other words, at least 16 American military sites have been damaged in Iranian strikes. That's the majority of American positions in the Middle East. That's not Iranian propaganda. That's a CNN investigation published into this weekend. And it matches what NBC News reported earlier this last week from 6 people familiar with the damage. Runways, high-end radar systems, dozens of aerocraft, warehouses, command headquarters, hangars, and satellite communications infrastructure were all struck. This destruction...
Yeah, also, AWS is Amazon Web Services is shutting down in their area there in the Middle East.
Yes, and tell us the link you found about this AI attack. Oh, but complete your other thought first.
They got lucky. Oh, okay. Well, they were just not only attacking AWS. You know, they were attacking. Iran was attacking NVIDIA. They were attacking Microsoft. You know, Azure data centers there because that's what NATO uses anyway to coordinate together, and whoever else was there. And the long-range radar and the aircraft, so it's a lot, and it just really like I mentioned last week, if it starts up again, probably going to be number one for them is going to be the desalination water plants. So
desalination. Go on.
Desalination. I'm sorry. Desalination. But basically, this company got very lucky. Victim of AI agent that deleted company's entire database, gets their data back. Cloud provider recovers critical files and broadens his 48-hour delayed leave policy. So, yeah, they got lucky. It's the founder of Pocket OS. So, this is maybe 1 in a million, literally. They won a lottery with this. But you should always back your data up, especially locally and separately and offline. But it's not ready for prime time, and the notion that it's true AI or the bullshit they've been talking about, it's not. It's just large language model. That's all it is. You're not to the point where Douglas Dietrich are like.
Well, yeah,
I'm still kind of confused what that truly is, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable. I mean, it would take an 18-hour college course just to give you the basics on what happened with that. But I think you've got some of the general background.
Shit.
Yes, but go on. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be that way for so many of the things that I talk about. You know that. But such having been qualified, thank you for your input. Very, very important. And as for the destruction as for the destruction in the Middle East, that spans several countries and could cost up to $5 billion to repair. I'm talking about these American assets alone. That figure doesn't include weapon systems, aircraft, and other equipment that were either impaired or rendered unsalvageable. It's only repairing the basic infrastructure like runways or bunkering on the sites themselves. To be precise about what is unsalvageable means in practice, other damaged resources include at least 1 fighter jet, a dozen MQ-9 Reaper drones, 2 MC-130 tankers, helicopters, and an E-3 Sentry plane. The Pentagon's response to all of this: "We do not discuss battle damage assessments for operation security reasons. Our forces remain fully operational." Now, fully operational is doing a lot of heavy lifting in a sentence about 12 destroyed drones and runways that no longer exist. This is a power failure. Most wars take a long time to achieve quagmire status, but Donald Trump's Iran war is precocious. Just 60 days have passed since the president formally notified Congress about the military misaction there on March 2nd. The first aerostrikes had actually begun 2 days earlier. So he only told us 48 hours after he attacked. That made Friday the deadline under the WPR, the War Powers Resolution, for the president to end this war, Congress to authorize it, or Trump to invoke a 30-day extension for withdrawal. Even though the deadline is written into law, it was always guaranteed that none of these things would or will happen. Given a chance to rein in a wildly unpopular, unsuccessful, and completely illegal war, Congress just does nothing. The latest sign of how ineffectual that body has become. The maladministration and Republican leaders have decided to pretend the war is simply over, freeing themselves of any need to act. In a letter to Congress, obtained by Politico magazine, the White House claims that the war has terminated because of the current ceasefire. The House Speaker Mike Johnson has adopted a similar line, telling NBC News before the weekend, "We are not at war. I don't think we have an active kinetic military bombing, firing, or anything like that. Right now, we are trying to broker a peace." This is absurd. Trump's interpretation would allow a president to engineer ceasefires every fortnight, 14 nights, or 12 weeks to escape congressional involvement. The war is not over in any sense. Thousands of service members are deployed. Thousands of ships are trapped in the Persian Gulf. and negotiations with Iran haven't just stalled, they barely seem to exist. The president has resorted to threatening Iran with a meme depicting himself wielding an assault rifle in front of explosions and the caption, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." The war's existence is itself a sign of Congress's impotence. The Constitution giveth the power to declare war to the legislative branch, and Trump neither sought nor received it in this case. Wishing to give presidents leeway to act quickly in an emergency, but also wishing to maintain some control, Congress enacted the WPR, the War Powers Resolution, circa 1973. Throughout the first 12 months of the Iran war, Democrats forced 6 votes attempting to trigger the resolution, which, as I myself have explained before, would be a dicey choice. But Republicans defeated all 6. The 60-day mark theoretically forced action, but the law itself is not self-enforcing. It assumes Congress will act, and as is clear by now, that is not a safe bet. On Thursday, the House was finally able to find a way to end a partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security that had begun on Valentine's Day, making it the longest in history. The Senate passed a bill to reopen the department at the end of March, but the House left town rather than even pass it. Now, ahead of the WPR deadline, some Republican senators said that they were open to action. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska is drafting an authorization. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky has already joined with Democrats on prior votes, and yesterday, the Friday into this weekend, Susan Collins of Maine did as well. But it's a long way from these gestures to both chambers actually passing any authorization or forcing Trump to withdraw, especially when the House is absorbed in a series of other self-inflicted crises. Flouting the WPR is not merely a Trump problem. During the 2011 United States bombing of Libya, lawmakers in both countries, both parties, criticized President Obama for acting without authorization. The Obama administration laughably contended that although the United States had spent upwards of $1 billion, the attack didn't fall under the WPR because U.S. operations do not involve sustained fighting or active exchanges of fire with hostile forces, nor do they involve U.S. ground troops. The Trump maladministration has borrowed the Obama line to justify its completely illegal strikes on boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, saying in essence that it needs no authorization because although the United States military is involved, no one is capable of shooting back, which in essence is declaring that so long as the United States military is massacring innocents who are completely unarmed and unable to defend themselves, it's cool. And you don't need no authorization for that because it's not a battle. It's a massacre. Well, you can justify a Holocaust with that one. With a runaway president and dysfunctional Congress, Time magazine reported this week that some Democrats are contemplating suing the Trump maladministration for violating the WPR. The liberal scholar Erwin Chemerinsky also recommends the courts as a venue for checking the war. Democrats don't have many other they simply don't have many other levers to pull, but the outlook for such a lawsuit is murky. As Chemerinsky ruefully admits, courts have deemed such suits in recent decades to be political questions outside their scope. Whether Democrats would have standing to sue is also in question. Some of them tried to sue Trump for violating our Constitution's emoluments clause during his first midterm, but judges rejected the case. Even if the legal hurdles can be overcome, it's humiliating for Congress, a theoretically co-equal branch of government, to be forced to turn to the judiciary, an entirely different branch, to do the work that it is unable or unwilling to do. No wonder the public's view of Congress has matched its all-time worst in the Gallup poll, reaching 86% disapproval in a survey released last week. Opinions within the body are, if possible, even lower. A senior House Republican told NOTUS, N-O-T-U-S, the News of the United States outlet, "This is what happens when you have leadership who can't organize a one-car parade." Now, how Congress decides to handle Iran is important, given that the war has been thus far a strategic, moral, and legal failure. But the underlying questions of legislative power are much deeper than the current acute crises. Fixing American politics and turning back the tide of authoritarianism will require an empowered and effective legislative branch that can stand as a counterweight to the White House. Right now, Congress obviously isn't up to the job. And Donald Trump himself should be banned from social media altogether. Trump fired off a warning after he was humiliated by Germany's leader. Der deutschen Bundeskanzler Friedrich Merz drew a sharp response from Donald Trump after he suggested the United States has no strategy and is being humiliated by Iran. The ripple effects of President Trump's war with Iran are reshaping how foreign leaders deal with him, as the familiar strategies once used to win his approval they no longer carry the same weight. Many now find themselves balancing pressure from Washington against expectations at home. And more often than not, domestic priorities are taking precedence. The German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, has largely aligned with our president's approach on Iran, including granting the United States full access to military bases in the United Germany for strikes and pledging minesweepers to help secure the Strait of Hormuz once the conflict formally ends. But the war has taken a toll, weighing on the United Germany's economy and eroding support for Merz at home. This is where we get to Americans obviously have no strategy. Speaking to students in Marsberg on April 27th, Merz criticized the American approach to Iran, suggesting that Washington was being outmaneuvered in outgoing diplomatic efforts. Well, all ongoing diplomatic efforts that are currently outgoing, which are essentially nothing. And I mean nothing. Framing the situation as an all-around embarrassment, Merz said, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "The Iranians are obviously very skilled at negotiating, or rather very skillful at not negotiating, letting the Americans travel to Islamabad and then leave again without any result. The Americans obviously have no strategy, and the problem with such conflicts is always that you don't just have to go in, you also have to get out again. We saw that very painfully in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw that in Iraq. So this situation is, as I said, at least ill-considered, and I do not see at the moment what strategic exit the Americans are choosing now. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by the so-called Revolutionary Guards. And so I hope that this ends as quickly as possible." Well, the failed negotiations add context. Merz's criticism, comest as diplomatic efforts with Iran have struggled to gain traction. On April 25th, Trump canceled a planned trip by American negotiators to Islamabad, where indirect talks with an Iranian delegation were expected to take his place. Despite the setback, the POTUS, the POTUS, which doesn't stand for piece of shit, as you would assume, but the President of these United States, projected confidence, telling Fox News on April 26th, "We have all the cards. If they want to talk, they can come to us, or they can call us." Earlier in April, a round of talks in Islamabad, led by the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, ended without any meaningful progress, reinforcing concerns that negotiations are stalled. The deadlock soon became a key point, a Dietrich, or that's the Deutschen Sprech, the German speak for Meisterschlüssel, or that would be anglicized as master key point, in the criticism raised by Merz, and Trump had lots to say in response. Well, this is where Trump hits back. Trump, who called Merz a friend after meeting with him at the White House in early March, responded to the German leader quickly and forcefully right here, where I'll enter the link into both chat and into our infinite call, or the text box thereof. There we go with that, and have at it, by all means. Posting on Truth Social, to take broad aim at united Germany, President Trump rejected the criticism and escalated the rhetoric surrounding Iran's nuclear ambitions, defending his maladministration's mishandling of the situation, arguing that his approach addressed issues previous leaders had failed to confront. "I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay," he says, all cap, "okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise." Meanwhile, policymakers are consulting a musty tome in Great Britain's National Archives. Apparently, this decade's must-read is a 1939 guide to waging economic war. Nuclear deterrence may be having a moment, but so is the less cinematic idea of economic warfare. As Iran and these United States turn the Strait of Hormuz into an economic choke point, attention is returning to Great Britain's Handbook of Economic Warfare, a battered 1939 guide now held in the United Kingdom's National Archives, there being no digital copy. Declassified in 1990, its 60 pages lay out a newly relevant playbook for destabilizing an enemy's economy. This brings us to our waging of economic war upon ourselves, with our split-screen economy. Heather Long, the chieftainess economist at Navy Credit, the Navy Federal Credit Union no less, sayest, "This is a split-screen economy. AI is doing well, and the middle class is squeezed." Reports from our nation's techno giants into the weekend showed how much money is being thrown at artificial intelligence. On Thursday, that cash-filled engine was on full display as new data from the Trump maladministration indicated inflation-adjusted gross domestic product increased an annualized 2% in the first quarter. And while those consumers continue to spend, much of that is tied to spiking gas prices caused by the Judeo-American war with Iran. Economists, though, see a risk of spending declining soon, as rising transport costs further inflame inflation, and the related disruption of fertilizer supply augurs higher grocery bills over time. That in turn, as warns the Wells Fargo economist Shannon Grain, will lead to less discretionary spending. Simultaneously, job opportunities have dried up across much of the economy as more companies in the tech and financial sectors engage in mass terminations, a phenomenon increasingly driven by AI. To quoteist Michael Skordelis, head of the United States Economics at Truist, AI can take the baton from a GDP standpoint, but the consumer is critical no matter what. It seems to be more of a business-driven recovery, which maybe is why the average person may not feel the economy is growing the same way as a more traditional consumer-led recovery. And we've also got, to compound that felony, Big Oil's warning. The buffer is running out. The Judeo-American war with Iran and the calamity it's triggered in global energy markets has been sharply felt by nations from Southeast Asia to Europe. In these United States, however, the price for consumers flowing from Donald Trump's decision to attack has been about $1.40 more for a gallon of gas on average. This week, the warnings that more acute pain may be coming to American shores have been accumulating. On Friday, one more arrived from Big Oil. Every day the Strait of Hormuz remains shut. The world is using up commercial stockpiles, strategic reserves, and crude that was stored in vessels. ExxonMobil, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips all said this week in cross-referenced concurrence. These supplies are now running short. In an interview with Bloomberg TV on Friday, the Chevron chief Danish financial officier, Eimir Bonner, said, "There's very little of the buffer left. If you look at the unprecedented disruption and the world supply of oil and natural gas, the market hasn't seen the full impact of that yet." Right now, the American empire is importing millions of barrels of oil and refuses to use its own oil while prices keep exploding. And the crises in oil markets will only get bigger. I'd wager that more of our listeners could now tell me the rough price of a barrel of oil than that of a pint of milk. When Brent crude topped $125 this week, its highest level since 2022, it made headlines. Perhaps more remarkable is that it is not higher. In March, many analysts predicted prices of 150 to 200 United States dollars if the strait were to stay closed for a long time. Mark my words that the crises in oil markets is only going to get worse. While Asia and Europe scramble for natural gas, the American glut has nowhere to go. The war with Iran has boosted prices of globally traded natural gas by throttling exports from the Gulf. In West Texas, gas is so abundant that some of the producers, they must pay to have it taken away. The war and Iran's attacks on Gulf energy producers have halted 20% of global LNG, liquefied natural gas supply. Qatari LNG facilities have been damaged and tankers have been unable to sail through the Strait of Hormuz waterway at the Gulf's entry because of Iranian threats to fire upon them. The crisis has exposed a major split in the global gas market. Import-dependent countries across Asia and Europe are scrambling for scarce supplies, but these United States, the world's largest gas producer, consumer, and exporter, remains awash in fuel, with prices near 17-month lows. But American pipelines are full, and LNG export plants are at capacity, so that cheap American gas cannot reach overseas buyers, creating a bifurcation much more stark than in the oil markets. Since the war with Iran began on February 28th, gas futures at the All-American Henry Hub benchmark in Louisiana have dropped by as much as 12% to a 17-month low of $2.52 per WkMBTU, or million British thermal units, while prices around the world have soared by as much as 84% in Europe and 108% in Asia, to around $21 to $22 per WkMBTU, or million British thermal units. By contrast, the international crude benchmark Brent is trading around $111 a barrel, while the American benchmark is at $104 a barrel, with both having risen more than 50% as a result of this war. And they're paying to take gas away! The United States has sufficient supply both to meet domestic demand and fill the LNG export plants that chill gas to liquid form. However, those plants were already operating near maximum capacity before the war, so no matter how high global gas prices go, America cannot turn much more gas into LNG for export. American prices in the top shale field, the Permian Basin, are even lower than benchmark futures. Spot gas at the Waha Hub in West Texas has traded below zero almost every day this year because gas pipelines out of the Permian are full, meaning there is no spare capacity to transport the fuel. Simply put, some producers have to pay others to take it away, as if it were a waste product. According to a recent United States Energy Department outlook, American gas production, already at a record 107.7 BCFD, or billion cubic feet per day, in 2025, is expected to keep rising to meet growing demand for power-hungry data centers and to supply new LNG export plants. Output is increasing also as oil producers increase output, and as their wells gradually produce more gas than they used to as oil reserves are depleted. Additional pipeline capacity is months away at best. In a report, analysts at Bank of America said, meaningful transport relief doesn't show up until late this year of early 2027, when larger pipeline projects are anticipated to start. Some parts of our country are more exposed to high international gas prices, including New England, which must import expensive LNG and burn oil to generate power during winter months because the region lacks enough connections to the national gas pipeline grid to meet heating demand. This brings us to the winners and losers. Firms best able to take advantage of the global price dislocations from the Iran war, at least in the short term, have been those with excess LNG to sell. To replace gas deliveries canceled by Qatar, energy firms around the world have purchased additional cargoes from American LNG producers such as Venture Global, the nation's second biggest LNG company, behind Cheniere Energy. Per Bob Yauger, the director of energy futures at Mizuho, Venture Global is relatively new to the LNG game and had spot cargoes available to put out to the highest bidder. Suddenly, everybody needs LNG now that Qatar Energy is out of the picture. as based on the plants currently under construction, American LNG capacity will almost double over the next 5 years from around 18 BCFD in 2025 to around 35 BCFD in 2030. American gas producers who sell to LNG companies, however, have not fared as well because they sell much of their output at the domestic price, which in addition to near record production, has been held down by weak spring demand and ample supply in storage. Low American prices have even prompted some energy firms, such as EQT, the second biggest American gas producer behind Expand Energy, to cut output while they wait for demand and prices to rise later in the year. After the company reported earnings last week, the EQT CFO, Jeremy Knopp, told analysts, "Our strategic curtailments act as a form of storage, keeping gas in the ground during seasonally low periods of demand." Now, this is the economic context under which we shall recontinue transmission on Wednesday midweek. We have a link from our friend Realtek. Australia and Japan deepen energy ties with their new supply chain pact. Excellent. An article by Irina Slev. Now, the Prime Ministers of Australia and Japan today inked an energy cooperation agreement that also covers critical mineral supply. Excellent. Australia is a leading supplier of energy commodities to resource-poor Japan and the top supplier of liquefied natural gas. So they're taking action to protect their economies from future economic shocks. My thanks to Realtek for bringing that to our attention. You're the last man standing, unless we can check on Aristides here. Realtek, anything else you want to share with our listeners?
Just pray for the best, prepare for the worst.
There we are. Okay.
Stock up, stock up on necessities. Forget everything else right now. It's I don't know. I mean, it's definitely going to be restrictions, but like you were saying before, during the pandemic, if every day, if the following day there was no cannibalism in the street, then it was a good day. So
thank you.
It's kind of the same situation.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Realtek. Aristides. Let's see if he's with us. And, well, if he's not, we love you dearly, Aristides. Let's check into the chat and see if he's entered anything. Well, Aristides has done his part, and we couldn't do this without him. Or yourself, Realtek. And, of course, Sammy Romero. And, ever-presently, Brendan Zogit. Yes. So, all that being articulated, let's call it a night. And we'll end live stream for now. And see you on Wednesday. Same Dietrich time. Same Dietrich channel. Dietrich is the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. So same dragon time. Same dragon channel. Bring a friend and an enemy. And with that, we're ending stream. So triple redundancy process.